So you want me to tell you the story of my life?
Like I said, that's what I do. I interview people. I'm a collector of lives.
Welcome to Table Talk. I'm Heath, and I'll be your host. This is the show where I go one-on-one with a creator, author, illustrator, publisher, or other mover and shaker in the world of tabletop games, video games, TV, movies, or any other area of the geekverse.
You followed me here, didn't you?
Yeah, I suppose I did. You seem very interesting. This is where you live?
Yes, this is my home. Welcome.
So, what do you do?
I'm a vampire.
That's something I haven't heard before.
Guests have included individuals such as Lou Anders, the author of the Thrones and Bones fantasy novels, creator and publisher of the Norengard RPG, and even the author of Star Wars, A Pirate's Price.
Bond. James Bond.
Well, not James Bond. I haven't gotten to talk to him yet, but maybe sometime in the future. But how about Brian Colin, the creator of the vast, grim, dark horror RPG and sculptor of the world of Revelo monster busts? Mark Tassin, the creator of the world of Italtus, head of Mechanical Muse, and the head developer of the new Cool Name RPG. I've spoken with Jeff Engelstein, game designer and former commentator on the Dice Tower. He and I got deep into the statistics, probability, and psychological function of dice in tabletop games. Jamie Stegmaier, the founder of Stonemaier Games and crowdfunder extraordinaire. He's published many hit board games like Scythe and Wingspan. I've spoken with Sydney Engelstein from Indie Boards and Cards to talk about what it really takes to publish a board game in today's environment and what it would take for you to get published if you were trying to get a publisher for your board game. I've spoken with Ajit George about game writing, education, and his contribution to Van Richter's Guide to Ravenloft and his development of the Journey Through the Radiant Citadel Dungeons & Dragons book. Let's see, who else have I spoken to?
I am Hela, Odin's firstborn, commander of the legions of Asgard, the rightful heir to the throne, and the goddess of death.
Yes, I really appreciate her taking the time to speak with me. That was a great interview. I've also spoken with Cameron Pasha, a writer and novelist who's been working in Hollywood for over 20 years. His projects have included Emmy and Golden Globe nominated Sleeper Cell, Kings, Nikita, and Roswell, New Mexico. His analysis and commentary have been very popular on YouTube. I've gotten to speak with Paul Shadow, the former network executive, who has made quite a splash here on YouTube with his reaction videos to current movies and films. He and I discussed the status of independent film and web productions online today. Brianna De Silva is a reoccurring guest on the show, and a very popular one at that. She's an author and director, and she was also the co-writer of the Cultist comedy web show that's here on the channel. She and I regularly meet to study and analyze stories. I've also gotten to speak with of the Positive Fandom channel. She's an ally in our effort to be a positive and constructive force in the geekverse. Are you ready? Have you got your drink? Are you all settled in? You might want to buckle up because it could be a wild ride. We're about to explore the worlds of tabletop gaming, sci-fi, fantasy, and the geekverse through the eyes of those who are making things happen.
Atomic batteries to power. Turbines to speed.
Roger. Ready to move out.
It's time for Table Talk. Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for waiting. I'm sorry we had a little bit of a miscommunication today. I sent the link, but apparently we got a black hole email situation or something like that. So sorry. We've got that sorted out. So tonight, thank you so much for being here. We're going to be talking about Star Trek 3 tonight, and of course, I have one of our favorite guests ever tonight, Doug Burton, to be talking about Star Trek 3.
Hey. What's happening, everybody?
Welcome. Thank you so much, Doug. We had an epic time talking. Well, we had an epic time talking about Star Trek the Motion Picture. We had a super epic time talking about Star Trek The Wrath of Khan.
Yes.
So this has been fantastic. So we're about to do it again.
My friend literally texted me. He was like, it was like 2 days later, and he was just like, 4 hours.
Yeah.
And I didn't know what he was referencing at first. And I was like, what are you talking about? And he's like, the Wrath of Khan talk. I was like, oh, that was worth it. That was a good 4 hours.
That was great. So yes. Okay. Let me bring up before we get started here. So Doug, do you want to tell everybody who you are in case they aren't? I mean, lots of people know, but hey, we got new people coming in all the time. Do you want to let everybody know who you are? I've got Faraway Bird.
So yes, I'm an author of a historical fiction novel called Faraway Bird, which takes place in the Byzantine Empire, 6th century, and it details the life of a real world person named Byzantine Empress Theodora. I'm really proud of the book. And if you are in the mood for some historical fiction, the book won awards. It did very well. It has some good ratings. It's also available on audible.com as an audiobook. So give it a whirl.
All right. So I just dropped the link to Faraway Bird there in the chat. So if you want to check that out, and that is the book that spawned the theory of the Heroine's Labyrinth, with Doug and I have talked about a lot on this channel, also with Brianna. I know people ask if Brianna was going to be here tonight. She just got back from vacation. Was on vacation. She's come back, but I figured that like she's 2 days back from being like for a week at the Grand Canyon. So I knew that she was going to have things to catch back up on. She was like, no, I can't come in tonight. So she's back from vacation, but I figured that's why Doug and I would do Star Trek 3 tonight. So she'll be back next week, potentially. She'll be back potentially next week.
Awesome.
So yes. So, but she had also talked to us about the Heroine's Labyrinth. And if you haven't seen the videos on that, I saw just a comment go by that said somebody missed the Wrath of Khan discussion. It's here on the channel. It's here for rewatch. You can definitely check it out. It's worth it. And then, yes, also check out the Heroine's Labyrinth discussions. And then I am on Kickstarter right now for Goodnight Sword. This is I'm very excited about this because this is the very first book that I have out that's in one of the worlds I've been creating. So this is Goodnight Sword. It is obviously a takeoff of Goodnight Moon, a world of chivalry, gallantry, chivalry, and rabbits. It's illustrated by Adam M. Botsford. It's my take on Goodnight Moon, except for it's Goodnight Sword, because I know there are a lot of geeks out there who would like to read Goodnight Sword to their children. So if you're one of them, or you know somebody who has children of the right age, this is the youngest book that I'm going to be putting out, because the idea is that I'll have a variety of books in this world for people of different ages. This is the youngest, so we're going to keep going, but this started with the youngest. There's also an animated audio book that is embedded. Brianna narrated it. Brianna's the narrator of that audiobook. She also animated it, and it's embedded on the Kickstarter page. And you can get digital books or hardback books if you would like. So please check that out. And if you know somebody who would like that kind of thing, please do send them the link.
I am one of your backers, Heath.
Oh, you're on? Oh, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you so much. All right. Okay. So there we go. All right. So Star Trek 3. I think we should talk about, say some general thoughts on it before we start going in. We went like blow by. I mean, it's great. Let's go blow by blow. But before we do that, like with Wrath of Khan, I was making fun of me and ourselves with like Brianna today, because I did talk with her this afternoon, and I was like, no, I wish she was here, because from the director's perspective, I want her to watch Star Trek 2: The Wrath of Khan. Brianna's also not a Star Trek person, but I want her to watch Star Trek Khan, especially Wrath of Khan, especially from the director's perspective, because that's what she wants to be. And the director's commentary is so good about why they were making the decisions they want to make. But I was making fun of us when I told her about what we did last week, because I was like, we went deep, because we were like, okay, now in the engine room, when such and such happens. No, wait. Before they go to the engine room, Carol Marcus, the doors open and Carol Marcus walks onto the bridge for a few seconds. Oh, yes, she did.
We need to talk about that.
She was wearing a specific coat. So let's talk about that. So, yes. So before we do that on Star Trek 3, because I have the movie up, so I can kind of scroll through it down here like I did last time if we need to. I can't show it for copyright reasons, but we can scroll through it. What kind of general commentary do we have? I have some general thoughts, but you have general thoughts on it?
Star Trek 3, I guess my general thoughts are, as far as all the movies go, this is one of those movies that just goes immediately from Star Trek 2 to Star Trek 3. It's almost like part 2 to this story. So it's an immediate sequel. And from what I read, it was filmed and the script was begun immediately after Wrath of Khan was released at the box office. So, and yet, Harv Bennett worked on Star Trek 3 again. Obviously, Leonard Nimoy did the directing, and Nicholas Myers passed on it because he felt that Spock should have stayed dead. And I think one of the main criticisms, or one of the general criticisms of this, is that, it's an entire movie basically to undo the end of Star Trek 2 to get Spock back into it. The studios seem to be very aware that they might want to bring Spock back in, even to the point of adding scenes just in case to Star Trek 2. Like, remember, that scene was added just in case, the soft landing of the proton. Is it proton or photon torpedoes? It's photon torpedoes, right?
Photon torpedoes. Photon torpedoes is Star Trek. Proton
right. For some reason, I was getting mixed up. So they wanted Spock back. They were really nervous about losing Spock. So anyway, Nicholas Myers said, "What we did it. We killed the character. Why are we bringing him back?" But he obviously wasn't too upset because he came back eventually for Star Trek 6. So anyway, I will say in general that as a kid, Star Trek 3 I was rather neutral about it. It wasn't too big of a deal. It was like, oh, cool, this is the next movie. And but as I've gotten older, I really do like Star Trek 3. And there's parts of Star Trek 3 that I absolutely love. Like the stealing of the Enterprise is one of my favorite sequences in any Star Trek film. I love it. I love the music. It's one of my favorite pieces to listen to on the Star Trek 3 soundtrack, Stealing the Enterprise. And there's just some other really great stuff in here. So the more I've watched it, the more it's grown on me, the more I've really come to like Star Trek 3, The Search for Spock.
Okay, I feel similarly because I think that that Star Trek 3 gets made fun of a lot, and the odd numbered Star Treks do. Thor KC says The Search for Spock was the closest thing to an exception to the odd numbered Star Trek equals bad. Now, you and I both did appreciate the motion picture for what it is, so we were positive toward the motion picture, understanding it's not the thrill ride but
correct.
We appreciated Star Trek 1.
Mm-hmm.
So, but I'm kind of the same way. I didn't watch as a kid Star Trek 3 as often as I watched 2 and 4.
Right. 4 was a big one.
I watched 2 and 4 a lot as a kid, but I did watch 3 a lot. But I guess neutral would be a good feeling because sometimes I wanted to watch 2 and then you watch 3 and then you watch 4 because I had them on videotape, so I just watched them all like back to back to back.
They do fit like jigsaw puzzle pieces rather nicely,
and I love that. I love that part about it. I absolutely love that part. I wish that the next generation had done something like that.
I noticed that Vudu, which is a digital movie app that you could buy movies on and watch them, they call it I forgot what they said. There was a certain name for it. They called it the trilogy, the Star Trek trilogy, and it was 2, 3, and 4. I just thought that was interesting that it's even being marketed as kind of a 3-part set of films, which it is, So, they fit together and they're very fun. They're fun movies for me to go through and watch. I love it.
Yeah, it was because it was an unintentional trilogy. Leonard Nimoy directed this, right? Meyer was like, "I'm out. I don't know how to tell a resurrection story. I don't know what that is." And so Nimoy came on, and he was saying in the director's commentary that he almost didn't get it because people thought that he didn't like Star Trek. So the rumor was that it was supposed to be in his contract that he had to die in Star Trek 2. But in the director's commentary for Star Trek 3, he says that was absolutely not true. He says that was not true, but that even the studio thought that was true. So there was a rumor that got around that he did not want to be Spock anymore and that it was contractually obligated to die in Star Trek 2. And so when he went to the studio to say, I want to direct Star Trek 3, they kind of said, okay, but then really kind of drug their feet on it. And he was like, what's going on? They said, well, we're not really comfortable giving it to you because you don't like Star Trek or something like that.
Yeah, he had to debunk that, right?
Yeah, so he debunked that. He debunked that on the director's commentary that that was not true. That he was not like he didn't force the death of Spock in Star Trek 2. So right. Yeah, I think that people are generally going to be surprised based on what people have said about Star Trek 3 when we were going through this and even here, that we're probably going to be kinder to this movie than people might expect.
Yeah, I will.
And like I said, that doesn't mean that it's fantastic because it might average. I see. Yes, losing Kirstie Alley was jarring. I agree.
What a lost opportunity.
I completely agree with that.
Because the actress I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say, so that doesn't mean that it's fantastic. I'm not going to be arguing for fantastic, but I'm going to be arguing for better than it probably deserves. Like, was better than it deserves with Star Trek 1, and certainly better than I remembered as a kid.
Star Trek 2 is my favorite. Star Trek 6 is my second favorite. Those are excellent Star Trek films.
Yeah.
I would say that Star Trek 4 is right next to like almost excellent. But I would classify Star Trek 3 as a good movie. I don't think it's average. I don't think it's bad. I think it is a good movie. It's structured differently. I remember even as a kid, my dad made the big case and still maintains this, that the climax to Star Trek 3 is the stealing of the Enterprise. And I'm inclined to agree with him. I know that they have a big fight with Krug at the end, but I think the most dramatic moments in the film are that 10-minute period where they steal the Enterprise. And it's one of my favorite sequences. So structurally, it's unusual. It does have a villain for Kirk. He's much more stripped down when you set him next to Khan. Khan is one of the all-time great villains. So Krug definitely does not measure up to someone like Khan. Although I like Krug, he's all right. He was a pretty good Klingon in my opinion.
Yeah, it's wait. Oh, why am I drawing a blank on the actor's name? It's
Christopher Lloyd.
Christopher Lloyd. Yeah, it's Christopher Lloyd. Which is a bit funny. I mean, he does a great job. He does a great job, but it's also kind of funny.
Well, what's weird is, so Christopher Lloyd is Commander Krug, and John Larroquette from Night Court is Maltz. So you have these two mostly comedic actors playing these like warrior Klingons. It's so bizarre. And I guess the original choice for Krug was Edward James Olmos from Battlestar Galactica fame, or what was that? Blade Runner. He was the guy that did all the origami in Blade Runner, Detective Gaff. So he would have been a pretty dang good Klingon commander in retrospect when I think about it. But you know how it is. When a movie's out, it's hard to get past the guy that's there or the actor or actress that actually portrays the role. But yeah, the loss of Kirstie Alley, I think, was one of someone used the word jarring, and that's a good word. Even as a kid, I never accepted the replacement actress. To this day, when I'm watching Star Trek 3, I'm like, why is she there? Because the persona is different. Yeah. She doesn't remind me of Kirstie Alley. She doesn't have blue eyes like Kirstie Alley. She was far more stoic and like less likable. There was just so much different about the replacement that I never quite accepted. I think it's Robin Curtis as the replacement of Saavik. She just seems like a new character to me.
Yeah, I agree. Saavik, Kirstie Alley is Saavik.
She was great, and she was so good in Star Trek 2. From what I read, that I've heard that she wanted too much money, and so Star Trek is like Paramount, I guess, was like, never mind. But from what I read, that was also similar to what you said about Leonard Nimoy. Also a misunderstanding where her agent thought she wasn't into Star Trek, so her agent hardballed the studio. So the studio's like, oh, never mind then. So, and then later on, she confessed that she loved playing Saavik and would have loved to be back for Star Trek 3, but the agent misunderstood her and highballed the studios and didn't get the offer.
Oh, well, that's,
I know
what that extra suck. Yeah. Oh, that's extra bad.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
I know what a weird thing to miscommunicate, because honestly, if this is going to be, this isn't a hot take, but if Kirstie Alley is in Star Trek 3, I think it's a whole different movie, just in terms of feel and the idea of continuity from one story to the next, because the movie is so seamlessly a sequel. I mean, they pick up right where you left off. And then she's gone. It's this other lady. So it's like, I don't know. I think that played a role in a little bit of the aversion that the film has, or the less acceptability or the resistance people might have to the film is that it missed on a fundamental there.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So yeah. Okay. Given that we're about, so one of the negatives that you talked about, okay, this movie is just here to basically undo the end of the previous movie. Okay. So that's a negative. I would say that is a negative of this movie, that we're here to try to bring Spock back. Now, I like Spock. Like I said, I love him in Star Trek 6. That's one of my favorite movies, having Spock
Absolutely.
in Star Trek 6. And even in 4, I mean, I like it. But you're right. This, after coming off of the greatest death in, we said, sci-fi, fantasy, or possibly all of film,
Yes.
to need to undo that is a negative. I mean, that is a negative.
I would say it's a negative. The one silver lining to it as a negative is that they didn't do it cheaply. They spent an entire film to address that plot point. Modern films, they just bring the actor back. Oh yeah, they fell off into an abyss, but they saw, they landed on their feet, or they weren't really dead. Modern movies bring back characters all the time, and they really just do it, and they address it with like a line of dialogue. This didn't cheapen it to a line of dialogue. They went 2 hours on an entire adventure with all sorts of drama just to address this one plot point. So I'll give it that as a silver lining, in terms of, although it's negative to reverse course on a character's death, at least they spent their time with it, and they gave you a full adventure to bring them back.
Yeah, I would say that's the positive. That if you have to do this, if you have to reverse that, especially the greatest death in all of film, that at least it took the entire movie. They did that, and they had the themes of other sacrifice.
Yes.
Other sacrifice to get that done. It wasn't done quickly in the first 10 minutes of the movie. Like this took a lot, and the sacrifice. I mean, what do you have to sacrifice in order to get Spock back? You have to sacrifice the Enterprise.
Well, and to be perfectly honest, they didn't bring him all the way back after Star Trek 3. He's still very wooden to good comedic effect in Star Trek 4, which is maintained in Star Trek. Spock doesn't come really back until Star Trek 6, in my opinion. That's when we get Spock, and he is fantastic in Star Trek 6. In fact, in my opinion, Star Trek 6 is the Spock movie. That's the movie where he is calling the show. He's the hero of that movie in so many ways, but he's missing to some level all the way until from Star Trek 2. We don't get him back till Star Trek 6, in my opinion. You know what I'm saying? He's like, even in Star Trek 4, he's kind of like relearning himself, which they handled well because he's funny. And then they didn't handle it well in Star Trek 5 because it's all less funny, So
yes, and his son. Yes, that's good point, Sable Phoenix. Yes, the sacrifice was the Enterprise and Kirk's son. So they didn't give up anything. But to the audience, I would say that the greater loss is the Enterprise. Well, and we're going to talk about the loss of the Enterprise in detail when it comes up. But yes,
but more than that, he lost the Enterprise, he lost his son, and technically he loses his status in the Navy. I mean, in Starfleet, not Navy. Yes. He even says when after they steal the Enterprise, he's like, I would recommend you all for accommodations in whatever fleet we end up serving. So he's very aware that this is a career destroyer. So Kirk, now he gets out of it because he saves the world in Star Trek 4. But in terms of a self-contained movie, he is ending his career. He is becoming a criminal by stealing the Enterprise. Even that captain, Kirk, you do this, you'll never sit in the captain's seat again. So that's a pretty big thing to also have lost, in addition to the Enterprise, in addition to your son. So
yes. So all of that is the positive side to, if you're going to bring back Spock, they have to give up a lot.
A bit high cost.
Yeah. It would have. Okay. So the themes of this movie.
Obviously, actually, real quick, Sable Phoenix. I was going to say it, and I cut myself off. Exactly. Kirk says specifically, if I hadn't done it, the cost would have been my soul. So to Kirk, this was a moral, personal issue that he was willing to give up everything, and he did. The universe took it all from him when he offered it. It took it. So. From that dialogue, that back and forth on Vulcan at the end of the movie, from a writing standpoint, the reconciliation or the atonement issue in the hero's journey, a lot of time there's the atonement with father, In this case, it's the atonement with Spock's father. And he is saying, it is worth it. I did what I set out to do. So now I'm prepared to suffer the consequences of my actions. And that's a bitter pill to swallow. That's a big one for our hero, Captain Kirk.
So
the resurrection fees.
The resurrection fees. Yeah, it's a lot of gold coins you got to pay to shell out to break, especially if you're trying to raise a high level character like Spock. I mean, that's not cheap. You got to shell out for that.
Entails the loss of Sun starship and surrender Starfleet status.
Yeah. So this is definitely about the someone I saw go by the needs of the many, the needs of the one outweigh the needs of the few. Or needs of the one outweigh the needs of the many outweigh the needs of the one. Oh no, needs of the one outweigh the needs of, it's the reverse, right? The needs of the one outweigh the needs of the many.
But they don't say that till Star Trek 4. It's when Spock is talking. I think, and correct me if I'm wrong. I thought they don't say it until Star Trek 4 when he's talking to his mother with that, those 3 computers that go correct. And she's like, well, then you stand here because of your flawed feeling friend. Mistake. Right. She's like, they believe that the needs of the one, you, Spock, outweighed the needs of the many. And he's like, humans are, irrational. And she's like, they are indeed. Remember that whole back and forth?
Oh, yeah. I remember that. I remember that scene. Absolutely. I thought that Kirk said it at the end of this movie.
He might.
Yeah, he does. Okay, that's my thought. So Sable Things is saying that no, Kirk reverses it to Spock on Vulcan at the end of the film. So I thought that it was reversed in this film as well. So that's theme. So I would say that's the theme of this film.
Okay. So then they just reiterate it in Star Trek 4. They reiterate
at the beginning of Star Trek 4.
Okay.
We're also going to see the theme of aging return. And I think that this is done well because it's the I don't like resetting something with a character. You can't reset something with a character after they've been through it. And so that they are also doing right, because in Star Trek 2, Kirk basically fought his aging
big time
line. So we still have this theme of aging come through, but Kirk resolved that at the end of Star Trek 2, but we still have the theme of aging, but now it's on the Enterprise itself.
Yes. Good point.
That the Enterprise is aging. So we're carrying still along that theme, but we haven't reset a character, but we're putting it onto a new character. I mean, effectively, the ship.
Yeah, you could make the case that the Enterprise isn't a character in and of itself. He says it's that Admiral, I think Morrow, I think is his name, where he says, the Enterprise was 20 years old. We feel her day is over. She's to be decommissioned, and there is something. But I'll tell you, from a writing standpoint, that's an important line to add, to say that the Enterprise is done, because it makes the destruction of the Enterprise later in the story a little bit easier to swallow. If Kirk blew up this perfectly brand new ship, to say that basically it would be decommissioned anyway. So it doesn't take away from the fact that the Enterprise is destroyed, but it is destroyed in the service of saving Spock. A much better end to the Enterprise, in my opinion.
Okay, I have some other thoughts on that line specifically when we get to it.
Okay.
But all right, so I guess so is there any other general themes, things need to be said before we get into it? I don't know what kind of notes you've got and stuff like that.
Similar to Wrath of Khan, thoughts as I move through it. There's obviously some very memorable lines in this as well. And there's some pretty good humor creeping into Star Trek 3. It really takes Star Trek 4 is where I think the comedy of Star Trek is perfectly suited to the drama. They get too goofy in Star Trek 5, and then Star Trek 6 is a little bit more serious with a few jokes sprinkled in. You could see a few jokes sprinkling in this one. I watched Star Trek 3 with my kids about a month ago, I would say, or maybe 2 months ago. And they both, one's 10 and the other one just turned 8, they were giggling up a storm, and they were repeating it over the next couple days. Don't call me tiny. That line, they love that line.
I think I remember liking that one as a kid as well.
Yeah, don't call me tiny.
That one stands out, especially as a kid. All right, so this one starts off somberly. Very direct. It starts off very somberly.
Real quick, I just want to throw in a personal, right before we start, my mother was visiting for my son's birthday, and she left. So she's driving from Texas all the way to Illinois, straight through, and she's listening to our discussion. And I told her that I would say, "Hi, Mom."
Oh,
so hi, Mom.
Hi, Doug's mom.
That's what before I forgot. Oh, and what are you drinking tonight, Heath?
I have got actually this right here is Coke I was just finishing, and then now I have Modelo beer right over here. So as soon as I finish this Coke, I'm gonna swap over to beer.
Right up. Modelo's is one of my favorite beers. That's a great choice.
It's been one that I have this is the Modelo, the Oro.
Oh, I haven't tried that yet.
I've just recently swapped over to it. And I have been enjoying it quite a bit. So that's become my general just drinking beer.
Oh, awesome. I'll have to try it. I am drinking a Woodford Reserve bourbon tonight.
Oh, well, that's much better. I need to come up with a better drink for that. But right now I just have beer after I finish this Coke. But
well,
yeah,
if we went Wrath of Khan distance, this might be pretty rough. Couple of
yeah, it depends on how much you know. One time I think, man, if we could play talking about drinking in Star Trek, if we took a shot or something like that, it would be great if we could actually play it on YouTube and have everybody do it as well. You play the Star Trek The Next Generation episode where Scotty is brought aboard. You remember that Scotty was trapped in the transporter of one of the ships?
I'm very loose on Next Generation episodes now.
Oh, well, Scotty is in an episode of The Next Generation.
Okay, I vaguely remember that.
Okay, well, it's a Dyson sphere, and there's a ship trapped, and they're like, "Wait a minute, somebody's stuck in the transporter," and they bring him aboard, and it's Scotty. Yeah, the Dyson relics. Yes, there's an episode, and a great drinking game. It would be so great if we could watch this on YouTube and all do it together. Is to watch that episode, and you got to take a shot every time they say engineer.
Let's chalk it up. Let's schedule that.
Maybe we just have everybody like just turn on relics. It'll be maybe that's a members only private stream. We just private only stream. We just everybody turn it on and then get your shots ready every time because it's Scotty. So they're gonna be talking about being an engineer. You got to throw it back.
The drinking version of the Kobayashi Maru. It's a no-win scenario.
Can you survive it? It said that this opens with one of the only time, or the first time, and maybe one of the only time that there's so much exposition from Kirk, because they're often captain's log, medical officer's log, first officer's log, whatever. But they're very factual. But this is a very emotional thing.
Yes,
from Kirk.
You
I
said
guess a personal log.
Somber. That was a great word to describe the music, the melancholy, even the dialogue. I thought was great. Where he's like, "The Enterprise feels like a house with all the children gone," which is an empty nester comment, which is always a very emotional. Then he goes, "No, more empty than that." So, I mean, that's not an upper. That's not exciting. That's not getting the audience up and ready for adventure. That's saying like, we took some losses and we're not over it yet. I also thought it was interesting. Talk about like a Debbie Downer moment. There's the moment where one of the ensigns comes up to Kirk on the bridge and he's like, "Are they going to have a ceremony for us?" And he's like, "A welcome home party." And then he's like, "No, this time we paid for it with our dearest blood." And he turns around and walks away. And I was like, well, that was a buzzkill. This guy's happy to be home. And he's like, "No, we lost.
We survived. We're still here, right?" Because they're still all in the academy or whatever.
Yeah. I was like, I'd be like, "Thanks, Admiral."
Yeah. So that they have that scene with that guy, and then okay. So I thought they rather elegantly had the tie-in with how the Klingons get a hold of this, and some people are saying that it could have been Romulans. Yeah, and it could have been Romulans in this movie.
It was.
And I'm a big fan of Romulans.
It was originally written as Romulans. The original script had Romulans instead of Klingons.
Yeah.
And the original script title was called Star Trek 3 Return to Genesis was the original title.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that. I think the Romulans have always been underdeveloped. I really
Me
like
too.
Romulans. I like the Romulans in the Next Generation. They did some stuff with the Romulans in the Next Generation movies, but I was never a fan of that.
The Romulans always struck me as more cunning. Whereas the Klingons are much more of a war culture. You know, they're dangerous because they're aggressive. They will attack first. But the Romulans always seem like they're a couple moves ahead of you, and you got to watch it with the Romulans.
Yeah, like in the Next Generation, I always wanted to make sure that I saw a if there was a Romulans if there were Romulans in the Next Generation, I wanted to watch.
Yeah,
like, that was it. But I like the way that they did this. They imply a bunch of history and scheming and backstories with her, and I purchased it. And what exactly is the ship? They don't tell you, because you don't see a whole lot of ships like that. That's like some type of freighter or something in the Star Trek universe. So I think they get some props here for implying a whole lot of back channel stuff without having to spend a whole lot of screen time on it.
Well, right. There was a couple observations I made of, although it feels like the story picks right up, there's a couple things that are skipped, I would say, or like to your point, moved forward. One of the things that I always got a kick out of, even when I was younger, he goes, the cadets have been reassigned. And I'm like someone come out there and pick them up?
Right. I was wondering about that too.
Like,
right.
Did you send
reassigned to where?
Did they get like Uber shuttles out of there and they've been reassigned? And there's already a black market for Genesis. And Kirk even had time to reshoot the Genesis video with himself in it.
I know, and he took all of her lines too.
He's like, why don't we Bones, meet me in my quarters. Why don't we reshoot the Genesis video? I want to be the host.
Right, I'll be the host. Or it's something like, okay, what's my avatar? Like we've got the AI avatars now. It's like, all right, I gotta file this report. Hey, computer, take my AI avatar and just give my voice, and use the script. What do you want to say? Oh, just use Carol Marcus's script. And so that's what and that was his report. So
Carol Marcus rebuffed all my advances. Can we just get her out of that video and put me in there?
Yeah, it doesn't say what happened to her though.
Yeah, she's gone. David is reassigned with Savick on the Grissom.
Yeah, it explains that though.
It does. There. But there is a lot that has been moved for Star Trek 3 to begin, to your point, and rather quickly.
Reassigned, just beamed off the ship. So yeah, people must
good luck, guys.
It's all right. So yes, so it's picking up, but there has been a lot that's happened, and and apparently Genesis has caused quite a stir.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I suppose while we're talking about things that seem out of place, that all of a sudden, when you think about as far as the plot goes, it's that now we have the space dock, the new space dock.
Oh yeah,
because
I love this new space dock, by the way.
Well, I do too, and I do too, but it's all of a sudden there. I mean, in Star Trek 2, they left the brown shell in Star Trek 1. So they left that thing. But then when they show back up, we do have this giant space dock.
Yeah.
That is there. And now that model, of course, gets used a lot for star bases in the Next Generation. But this thing is a freaking gigantic space dock. Right, it is. Right. That has become an iconic representation of the space dock ever since. Right.
Absolutely.
Starfleet star bases ever since, because they fly up to that thing a lot. That model got used a lot in Star Trek The Next Generation. But still, this thing is freaking gigantic. So they must have just, you don't see it being constructed or something like that. But now, because it was like the Enterprise was not in it. But the Excelsior is in it, which must have been created, and now this thing is operational and something like that. So they obviously use this design for a lot, and this thing is freaking huge. When you think about how big this starbase is, just an insane size. Because I read someplace, and it was not, or read or watched someplace, and it wasn't in the director's commentary, but that starbase was originally designed, that upper shell.
Yeah.
For the starships to fly under that and clamp under it.
Really?
Yeah. So the starships would have been like all lined up around the outside in a circle.
See, that would have been cool too.
That would have been cool, and it would have made more sense because when you think of all these starships that got to fly inside of it, I don't know how freaking mammoth, how monstrous this thing is. But I can't imagine like the plans for this thing coming down the Starfleet lines and like, all right, here's what we're trying to build. And somebody's like, you want us to build what?
An indoor space dock.
Like, oh my God. So
yeah, what's interesting, what I liked about it was that I like the idea of an interior space dock to shield you from like gamma rays, solar radiation, and space debris. Like there's a logic to it that I like, that you're not just exposed while you're at dock, that you are inside and protected. I thought that was kind of a cool touch. Yeah, someone just I was going to mention this too. Picard season 3. I always bring this up, but they do have what you just described in Picard. It's like a museum. It's really cool. They have this huge space ring, and docked all the way around it are these spaceships, including the NC-1701A. And they're even like, was that Kirk's ship? They're like, yes.
Oh, really?
They have Kirk's ship in there. They've got the Bird of Prey from this movie from Star Trek 3 docked there. It's really cool. But they have exactly what you just described.
Okay, so we pull in, and this is when we get the feeling of being damaged and old, and the comparison, the old Enterprise, that theme to the Excelsior, which is sitting there brand new.
Yeah, well, so I want to point out, as they're approaching space dock, there's one of my favorite shots of the Enterprise. It's a tilted angle, and that shows the Enterprise coming in on this like angle, and it looks small as it's approaching the new space dock, and they just follow this angled. It's like coming in. I'm trying to do it in the screen. It's coming in almost like this, and it's angled, and it comes right in, and it's like, welcome home, Enterprise, and the space doors open. Enterprise goes in, and I love this sequence. You see Yeoman Rand from the original episode, and it shows here comes the Enterprise, right? It's coming in, and then they showed it small relative to space dock as it comes in on this angle, and then they show it scale as it comes in, and it shows a great shot of the engine room just totally battle scarred. And for some reason, I love Rand's. She just scowls and shakes her head like, Kirk, that's what I would expect out of him, to ruin this beautiful ship. But it's a beautiful sequence of the Enterprise returning to space dock, wounded, severely damaged. And you see like scar marks all over, like the nacelles and everything. It's quite a scene. They show, there's an air traffic control tower where there's a couple of guys in there. To me, this was great world building. Because it's like, to your point, it's not just a shell in space anymore where you come in and out of. This is part of Starfleet. Like Sable Phoenix said, this has come to symbolize Starfleet in a lot of ways. So suddenly you get a greater world building with just this one sequence of film work showing you. And then, like you said, they're coming in, and then there's a new version of the Enterprise, the Excelsior, and they're kind of gawking over it when they're staring at it. I think Uhura's like, would you look at that? And even Kirk kind of like, yeah, the Excelsior. He's kind of admiring it,
Which makes sense for him since he's gotten over his age problems. And he actually admonishes Scotty about, hey, young people, new ideas, fresh people, fresh ideas, something like that.
Oh, yeah. Actually, that's a great point. That's one great line to show you to what you started by saying earlier. He has resolved his issues with aging. With that one line, that tells me he's over it. Young minds, fresh ideas. Scotty, get on board with me.
Yes, So that's done well. There's so much things like that in this movie that are done well as the continuation that you really have to give them. You have to give the credit for. Somebody asked. I just saw as I was scanning by, Kirk's uniform is up in that scene. Like, is Kirk's uniform always down in the scene in this movie? No, it's not. It starts off down, but in that one it was up. So that wasn't.
What's interesting is the movie starts with it down again.
It starts with it down again.
Yeah. I was like, Kirk, have you not fixed that? They've washed it, but you forgot to clamp it still.
You
You know,
didn't
you're
clamp
still in
it.
Wrath of Khan thinking, man.
Okay. Let's see. Where do we go from there? Oh, yeah. No, of course. Where we go from there is the ghost scene.
So this is where, after all this world building that we were just talking about, which is like, I think what you said, exposition, telling you where everyone is, it's giving you the reset, where are we? And then this beauty, and then you hear the alarm going off, and they're saying someone's in Mr. Spock's quarters.
And I love, somebody was making fun, because Chekhov does this, and somebody was making fun of Chekhov. And every time, once you hear this, once you go back and hear the way he delivers these lines, I won't ever unhear it. Because if you just say the words, and I can't do a Russian accent, but like whenever Chekhov says something, that something's gone wrong, and even going back to Star Trek 1, where he's like, Captain, we're missing a spacesuit or a thruster suit. Somebody has broken in and stolen a thruster suit. And if you say after those lines, and I am offended, because he always delivers lines like that, like, oh my God, we are missing a thruster suit, and I am offended. Captain, there's someone in Mr. Spock's quarters, and I am offended.
I am offended. Now that I know you've just passed that virus on to me, because I won't be able to unhear that. I'll always add that in my head. Because, a long time ago, what's funny is someone told me a long time ago that fortune cookies, whatever the fortune is, if you just add the words "in bed" after it.
Yeah.
So now every time I have a fortune cookie, I have to add "in bed," like no matter what it is. You will come into great money in bed, So now when I hear Chekhov, I'm going to be hearing, and I am offended.
And I am offended. We had the best one of those when we were sitting around as a family one time, and my aunt had drawn a fortune cookie, and it was, life is about more than just the pursuit of perfection. In bed.
In bed.
So this, and unfortunately, from the world building perspective, one of the things that I don't like about this is that we see the horrific Starfleet armor, body armor. Again, and you saw that in Star Trek 1. So it was that I had forgotten that it was in Star Trek 1-2 when like when Spock comes aboard. I think there are armed guards there. So when somebody comes aboard or something, there are armed guards there, and the Starfleet body armor for its guards and SWAT team is awful.
It is the worst design. I actually made a note of that myself. I was like, they're like, what should we have them wear? And it's like, someone's like, how about a 1900s leather football helmet? It's like, yeah, we'll put a Starfleet insignia on the forehead. It's
on
like,
the forehead. Instead,
no, don't do that. Don't do that. Do anything else but that.
Yeah, I don't know how that got. I don't know how that was okay. Like,
and this, to your point, this look has survived. Like it survived more. Like nobody. Like they needed a Ralph McQuarrie. They needed or Doug Chang. Like Star Wars had those great. And I don't want to knock Star Trek too much because there's so much they get right, but you're right. Those security uniforms are awful.
Are awful. I remember actually having a discussion on the GURPS forum about Starfleet and Starfleet weapons and stuff like that. And somebody said, we never see any kind of Starfleet armor. And I was like, oh, unfortunately we do. Let me give you the reference for that. I wish I could forget it.
Well, what about those guys when they go to meet Bones, when he's like being held captive? They're in those like acoustic.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves.
Okay. Anyway, just terrible.
I've got something to say about that too.
You know which security guy had a good uniform was the guy in the bar where he's like, gentlemen, your voices are carrying. Yes. He looked pretty good. He had like
reasonable. He looked reasonable. But okay, so we get past the awful Starfleet tactical guy.
And Kirk walks right ahead of those guys. Like, why are they even there?
Why are they like they're just like the captain does what the admiral?
Sorry, guys, I'm unarmed.
Like, I don't know what's going on. Yeah, the guys who are wearing body armor and have the phasers are like hesitant to go in, and then okay, Kirk just goes in. But I remember my mother. I mean, this is a creepy scene.
Yeah,
I mean, it is. If you just get into it, it is a creepy scene, and I appreciate it for that reason. And I remember my mother talking to me. She was a big Star Trek fan, and I remember her saying that when she went to see this movie in theaters, that this was a spooky scene. And they're like, you're like, what? Who is going to be sitting there? What is going on?
Yeah, I guess you wouldn't know. Scene. Yeah, we know who's there now because we've seen it so many times. But you're right. Yeah, but the first time you saw it, it would be like, what the hell's? I like Kirk's Shatner's acting in this. There's a point where, because if you think about it, this scene could have been really, really hokey. Bones talking like Spock. If Kirk didn't react properly to Bones, I think the scene would have diminished. But there's a scene where Kirk's looking at Bones, like trying to take him seriously, and he shakes him. He goes, "What the hell are you doing?" And it was such a sincere it was like the leader is talking, the captain is speaking, but it was so understated and man to man. What the hell are you doing? I thought that his acting actually helped sell this scene from what could have been a disastrous plot device scene that, it's almost like in South Park when Kenny is in Eric Cartman, these scenes could go horribly wrong. This is a bizarre plot line if you think about it. So, anyway, I thought Kirk's reaction to it helped to sell the scene.
I think you're right. And Leonard Nimoy in the director's commentary talked about that. He talked about that in a variety of different scenes here. Like, I'm wondering if this is going to play. And he talked about that in this, like how important it was to make sure that this plays. Because it is just the two of them, and basically they've got to carry this whole idea. And I think
they're in the dark. It's not well lit.
Shatner is actually an incredible actor. You just have to tire him out to the point where where the overacting gets packed. I didn't hear Nimoy say that, but that's what Meyer said.
Yeah, you told me that last time we spoke that the director would just have him do like 20,000 takes and then just take the last one.
Yeah.
But like you said, and I watched Star Trek 2 again, actually, after we spoke, because from the chat and from you, I learned some things. I saw when he pushed that guy out of the way when he's running to save Spock at the end, the guy just kind of runs off.
Yeah, no,
I caught that. The guy's just like, all right, bye. So I caught that, but I also caught what we were just where he's like, okay, here it comes. And I told myself that was after probably 50 takes. And then he finally gives that measured response.
So yes, so we have this. It's the same. I'm always aware, because we talk about obviously a lot of story analysis, but also I love these films from also looking at it from the perspective of the world building, the props, the sets, and things like that, and how they've endured. And then later we get to some situations where they do not endure. But I'm going to bring up some other things about the bridge. But they got to keep the set, so it's Spock's quarters again and so forth.
Yep.
And you get to reuse these things, and so that's fantastic.
Well, and there is more world. They introduced the idea of Mount Saleya.
Yes, to go to Mount Saleya
in this scene. And actually, just to skip back one scene, they introduced the idea of transwarp drive, I think, for the first time in this movie, right?
Yes.
With the Excelsior, they say she can go, transwarp drive.
Whatever that is.
Well, it just means beyond. Trans means beyond warp drive. So it's a fast ship, and we'll get to this later. But I laughed out loud watching Star Trek 3 when on the new ship they have those like security bars, like seat belts, where it's like stand by for transwarp drive.
Yeah, I know, and they all do that. Yes,
I mean, you might as well just get like a roller coaster thing and pull it down. Like, all right, Captain, we're ready.
I know. I made note of that too. That they all. Oh, this must be a big deal, because you don't normally get ways to secure yourself on board a starship, but prepare for transwarp drive.
Although we have inertial dampeners and we've never moved a lick when the starship takes off. Buckle up, because we're not going to move. Yeah, I know. I mean, that's one of those. The inertial dampeners are one of the hand wave things you just got to have. The gravity, artificial gravity. You just everyone's got artificial gravity. Don't worry about that. And then also artificial dampeners. That way, when we go to warp drive, like the whole crew doesn't get turned into chunky salsa immediately as soon as the ship takes off. So I mean, could you imagine the danger if that is not functioning? You would all just be like in space in 1 second, just freezing to death, standing where you were. So that's a pretty critical piece of hardware on that ship.
Yes, you would think that was like, if I were the captain, you'd want to check with the engineer. Like,
sure,
hey, engineer, we're about to go to warp drive. Can I get confirmation the inertial dampening field is in fact working? I just double check for me one more time before we go to warp drive,
It's
because
the most.
otherwise,
It's absolutely critical.
otherwise it's all ending right. And also, actually, while we're talking about that, we also, I know somebody says something, and I believe it's on the Grissom, and I don't know if this is the first time this has been introduced, but he does specifically say subspace communication in this Star Trek. And, how fast does communication go?
Yeah, that's a great point. I did not make that a note, and I did not catch that. But you're right. I don't think the subspace frequencies and like they talk about, right?
Well, right. So that's the like inertial dampeners are the technobabble for that's how we don't kill ourselves when we accelerate to 100 times the speed of light in a 100th of a second. The way that they're able to communicate, because because it doesn't work, like Star Trek wouldn't work if your communications traveled at the speed of light, but your ship could travel, 10, 15 times the speed of light. Because then you want to be able to send a message to somebody to say, I'm coming. But, if you arrive before your message does.
Yeah, there's nothing faster than the speed of light, right? I mean, technically, as far as we know in astrophysics, right?
So the subspace communication allows communication to go much, much faster than the speed of light. So that's why the ships are able to communicate through subspace.
So you're saying they solve that?
Yeah, so that's the technobabble that solves that. You communicate through subspace. That's how your communications go so much faster than a starship can. That allows them to send a message to Starfleet to say, we're on our way, and not arrive before the message does. Actually, some of the my favorite things one of the things I really, really liked, one of my favorite things, especially when you saw this in The Next Generation, is I did like it when they didn't have the Enterprise communicating with Starfleet headquarters in real time. I really liked it when sometimes they would receive a message and you couldn't immediately communicate back to the Admiral. I mean, sometimes they can, depending on where they are.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
But sometimes, and I thought it was so cool that sometimes you were receiving a message from Starfleet, and then Picard would go in and take it like in his ready room. And then he would pull it up on his iPad, or his iPad on the stand, his little laptop that he's got there. And then the Admiral would be giving some type of order, and it would say in one corner, ship's time, and then transmission time in the other, and they'd be different. And it was giving you the idea that, yes, subspace is fast, but you're still receiving a message. It would take some time to send a message.
There's a delay.
Back. And I love that feeling because, like I said, I love the Navy feeling, the Starfleet as like an 18th century Navy.
Yep.
That except for it's in space. And so your communications, you're sending a message out. It'll take some time to send the message back. So the captains have to have autonomy and discretion, because you can't, like we're about to see in a few more scenes here in Star Trek 3, a captain be like, I always just refer my decisions to Starfleet Command. You've got to have autonomous captains because your communications are subspace, so they're faster than your starship can travel, but you may still be hours or days from a transmission. I love that. That's
totally
great.
Agree. I think, and I think I said some of this last week as well, Harv Bennett's greatest contribution, in my opinion, was his ability to world build Star Trek beyond its simple premise from the original series of a lone ship on a 5-year mission, kind of rogue. It's just on its own, and then you had Star Trek 1, which introduces you to San Francisco, and there is a world out there, but the world building was very loose. And then Star Trek 2 hits, and suddenly Kirk has a place in Starfleet. There's accountability. There's regulations. There's all this stuff going on. And now in Star Trek 3, we come back home and we see Starfleet built out on Earth and to a much greater degree. And I think you were talking about in the future scenes with Grissom, they're still talking about regulations. And so the idea, the world building is very strong in Star Trek 2 and Star Trek 3. And I do think that they set the tone for the Star Trek world. Indefinite, like forever. Like they set that in motion, and we have just built off what they came up with in these two films ever since.
So now we see. So the next scene is them with the Admiral. I was looking up I was trying to scroll up through. I remember now that I can star things. So if I see things in the comments and I forgot to star things, so I can come back to them later if I'm not quite ready to say something. But somebody has mentioned it in the comments. Oh, okay, so wait a minute, I think I found it. So now I can use the starred side now because this is so I'm going to remember to do that. So if somebody says something in the comments that I want to break up later, I can star it, and that way I don't have to scroll back up. So yeah, this scene even bothered me as a kid. And I think somebody had said something about it. So even as a kid, I had a problem with this scene. You know, you were talking about, okay, we're going to oversee the refit of Enterprise, or Scotty says, I want you to, oversee, you're headed to Excelsior. Scotty says, no, I'd much rather oversee the refit of Enterprise. And that's when you get this weird line. To me, it's a weird line that the Enterprise is not going to be refit because it's 20 years old.
Right.
And so Phantom TM says this movie doesn't seem to know how old the Enterprise is. So this is a part that breaks world building. At the beginning of the original series, the Enterprise is already 10 years old. And by the time of the movie, they're all elderly. But then Tomocrat also brings up the point that decommissioning a ship that's only 20 years old, with the tech level, I think that would be way too short. And that was the point that was always brought up to me as well. Because, like, the director, or was it the director? It was not the director's commentary, but actually the commentary had from several different people. So I don't know if it was Nimoy who said that. It was like, military hardware after 20 years is, old. And I'm like,
that doesn't mean it's useless.
Well, I was like a capital ship. I mean, actually, somebody could look this up and give it to us. Like, how long has the AK-47 been in operation?
Oh, I mean, they still have B-2 bombers on duty.
B-2 bombers?
B-52 bombers, right?
I don't know. Somebody could we've got examples of military hardware that have been in use for a long time, and designs. I mean, the Tomcats. How long have the Tomcat? But that doesn't mean that the individual ship. But in regard to the individual ship, we're talking about a capital ship here. I mean, we're talking about a heavy battle cruiser, the Enterprise. And so I did look up. I was like, how long have we had? What's the oldest ship operating in the United States Navy? Well, actually, that's an interesting question. What is the oldest here? I know somebody in the comments is going to say it. What is the oldest commissioned ship in the United States Navy? Do you know, Doug?
I do not.
Somebody's going to tell me. Somebody's going to say it. I know they're going to say it.
It's got to be like is it a Revolutionary War era? What era is it? Isn't there like it's not like battle worthy? Don't they keep it around for
that? So that's why when I said what's the oldest commissioned ship, the oldest commissioned ship in the Navy is the USS Constitution. Okay, and that is a sailing ship. But they only take it out. So actually, this is beside the point. But all of the officers on board that ship wear 1800s uniforms.
Oh, cool.
So they all wear those uniforms. The USS Constitution, the world's oldest commissioned warship. It's a 3-masted wooden hull frigate that they take out and they spin. Is it in Boston Harbor? They rotate it. They go out on a voyage every year to rotate it so the sea will hit the other side of it. Oh, so it's when was it launched? It was ordered in 1794, laid down 1794, launched in 1797. Okay, jeez. So that ship is still around, but that's it, right? It's ceremonial purposes. So I knew when I said what's the oldest one. Well, technically that's the oldest one, but that was a ceremonial ship. But I actually wanted to know what's the oldest carrier, because in the original series, they named all of the ships after carriers. So like these are capital ships. So I was like, what kind of how long have carriers been in operation in the United States? And the USS Nimitz, which is a class vessel, the Nimitz class carriers. Yep. The Nimitz class carrier was laid down in 1968. And it was launched in 1972, which means that it has been afloat and is in use. I mean, the Nimitz goes places on operation stuff. I mean, that's a functional carrier today, not ceremonial like the Constitution.
Right.
But I mean, the actual functional ship, that's a 51-year-old ship. And we're not like about to get rid of the USS Nimitz or the Nimitz carriers. I mean, the Ford class are coming online. I guess that would be the equivalent of the new Excelsiors. The Ford class are coming online. But I mean, our carrier, we got 51-year-old carriers. So yes. So I forget, was it Tomocrat? It was like, it's kind of all that to say that line sticks out to me because it's unbelievable that first of all, right, the world building gets the age of the Enterprise wrong. Second of all, if it were only 20 years old, carrying a ship like that, I would expect that Starfleet would like design that ship to be in operation for.
Well, I don't know how you could justify the cost of building it if it's only going to have a 20-year lifespan.
Right.
I mean, these things are meant to endure for at least several generations of warfare, even if it's not the top of the line model. It doesn't mean it has no place on the battlefield. There might be a small theater where you want to deploy some sort of forward presence, and maybe the Enterprise is good enough because the bad guys can't put anything there to match you. Like, you still want these ships around. I mean, if the Earth was attacked that day, are you going to say that you're not going to send the Enterprise out there armed with phasers and photons to defend it? I mean, this thing was serviceable 3 weeks ago before Khan showed up.
And they had just spent a tremendous amount of money refitting it. I mean, the idea was, okay, we're going to take these Constitution class ships, and rather than replace them, it must be more cost effective to take the chassis of these ships and do an extensive refit. And so that ship had just been refit. Yeah,
they could have come up with a better line for why.
They needed a better line. Yeah, all of this, right? This is why this is a deep dive into this. That line. You had talked about kind of softening the blow of the Enterprise being. I would have had Scotty or somebody or some other engineer talk about how something, insert technobabble here, has been so operating, or you know, when you have to, you know, when your car gets totaled and you're like, man, it's not really that bad, but the car's totaled because like, you know, the frame is bent or something like that. And so, okay, well, the frame is actually bent, so I can't, you know, so that's why it was totaled, even though it doesn't look that bad. It needed to be some kind of line like that to tell you something with the engine or the warp core or something like that cannot be. Well, that would take them a little bit longer to get home, which maybe would have given more time for all of the stuff we were talking about in the beginning to happen and to transfer people off the ship. If it were slower, that actually would have been a reason to transfer people off the ship because people, you know, other ships would have come there. So there needed to be some other line. I would have had it to do with the battle damage.
Well, I would have even said, you know, the Enterprise needs an extensive inspection. You know, it was in proximity of the blast of a Genesis wave, which we don't know anything about. Let's see if there's any effect on this ship. But in the meantime, this ship is not going to be in service. We're taking it off the line to inspect it. I mean, you could come up with an answer for that doesn't involve decommissioning the Enterprise, because that's pretty permanent. Yeah. I think even to write that line, you're again, I think the line was written to help justify Kirk's decision to blow up the ship later.
Well, it's also a reason to get Scotty. I mean, it has its reason because it also gets Scotty onto the Excelsior so we can sabotage it.
Absolutely. Yeah, he's in a good spot for that.
Yes. So the scenes. So again, this movie does have scenes that if you have a scene, you have it for a reason that gets people to a certain place. Well, that happens several times.
Well, and it's interesting because this admiral, I think his name is Admiral Morrow. I remember as a kid just not liking this guy. He just always has bad news. It's like, hi, can I oversee the refit of the Enterprise? No, Kirk, we wanted to be on the Enterprise. We're going to destroy the Enterprise next. I mean, it's like, dude, this guy's got nothing good to talk about. It's like all bad news with this guy. Even later when Kirk's like, hey, can we go back to Genesis? No.
I'll get my own ship.
Yeah, that's out of the question. I love that was out of the question, Kirk. But yeah, here's an unlikable admiral who really says no to everything. You know, we just survived Star Trek II, and there's no hero's welcome. And the first guy you meet who's an authority figure is just given, like, he's just kind of shooting down all the hopes this crew had of a next step, basically, and reassigning them everywhere. But it also, to the world building point, it subordinates your lead characters to a higher authority. You know, this guy speaks for Starfleet. Kirk doesn't get to do whatever he wants. He doesn't get yeses. He gets no's. Scotty doesn't get what he wants. So there is value in that, but it certainly didn't make the character likable.
Right. And that's a case with a lot of the admirals.
Right.
Like
That's
even
true.
the Next Generation stuff like that. I mean, that's a role that a lot of the admirals play. I mean,
Yeah.
I know there's a joke about one of the admirals in Star Trek: The Next Generation being Admiral Bitch. That every time she shows up, whatever's going on, she is not going to be happy about.
Admiral Holdo.
Well, that's a different thing.
Sorry, I got mixed up. Sorry, guys.
So then we go to the Klingons looking at the. Actually, hold on. I'll let you look. I'm gonna grab another beer. So
Sure.
See what people are saying. I'm gonna grab another beer. Be right back. Then we'll look at the Klingons looking at Genesis.
Right. So around this time too, we get to see Kirk's condo, with the view of the Golden Gate Bridge out there, and they're drinking some sort of red alcohol. So it's not Romulan ale, which what a missed opportunity that was. It's got to be blue. It's like if you're gonna have milk in Star Wars, it better be blue. If you're drinking liquor in Star Trek, it should be that clear crystal Romulan ale. But anyway. They do a toast, and they kind of realize that there's a lot of uncertainty in the air, which seems to be the predominant feeling in that toast. Where I think Kirk says, "I can't get an answer." Like no one really knows what is next for the crew of the Enterprise. So it leaves the crew kind of in limbo, and it leaves us, the viewers, in limbo from a writing standpoint. And I have to say, as a writer now. The next scene, I really have come to appreciate because it establishes so much. And once again, the acting in the next scene is what saves it from what would otherwise be a ridiculous plot line. This little meeting, there's a doorbell, and Kirk thinks it's Mr. Scott, I think. And he goes
Right. He says, Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott.
Yeah. And he opens the door, and it's Sarek. It's Spock's dad. And I looked it up. I looked it up to double check, but I already knew the answer. This is the same actor who played Sarek in the original series. So
yeah.
Yes.
He played Sarek. I think it's Sarek. Sarek in the original series. Because that actor, man, what is his name? Leonard. Oh my God.
Mark Leonard.
Mark Leonard. So he is a major Star Trek icon because he played the Romulan commander in one of the best, the Next Generation and best original series episodes where they were like doing submarine warfare where they find the Romulans. He played the Romulan commander on that.
Wow.
And then he played as well Sarek's father in the original series. So he played a couple of different things. And then he is also the Klingon in the motion picture.
I just found that out yesterday. When I was scrolling through his filmography, it said Klingon Commander, Star Trek: The Motion Picture. I was like, "What? That was Sarek. That was Spock's dad. Was he the guy that was like in the beginning who was like, ish, like firing, or was he the guy that was like, get out of here? Do you know which Klingon Commander he played?
I want to say he was the commander of the main Klingon ship.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Yeah. So that's interesting. So he's the only actor to play a Romulan, a Klingon, and a Vulcan.
God bless him.
He's a mainstay in Star Trek, and of course he got to come back for the Next Generation as well because he was in the Next Generation.
Yes,
playing
that's
Spock's
right.
dad.
Yes, well, but I think this is his first return as Sarek to the films, if I'm correct. Right? He wasn't in Star Trek 1 or 2. So he was in Star Trek 1 as the Klingon commander, but not as Sarek. Now he is Sarek returning to the films, I think, for the first time. I can't think of any scene with him in Star Trek.
No, you're right. Yeah, this is his first appearance as his dad. Right.
And let me tell you, his acting in this scene is incredible because it's very difficult to come in with such authority. And he's not a member of Starfleet. Okay. So he comes in. Kirk gets the impression, he dismisses the rest of his crew. It's kind of funny. You see the crew walking by, kind of looking at Sarek, kind of like, thanks for ruining our party, pal.
Yeah, I know, because he's like, I need to speak with him alone. And he's like, Kirk's like, well, all right.
Can I finish my drink first? But Sarek just absolutely dominates this scene. Kirk is on his back heels, and Shatner's acting again, and this is very, very, very good. So Sarek has a very authoritative, assertive parental tone in this. And he's accusing Kirk of terrible things. And Kirk is blindsided by these accusations to the point of really not knowing where this hostility is coming from, and is trying to keep his cool while defending himself, while also trying to figure out what the hell Sarek is talking about. Because Sarek basically says, you screwed over my son Spock. You killed him. You left him to die. And Kirk is like, what? How is that possible? Like, he's like, I couldn't have. And he's like, he gave himself, Sarek is telling him, like, he asked you to return to Vulcan. And Kirk is like, no, he didn't ask me to return to Vulcan. So this back and forth is excellent because Sarek is so convinced, like mindlessly, he doesn't even question himself, convinced that Spock would have put his Katra into Kirk.
It's like, and it's interesting to see a Vulcan get heated.
Yes, but he's heated in the perfect way. It's a parental, assertive tone, parental and assertive, without being genuinely out of control, angry. So I think for a Vulcan, he played that perfectly in that scene. He asked you, he trusted you
with everything that was not of the body.
yeah, exactly. And Kirk is like, so. Line, help, I don't know what you're talking about. So again, so Sarek realizes at some point that Kirk has no clue what we're talking, like he's not in this conversation. So that's where he's like, Kirk, can I share your thoughts? And one thing I noted in this movie, I think for the first time, where I made it a note, we talked about it extensively last week, the gravity of the Spock death scene. Even though it's only been 2 years since that movie came out. So this is 1984 for Star Trek 3. Star Trek 2 is 1982. It's only been 2 years from theater to theater. And yet this movie is extremely self-aware that this death scene holds so much gravity. They refer to it about 5 or 6 times, literally reciting the dialogue. The movie Star Trek 3 opens with the black and white total replay of the entire scene, even through the eulogy. To your point that the eulogy is an extension of the scene. And then they refer to it again here, or where Sarek, by reading Kirk's thoughts, begins to say Spock's lines. And Kirk, and it's a pretty touching, it's a brilliant way to relive a scene from a movie standpoint. Kirk begins to say his lines again, almost as if traumatically reliving the moment, And Sarek, of course, realizes, he's like, forgive me, it's not here. I assumed he mind melded with you. It's the Vulcan way when the body's end is near. And Kirk says, we were separated. He couldn't touch me. So I don't know if you had any other thoughts about that. I just thought that the acting and the great dialogue made up for an otherwise flimsy plot device, technically.
I think you were completely right on that. And it is Mark Leonard's. We got praise for him in the comments I'm seeing too.
Oh, good.
Again, it's another scene. And when you're hearing the director's commentary, they're always talking about budget. That Leonard Nimoy is saying again, the budget for this movie, like we just didn't have a budget. Like he couldn't go on location. There was nothing like that. And so we have these plot elements. We talked about the ghost scene with Kirk and McCoy, and then this scene is another one really important. So this movie does, in order to sell this plot, it requires again two actors together having a really intense scene that have got to sell it. And if they don't, then the movie's not going to work. And in both cases, they did, and it did work.
And Sarek, this is and it's interesting because he's saying it like this is a cultural Vulcan expectation. And we'll get to it, but later in the film, they're like, what you ask has not been done for ages past. So I was never really sure where this fit on the spectrum of Vulcan culture. Is this myth? Are we talking Vulcan mythology that Sarek is willing to throw the Hail Mary because it's his son's life? Or is this something that is a little bit more ritualistic and expected?
Yeah. Okay. Now, see, that was where I was going to go next, because I was going to say, okay, now with the plot here, because, okay, I don't want to. I don't want to say we jumped ahead, but okay, we saw the Klingons look at Genesis and then saying, okay, we're going to go take this. We're headed to Genesis. It's a weapon. We're going to go take this. Then we moved to the Grissom, where Savick and David are scanning the planet, and they find Spock's the photon torpedo tube, which is his, the photon torpedo tube, which is Spock's
Right.
burial. And we know because of the scene that Meyer did not want to shoot and sent somebody else to shoot at the end of Star Trek II that Spock's photon torpedo tube had landed on the Genesis planet.
Right.
So that was there, and then but nobody else really knows that. We know that as the audience because of that scene, but that wasn't something that it was known in universe. It wasn't known in universe apparently until David and Savick discover it on board the Grissom. So there's also so there is some weirdness of the plot here that is forgivable because you don't think about it until you really start to think about it. Because first of all, I started to wonder, okay, Spock had a burial at sea. I mean, effectively. But did he have to? Like, would Kirk, because that scene is so perfect and everything, but then when you see Spock's dad show up, it's like, yeah, wait a minute. Couldn't they have just kept him in the ship's morgue? And wouldn't you take him to Vulcan?
I have wondered about that, if it's a naval thing. Maybe someone in the chat knows, but I've wondered about this too. Is this a naval tradition that you don't come home and get buried or stored in a morgue, that you are buried at sea if you're a sailor? Because remember in the movie Alien, the first one, Kane dies, and what do? They just jettison his body out into space. And I remember thinking, whoa, what are you guys doing? Like, save that body. Like, he needs to be studied. So I don't know. There might be a naval tradition that you must get buried at sea, which carried into Starfleet. I'm not sure, but
I thought, and I was like looking at this, like, okay, apparently you can actually request to just be buried at sea. Anyone can be buried at sea as long as the burial occurs at least 300 nautical miles from shore and at least in 600 feet of water, according to federal regulations. But I thought that burial at sea was something that you did because, okay, you might be on a ship and people are going to be dying. And if you're not going to be home for several years, what do you do with a body? Like, you can't keep the body on board your ship.
That's what Sable Phoenix is saying.
Right. Burial at sea if no port is scheduled. Right. Yeah. So it says lash the corpse of the hull and it's perfectly preserved. Is that the case if you go warp speed? Lash the hull? I'm not sure. So yeah, but it seems like I mean that's questionable. It's really forgivable. But like if you're headed, like how long could Starfleet preserve a body? Like, it totally makes sense for them to have protocols for burial at sea. Totally makes sense, especially given like when I was talking about being so far out that your communication and you're not hit. But in this case, it seems like we're battle damaged. We got a weird planet situation. We're headed back to Earth.
Well, the technology would support freezing the body and preserving it indefinitely, really. Or beaming it somewhere if you wanted to. But my assumption, what I think the author is saying is that they continued that tradition, even if technology allowed something else. It suggests that tradition has remained. So whether we could debate whether it's a good tradition to maintain or not, it sounds like most people would say, no, we should change that tradition.
Well, it only comes up because it's like, yeah, wait a minute, they were headed home anyway, and now all of a sudden, because you never think about that in Star Trek II. I would never thought because it works so well. It's only until his dad shows up that you're like, oh yeah, like don't you get to? But apparently not. But okay, but the issue is. Like, again, thinking about it, and this is really getting it, but okay, they only discovered in the previous scene, Starfleet only discovered that, oh my God, Spock's sarcophagus, basically, his casket is on Genesis, but Kirk doesn't know that. And also Sarek wouldn't know that. Like, correct. In that scene. And so Sarek says, you need to bring both McCoy and Spock to, but like what they need to go look for a photon torpedo tube that's like lost someplace in space.
That's the mission.
Right. Yeah, that's the mission. They don't it's subtle. It's subtle, but it's there. But it's forgivable. I think that's forgivable. That they've got to go back to Genesis, because you as the audience did discover that in the previous one. That Star Trek, that the Starfleet knows that because they just got discovered. But it is a little bit of a plot. I mean, that's a plot hole. How did Kirk know that the sarcophagus was on Genesis and not just someplace headed in that direction?
I think it's not a perfect plot hole. I think it's an unlikely. What they're basically saying is that Kirk is just going to go and hope that it's soft landed. Like, he's got to exhaust that as a possibility before he abandons this idea. But that's pretty thin.
It's a pretty thin hope. And what he's not looking for a regenerated Spock. He's looking for Spock's corpse.
Spock. Yeah, actually, he'd be looking for radiation burn Spock.
He would be looking for radiation burn Spock's corpse. And probably, man, this gets worse as we sit here and talk about it. Maybe, see, this is one of those things that maybe is better not thought about. Because, yeah, he's looking for a radiation burn Spock's corpse. That probably that photon torpedo tube is not actually set up to, like, cryo freeze that body for a burial at sea. Ugh. So he's looking for potentially a decomposed, radiated Spock's corpse. How does that help? How does that help Sarek?
I don't know. I mean, maybe if we're lucky, the Genesis wave will regenerate Spock. Which it does.
Maybe if we're lucky, that's what happens. No, yeah. See, so Piano TM says it's not a plot hole. The Enterprise is shown shooting the sarcophagus into the Genesis atmosphere. So you think they deliberately shot it onto Genesis?
Well, but
maybe they did. Maybe they did. Maybe that's the answer. Maybe they deliberately had it land on.
Well, I don't think it's a plot hole. A plot hole is something that is irreconcilable. This is more like a bad plan that makes it to the finish line. It's like this plan should have had more questions involved in the dialogue. Like, a good thing to do is when you have a tough plot and you want your characters are going to do something that might be hard to swallow. It might be hard to believe. At least have the characters discuss all the pot. I think we had one. We'll beam aboard, stop it in Star Trek 2. And he's like, you can't. And at least the author showed us that it was thought of. In this case, they did not have any of those discussions. Well, what kind of condition will Spock be in? What if he's gone? What if he burned up in the atmosphere? You could have at least had some dialogue thrown into the discussion, and maybe Sarek says anything can be used, or I don't know. I don't know. I mean, but you could have tried to at least address it through dialogue.
Because it also makes me wonder, like, because if Spock had been, like I said, this gets increasingly gruesome. But okay, let's say that you're right, and I don't like that you said that I was using the plot hole incorrectly, because I'm often critical of the way people use the term plot hole. So now so I'm going to be careful of that for now. So you used it as something that was irreconcilable. Okay, I'll remember that for our future discussion, because I got accused of using the term plot hole wrong. So I'm going to have to pull out my Chekhov voice and say, I am offended.
Spock's burial tube is on Genesis.
So, all right, because I also don't want to use that word wrong either, because a lot of people on YouTube do use the term plot hole for things that are just completely not plot holes.
Yeah, and there's a big spectrum for bad plot, and plot hole being one of those.
Yeah, but I had thought that, okay, maybe because, okay, like I said, if we're thinking about this even further, because I had been thinking that, well, maybe if a Vulcan knows that their death is near, they mind meld with somebody, but it's not as traumatic to have the Katra put into them as it is with another human. Like that's, that Spock, McCoy is going crazy because he's got this Vulcan thing going on. But if you're another Vulcan and another Vulcan does that to you, it's an easier process, because you're not expecting reunification with the body, because the body's going to die because it hasn't been done in a long time.
It's like Windows and Mac, two different operating systems.
Right. Yeah. Right. Yeah. The Leonard, Spock and McCoy are Mac and Windows are trying to get on. But then maybe, because if they weren't going to be able to get Spock's body back, and if it were actually decomposed, then maybe Sarek would be like, bring McCoy to Vulcan. A Vulcan will mind meld with McCoy. Maybe me, maybe Sarek. and take that from him, and we'll get the Spock continuation going on, which maybe would not have been as as ancient and impossible as a refusion, because like you're not really like, how often do you get the body back that's like especially walking around? So the Genesis effect is a really weird situation. So the Vulcans must have this thing go on when the body dies.
Yeah, I would say, and the movie is put together through several series of very unusual plot lines. So to me, the plot lines are weak, but in my opinion, saved through really good, I would say, decent writing and good dialogue, and really good acting.
And really good acting. Robert says that since the Vulcans are given an almost magical quality, Sarek must know his son is there. So that could also be
that could have been solved through dialogue. So now, just to be fair, I'm as a writer, now that's a good idea. Who just put Robert Romano?
That was Robert Romano. Yeah.
So that's a great idea, but the writer didn't do it. And one of the rules that we were supposed to live by anyway is you can't have the fans fix the plot holes with great ideas. You can't. I guess you can, but the rule is the writer should have been doing that. So I love that idea, and I think that actually would have been one of the best ways to solve it, is for Kirk to say something like, "But how do we even know?" And then Sarek cut him off. "He's alive, Kirk. I felt him."
It's almost like a force thing. That would have solved it. He's alive. I felt him.
Right.
You must go to Genesis. Oh, that would have been a really cool line with how powerful the scene is. Oh yeah.
Agreed. I think that would have made it even better, because now if Kirk knows he's alive, it takes the uncertainty out of why we're doing this, and it would replace it with absolute certainty on why we're doing this. Like, I'm definitely doing this. I'm going to go all the way. I'm going to defy Starfleet. I'm going to risk everything because Sarek says he's alive. So, Robert, that is a great idea. My thing is, you came up with a good idea. The writer missed it, and that falls on the writer. The writer can't miss those things. So anyway, these, by the way, are part of the reason that Star Trek 3 wobbles. And I think wobbles a little bit and may not have landed as well with fans and viewers, because a well-written, neat plot with good acting, with good dialogue, with all the same good attributes tends to stand the test of time. So this wobbles a little bit, and I think it's due to hard to accept plot lines. I mean, as a kid, I just accepted almost all of it. Maybe that's why it's easy for me to kind of grow into it as I've gotten older. But technically, when you break it down, these are tough sells for plot lines.
Oh, I mean, when I was a kid, I accept. That's the reason I've got the 1960s Batman in the beginning of this. Because when I was a kid, I watched the Adam West Batman, and I was just like, "This is Batman." Like, this is serious. I mean, I'm watching Batman here. So yes, as a kid,
yeah. Well, I mean, it sticks with you. So, I do think that this, at least for me, the movie gets away with a little bit of bad plotting because I love the characters so much and I love the story anyway. But when you break it as a writer, I would have a hard time defending these writer to writer.
So we do have some comments on. So yeah, James Bacon says, when some people say plot hole, they usually mean defied internal logic. A lot of people do use it that way. That there's something that's already been established. You're right, and to me, that's not a plot hole.
That's a contradiction.
That's a contradiction, right? Retro Nerd Girl. Hey, Retro Nerd Girl says, I try not to use the term plot hole as well because it can be touchy. It's used for a lot of the wrong things. Piano TM says, I hate the term plot hole. A plot hole is one thing, but people look for them everywhere. They're obsessed. Yeah, people will use also for like small inconsistencies or something that's missed or something that's not. Right. It's a story. Why are you deliberately trying to ruin it? To me, a plot hole is something. But I thought is that they should have known something.
Right. What I'm saying is, it could, like Robert just proved, a fan could string together a reasonable theory on why, but that means that the film or the story did not. And that to me is a weakness of storytelling, not a plot hole. A plot hole, I think, is a little bit closer, in my opinion, to what James said. It's something that is irreconcilable in terms of the storytelling. It cannot be true. It can't be true because it is for example, and I made a note here, we'll get to it in a second. they don't use money in the 23rd century. Bones has lines in the coming money I got, money you name that one guy.
Oh, yeah, sure. They do talk about money in this, right?
So they talk about money. So that would be close to a plot hole. I would say that that's just inconsistent dialogue. So
Well, we don't have that weird dialogue about not having money until the next movie anyway.
Totally.
So here we would just assume they have money
right. But again, I am very limited on when I actually jump in and say this is an official plot hole. Even that I would regard as inconsistent dialogue. It doesn't make sense. It's not vibing, but I wouldn't call it a plot hole.
I will often use plot hole when you've got a situation where the characters should know something and there's an obvious solution presented to them, but for some reason they don't ever take it and they don't acknowledge it. They don't bring it up. Why didn't you just do this?
Well, yeah, this happens all the time in movies where a character knows something and just refuses to tell anybody, and there's no reason for it. That's just bad characterization. That's not necessarily a plot hole. Like in Ant-Man 3, Michelle Pfeiffer's character, she knows all about this stuff and just refuses. She goes, I just don't want to talk about it. She just never tells anybody. That's not really, if it's dangerous to the degree that it is in Ant-Man 3, then you should talk about it. Right. It's just bad writing. And so that's where I'm at. And Piano TM said something that I agree with. He says the plot. So
this one right here.
Yeah, I regard a lot of this as inconsistent writing, poor writing in places, or things that, as a writer, not as a Star Trek fan, it gets past a lot of my Star Trek fan stuff. But as a writer, I wouldn't want to defend these, and I would regard them as petty. I agree, like kind of annoying mistakes, in my opinion.
Now, Neutral Master says bad decisions by characters are not plot holes. Now, I agree with that.
I agree with that too.
Bad decisions. Bad decision. That's not a plot hole.
I like when characters make bad decisions. Yeah. Actually, a lot of times, bad decisions is what leads to the character's growth. But bad decisions that it's hard for the audience to follow. Like I just saw a commercial. They were making a joke out of horror films when they're like, there's a car with the keys in the ignition and the door's open. Let's go in that. And he's like, no, let's hide behind the chainsaws instead. Like that is a bad decision that I can't get there. Like as a viewer, I'd be like, no, you'd go in the car. Like,
it's, yeah, I agree. It's the problem when I would start to use the term plot hole is if you got the character coming in to make a decision, and because of the internal stuff that's already been set up in the story, this is the obvious solution. This is what you should choose that resolves the whole situation. But for some reason, the character makes a bad decision that does X that's never explained. You've got to set up that bad decision for a reason why they're making it like this. But if it's never set up and it's implied the character has that information or should have that information, they're like, why didn't they? If they just did X, then they would have solved it. They can make a bad decision, but you have to motivate that bad decision.
Well, Heath, interesting. What taught me this is role playing RPGs. When I was a dungeon master, there's times where, as a dungeon master, the overarching plot in ways that the other characters don't. And every now and then I got myself in situations where I had a character that they captured or something that knew the whole plot. And I would have the character, this is when I was younger, the character would be like, I can't tell you right now. I was like, just trust me, guys, trust me. You'll figure it out later. And I realized like, you can't have that problem. If you capture the character and he knows the plot, either don't have him capture that character or reveal only bits, solve it as a writer from a story. Because dungeon masters or game masters are storytellers to some extent. You don't have full control over the story because the player characters are going to start changing directions and things. But I learned it in role playing that you cannot have characters withhold vital information that they know for no reason. That's a mistake. That's a mistake in storytelling.
While we're just talking about everything in this movie, for something in the scene when Kirk says, okay, let's go. And so Kirk brings up the footage to review to see what actually happened.
Which is a third time we've relived the exact scene from Star Trek 2. The black and white in the beginning, the mind meld, and now the security camera.
So that was in the beginning, that was Harv Bennett. So Harv Bennett was back on this. And he said, we have to have that beginning, though, is there. He said, because that's a television thing. because he didn't want to assume that people had seen Star Trek 2 if new people were coming in. So Harv Bennett in the director's commentary, he's not the director, but the commentary is watching. Harv Bennett specifically said that scene is there because his television mind won out. And he said, I have to recap that so that people know what's happened if they have not seen that movie.
I thought it was brilliant. I love when I click play on Star Trek 3 that, after the overture, you get that scene and it brings you right back into Star Trek 2. And then, it kind of like speeds through it a little bit. And it goes from black and white to color and then into the movie. So I love that decision on the part of Harv Bennett.
But the thing that I have thought about for years, when seeing this scene with Sarek and Kirk reviewing that footage again, is that means that what we saw is actually in-universe security camera footage from the Enterprise.
It almost looks like it was well directed. The choreography was really good with it. It almost looked like movie scenes.
Right. It almost looked like a movie scene. Right. But it's because, what else are you going to do? You would have to reshoot it to be like from a security camera perspective, which I guess is actually what I would do. But it's weird. And this is one of the things that I have thought about for years, that Kirk brings up the actual movie footage as if it's in-universe security camera footage of the engineering of the Enterprise.
Scene cuts and everything. Yeah, you're not going in there. If I were to direct it, and again, who knows what the budget constraints were, I would have loved to have refilmed that from a single camera point of view.
That's what I would have done too.
Or even multiple. You could put multiple cameras in a single take and get all the security footage you need and have Shatner and Nimoy do the scene again. That would have been freaking awesome. I'll tell you, as a viewer, remember Back to the Future Part 2? I loved when we went back in time and we saw the same moments of the first Back to the Future reshot and reconstructed from different angles. I loved it. So I never really thought about it. I always thought it was funny that he did the movie scenes, but now that we're talking about it, I would have loved to have seen a new angle on that famous moment in Star Trek 2.
Yeah, I think you would have tried to take it in one take. You don't actually have to do the whole death. Well, I don't know when he started. But you get some of it because he goes back and whatever. But yeah, I would have reshot it, and you could have even had Kirk bring up and have like all four different, like when you got shot
exactly
have all, and he's looking for like what the right one is or something like that. So yeah, it's weird that we saw in-universe stuff implied.
Yeah. But it's a low budget way to get that in there too.
It's a low budget way to do that. And we reused the Genesis animation.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we reused that, and that was something that was really cool at the time. So they reused that. They reused this as well. That's Stable Phoenix says that always bugs me too. I hate security camera footage that's shot and edited like a movie set. Exactly. Like what?
Wait, hold on a second.
So then we cut down to David and Savick.
Well, real quick, I wanted to mention one thing that you usually focus on.
Okay.
And it's your focus on it makes me focus on it even more.
I wonder what this is. This is exciting.
Kirk is a willing hero in this.
Oh, I meant to say that.
Yeah.
I meant to see that. Yes, again, that was in my notes. Yes. Once again, that Sarek is also the herald in here. So that Sarek is the herald who is the call to adventure. So that scene is also the call to adventure.
Yep, absolutely.
That's where we are. I would say this is the hero's journey. And Kirk is again a willing hero.
Yes. Absolutely. Because he goes, in fact, his language is very strong. He's like, I'll find a way. He's like, what does he say? Help me out. He's like, he basically says, he says whatever it takes, as surely as if it were my very own. Like, right? Doesn't he say like, for Spock's soul? He says that at the end, as surely it was, but he also has very strong language in this moment that's escaping me right now. But he is very emphatic with Sarek that he is going to go after Spock.
Yes.
So And it was so emphatic that I made the note. I was like, "This is a willing hero. This guy's not refusing the call, even a little bit." And when he talks to Admiral Morrow in that bar area, he's really strong. He's like, "I'll hire a ship." Like he's emphatic there. And then at the end of the movie, he's like, "But at what cost, Kirk? Your ship, your son." And he goes, "If I hadn't done it, the cost would have been my soul." So Kirk at no point in this film questions his decision to accept the call to adventure.
Yes. That is an excellent point, because I did have that. So yes, you will find a way, Kirk.
Yep. Robert's right. Sarek doesn't doubt Kirk at all.
Sarek does not. Right. Yes, I will. What does he say here? I'm looking at this. I swear.
Yeah, I swear. I mean, that is someone who is. It's almost like the blood oath. He's cutting his hand and making a blood oath right now to go after Spock at all costs. Which
I want to talk to Cameron about that.
What's that?
I want to talk to Cameron about this point.
Well, a willing hero works if it works with the story. I would say here's one way to think about it. If it is an immature or inexperienced hero, more likely he would balk. And we've had this discussion in different angles before.
Yeah.
And it's made me think about it a lot. But here, Kirk is not an inexperienced or immature. He's a veteran.
Right.
He's a veteran hero, and his best friend is in trouble and maybe can be saved. So no doubts. No doubts for Kirk.
But even in a situation where there are no doubts like that, and the heroes can be willing, often you embody the refusal in another character. But we don't even see that here. I can't come up with another character that is the refusal of the call.
There is.
The Admiral. Okay.
The Admiral. When Kirk is like, I want to go to Genesis, the Admiral's like, out of the question, Kirk. So that guy is saying no. He's like, I'll try. He's like, no, you can't. Genesis is an international controversy. So in that sense, you have a character who's absolutely against.
No. Okay. See, I don't think that's embodying the refusal of the call. I think the Admiral is one of the threshold guardians.
Oh, I think you're right. I think that makes more sense.
You're right. I agree with you. As an agent of that threshold guardian, the captain of the Excelsior is going to play that role more directly. I don't think in order to
threshold guardians.
Yeah, to embody. I think that the ultimate threshold guardian to get us out of Act 1 is the captain of the Excelsior. But so in order to actually embody the refusal of the call, we would have to have somebody who talks about like, aren't you going to go save Spock? No, I can't. Because of blah, blah, blah. It'll be the risk to my career, blah, 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 and balks. That would have to be what that is.
Or a foil, just a character who tries to talk Kirk out of it. Like, hey,
yeah, exactly.
It's not worth risking your career, Admiral, or, think about all that you've earned. You're going to throw all that away. Like that would have been an embodiment of the refusal of the call. You're right. I agree with you. The Admiral is more of a threshold guardian than an embodiment of the refusal of the call.
Would that have made it stronger? I'm actually now thinking that would make it stronger. So if Kirk says, I swear, so we're going to have him be a willing hero. And he says, I swear, I'm going to go at that. Nobody ever says, no, Kirk. It might be a stronger movie if somebody actually embodied the refusal of the call and actually made clear what exactly was going to happen before he decides to steal the Enterprise.
Yeah, because even after they steal the Enterprise, when the entire crew is on there, he's like, me and Dr. McCoy have to do this. The rest of you do not.
But they don't ball.
And they're like ready to go.
So actually, I think it would have been better if there had been I think it would have been improved if there had been a character that had embodied the refusal of the call. That would strengthen the movie.
But Captain, you would lose your admiralship.
You're going to lose everything. There needed to be somebody to say that to embody the refusal of the call. Sable Phoenix, thank you so much for the $10. That was a good scene. Kirk and Sarek talking about how Spock would have found a way. Then at the end, Sarek putting his faith in Kirk. You will find a way.
Oh, that's a great man. Sable
That's
Phoenix,
a great point. Sable Phoenix is on top of it again. I'm just gonna grab a beer.
I love that. That's actually a great point that I never caught that they repeat the dialogue or parallel the dialogue. Spock would have found a way. Like Kirk gets a second win there, and he's like, "What if he joined with someone else?" And then Sarek saying, "You will find a way, Kirk." Great point, because Sarek to me really does embody a paternal presence. Like even today, I'm 47 years old. When I'm watching it, when I'm watching Sarek talk to Kirk, I'm like, man, this guy means business. Sarek is a man to be reckoned with in this scene. Like, you better listen, better figure out, if you don't understand, you better figure out what he's getting at, because he's coming at you, and he's talking about his son. So, this is a serious topic. And then at the end, to get that faith from Sarek, that you will find a way. What a great vote of confidence from that character who's been very assertive.
Not only that Spock would have found a way, and both put their faith in that, then Sarek transfers that faith to his son's best friend.
I mean, that's an endorsement of the highest level, especially a character that was so intimidating, not from a villain. Obviously, he wasn't villainous and intimidating. He was paternal and intimidating. And, he changes his tone with Kirk and puts all of his faith in him. I think that's a great observation. And I love that you just pointed out that the language is the same from Spock would have found a way to I know you will find a way. That's great. That's going to help me enjoy that scene a few more ticks up, knowing that there was a parallel there.
Okay, so the critical scenes remain the ghost scene and this one. These are the ones that are making this movie go.
These are the ones that took a difficult, if not bad, plot line and sold me on them. Unlike the plot line of the Enterprise being decommissioned, to your point, that was a bad. It didn't get the sale there. And what was the other one we just said? How did Kirk know that Spock could even be retrieved? Handled less well. That was not handled well.
Since we're still talking about this amazing scene, I wonder, because people have talked about like that they became doctors because of the McCoy character, like people writing to DeForest Kelley, or people writing to James Doohan saying that you're the reason I became an engineer, and all of that. I wonder how many people became ambassadors or joined the diplomatic corps because of Sarek. Because to me as a kid, Sarek is the guy who makes being an ambassador cool.
Man, and there's no better character to have played the Vulcan ambassador. Like, they nailed it with giving that to Sarek, and his role is expanded even more as the Vulcan ambassador in Star Trek 4. Very clearly, he's a critical character in that, to the point of getting involved on Kirk and Spock's behalf. And again, in Star Trek 6, he's sitting there with the Klingon president of the Federation and the Romulan ambassador.
So I wonder. Hasn't he passed away? Has he passed away?
I want to say he has.
I want to say he has too. I wonder if he ever got a letter. I'd really like to know from somebody who was like, "You're the reason I joined like the U.S. diplomatic corps because I just loved Sarek." Because he's the one who probably like clued me in as a kid to what an ambassador is.
Wow.
Completely.
Let me see. Hold on. I'm looking up.
Piano TM confirms that Mark Leonard has passed away. That's what I thought.
1996.
He passed away in 1996?
96. So right after. Well, I remember watching Star Trek 6 and thinking to myself that he looked pretty withered. He was much more withered in his scenes. He was smaller. And I remember thinking he looked a lot older in Star Trek 6, which was 1991. So 5 years after Star Trek 6 is when Sarek, Mark Leonard, passed on.
Okay. So he's been gone for a while. I thought he was gone, but yeah. Okay. So that's been a while. But yes, so he definitely had an impression on me, and for this,
me too. And he was great. Anyway, he was great.
Cheers to him, Mark Leonard.
Hey, cheers,
everybody. This one is to Mark Leonard.
Man, that's awesome.
Now we beam down to the planet.
One comment I have to say, if there's one thing I really detest about Star Trek 3, it's the sets for the planet Genesis. I can't stand the Genesis planet sets. I mean, if they filmed it in Hawaii, I guarantee, like, I'm assuming that budget was no thing, but those sets look so fake to me. The vegetation and the snow.
Yeah.
It really bothered me. That was the one thing
they don't sell that. They don't sell it well. That's like what I was saying when they beam down. It starts when they beam down, but it gets worse as the planet starts to deteriorate. And yeah, that's not sold well. It was a budgetary thing. Somebody on the director's commentary was like, we should have shot that. I mean, it's probably why, is that why you brought up Hawaii? That we should have shot that in Hawaii. I wanted to shoot that in Hawaii, but there
That's
was
not why,
no
unless if I did, it's subconscious. I don't remember reading that, but that's what is in my head. So maybe I did read it, but yeah, Hawaii or a desert or a snow, like Norway for snow, like it just, I think the entire movie could have been sold to me. The Genesis planet could have been sold to me if it looked like an actual planet. The fakeness of the planet just always jarred me. It was like, well, they're not really on any planet, obviously, you know?
Yes. Yeah, I completely agree. That the budget situation in this movie, because they shot every scene, they said, except for one on a soundstage. They couldn't go
like
anywhere.
it.
But this was burned. It almost burned down.
Did you hear the story about William Shatner in that?
That they were talking about that in the director's commentary that Shatner was saving it.
So I was reading this. So the set caught on fire and multiple sets were burning. And William Shatner grabbed a hose and was like fighting this fire and trying to put it out and everything. And what's even funnier to me is a couple of years later, like, Shatner, you know, that was amazing. That was heroic. You were fighting a fire. And he's like, well, the truth is, I was scheduled to also shoot TJ Hooker. And it's the shooting for that started right after Star Trek 3. So if the sets burned down, it would delay it and I would lose income because I wouldn't be able to make it to TJ Hooker. So he's like, God damn, put these fires out. So he was like, we are not delaying this production shoot. I've got TJ Hooker waiting for me.
And somebody had said, I guess it was, I don't remember who it was, but on that, it was like, if this burns down, then maybe we get to go to Hawaii. But it just wouldn't have been in the budget. And so if that had happened, who knows what would have happened.
That makes me think arson. There was a motive. They just revealed the motive. Oh yeah, the worms. I will say I love those evolved microbe things. They were
that's the stage one that we're about to see, stage one or stage two microbes, I guess. But that when they're sliding around, those I sell that sold that to me. Those
Same
little
here.
things that are like sliding around, whatever those were, and they didn't talk about it. I was looking for stuff on the commentary, but they sold those.
Yeah, those
in that fraction of a scene that were on screen for like a second and a half.
And it was probably just fishing lines. They were just pulling them to make them move around and stuff. But I like the microbes, and I mostly like that snake thing. It was pretty. There was parts of it that were a little off, but I always remember that scene where Krug
microbe phase 2 later when the Klingons beam down.
Yeah. So yeah, like Krug puts his thumb through its neck. And I love it. He pulls it off of him and he throws it down. He's like, nothing happened here.
And he ends up with nothing happened here. Right. And that was a guy's arm. The guy was talking about that who was doing the special effects. That was just some guy with his arm.
That's like old school practical effects.
Yeah, it was the same guy who's running the puppet of the dog on the Klingon ship.
Oh, really?
The dog is sitting there, and the guy who's operating the dog is in the captain's chair with his arm through the captain into the dog puppet.
Yeah, the dog hugs the chair a little bit, doesn't he?
Yeah, that's why the dog is always so close to the chair, because it's just something that he's in the captain's chair operating the dog. And then it was the same guy with his arm. He got more screen time with his hand in the worm. And
he's
then
like George Costanza. He's a hand model.
Right.
That's me in the dog's head. That's funny too. I always got a kick out of that dog because it's so grotesque looking. And I love when Krug is leaving the bridge and he's like, hey, feed him. And even the Klingon's like, doesn't want to. Even the Klingon's not interested in feeding that thing.
Those are the stories that I really love hearing from the commentary. Having done something very, very minor, The Cultists, 2 seasons of that, and the experience of that, I love the experience of making films like that. And there's so many things that you talk about and stuff like that. And I wish I could have been a part of all of this because of the story, the making of, what happens day to day on the set, trying to make something happen. And the guy who was talking about, right. So the dog, Piano TM says, the Targ, I talked about that above. I was so scared of the dog when I was little, but then when it dies, I got so sad.
Because it's like decapitated. It's like Hamlet with his head only.
But Karg, the Klingon captain, picks it up, and the guy who was in charge of special effects and that stuff, like, because there was the puppet that he was operating from in the chair, and then there was the, okay, he's dead and it's sitting there. And this is one of those things that when they're ordering props, it just says this, and like, okay, I made the prop to that specification, and there we go. So it was just like the dog laying there dead. So it was stiff, whatever. It was just the dog there dead, because that was a different thing. There we go, it's dead. But then Christopher Lloyd, right?
Yeah.
When the dog died, he wanted to have a moment with it. And so he picked up the dog and was like having a moment with the dog. Because I think that's part of it that's still in this, it's cut in. So he like picks it up or something like that.
Well, I remember he picks up the head and he's kind of like almost stunned. He has a little bit of a stunned look and he's just kind of holding the dog's head and he's realizing, he just got hit and the dog's dead.
But he couldn't pick it up. Like he was having that, right? They were rehearsing that. And he was like, let me go over there. And like, that was a Christopher Lloyd thing that he picked something up. And he and Nimoy, the director, were like, oh, this is good. Go with that. But the guy who was in charge of that dog was like, oh my God, you can't do that. It looks horrible because it's not supposed to be seen like that. So the guy was saying we were supposed to shoot after lunch. So we had all rehearsed and then we had lunch break and then we were supposed to shoot. But he was like, I didn't take my lunch break because I was running all over the place trying to fix up that dog carcass to actually make it look reasonable for him to pick it up. He said that I was like finding lead weights to put in the tongue so the tongue would hang. Because
the tongue is hanging out of its mouth.
Yeah, because it was not prepared for a shot like that. It was just supposed to be laying there. And then like in the last minute, the director and the actor decide, let's pick it up and let's have a moment with it and put it on screen. And the guy's going, oh my God, and is like not taking his lunch as he's trying to fix up this thing because in an hour it's got to be on camera doing something it wasn't supposed to do.
Well, it must have been semi-intuitive. Even Piano TM is saying that he was sad when he realized the dog died. So it humanized the Klingons a little bit, just a little bit.
So we get bad news with the Admiral. Kirk changes clothes into what is called his like lampshade shirt.
Yeah, I noticed that too. That's his Star Trek 4 uniform.
Yeah, and he wears that throughout Star Trek. They all have to have the same costume on.
That's right. That's right. Yeah. So yeah, his lampshade uniform, and he goes and he tries to get the Enterprise back, and he's doing it over a drink. So this is a very informal request to his superior officer, and the guy, Admiral Morrow's got it is out of the question, Jim. And it's so funny because it's so funny while the captain is kind of telling him, you'll destroy yourself. Kirk's just kind of staring off, and it's so funny because in his head, Kirk's like, screw this guy. Like, I'm okay. So I'm going to steal the Enterprise. Like, you can just see the wheels spinning in Kirk's head while this guy's like giving him a laundry list of why this is a bad idea. And then Kirk turns and he totally changes tone. He smiles. I had to try.
I had to try.
Yeah. And the guy's like, anytime.
Thanks for the drink.
Yeah. Thanks for the drink. And I love, it's the line that I always crack up at. They're all waiting for him kind of like off to the side. Like, what is the word? And he's like, the word is no. I am therefore going anyway. I love that line, man. It's that's a perfect Kirk line.
It is. I love that line too. I agree. Again, that's another thing that's done well. That line is done well. Word is no. I am therefore going anyway.
Yeah.
Now we cut to McCoy in the bar.
Yes.
Which is a weird scene.
It is weird. There's a lot of weird things with it.
The
waitress is not that hot. I don't know why.
The waitress is not that hot. Right?
That always bothered me. I'm like, why? But also the alien that they have that he's talking to has like, it's almost like they're like, what if we mixed a human face with a lionfish and we'll just put lionfish pieces on them. I even have a theory because this guy speaks weird where he's like, I say, do this and planet forbidden. And I'm like, is this their attempt to like do what George Lucas did with Yoda?
Well, like they said in the commentary that it was an ode to Yoda.
Oh, okay. I've always assumed that because I was like, okay, this is such a weird way of speaking. And Yoda has a weird way of speaking, but Yoda, it works. And with this character, I don't think it worked very
It's
well.
really weird.
It is.
But it is showing you a different side of the Star Trek universe.
It is.
Because like we saw the like the freight ship or something like that had sold the stuff earlier, which was a different side. The black market. So now here we are in a
lounge.
In a lounge where somebody's trying to charter an independent space flight, which is not something you often see in Star Trek.
Right.
All the starships are owned by large governments.
This is a black market deal, very similar to Luke and Ben Kenobi hiring Han Solo, the smuggler.
And it should have been darker. They talked about that. They had the airplane. You have the airplane game that they're playing. So I actually would have removed that because the director of photography was saying that this was supposed to be a much darker scene. We wanted there to be smoke in there and things like that. But we have these people playing this airplane game in there. And so the airplanes, we're talking about very, early special, not early special effects. We're talking about, the special effects of the day.
Right.
And it was like, we got these people who are supposed to be playing this hologram game. And so we can't have smoke because if you're shooting a plate, a solid plate to send to the special effects people, you can't have something like smoke drifting in the background. It's got to be a static plate to send to them. So they got rid of all the smoke and the darkness and things like that in order to, and very well lit, specifically so that the special effects guys could put that in. But I was thinking so just drop that. Don't have those people playing that weird game then. If that's the problem, and instead go ahead with the darker cantina-like atmosphere. So it was a weird compromise they made on this scene to put those video airplanes in.
Well, the video airplanes were a weird play because they were also like World War I biplanes. Yeah. So, the technology, the airplanes themselves are so outdated. It's just an awkward thing to add.
That I guess I'm okay with.
Well, what's funny is
because this is a historical game. Look, isn't this cool? It's something from there on Earth, something from whatever. But
it doesn't bother me until I start to dig into it. Like as a kid, it never bothered me or anything like that. But when you're talking about a black market deal from someone like McCoy, who's a high-ranking member of Starfleet, who's now going into this seedy place, I would have liked to have it feel a little bit more dangerous. The reason Lucas got it right, and I think these guys kind of got it wrong, is there is archetypal power to this type of a scene. To your point earlier, this is a threshold guardian.
And in a bar, which is very classic.
Right, which is an underworld, and in bars, I think they call it it's a strange, eclectic range of individuals in what they call a fragile state of truce. That has archetypal power. It's supposed to be dangerous. And again, Lucas had Luke get into a fight. Ben Kenobi cut off the guy's arm. This is a dangerous place. Han Solo has a shootout with Greedo. So this is the cantina had danger. This place looked more like a jazz lounge, like no danger at all.
Right.
It seemed like not a place I would go to. It's not like a dive bar. I don't know. It seems like a place that your grandparents would go to or something, it just didn't really hold that dangerous archetypal place of transition, of danger.
It's so interesting that you say that something about a fight here, because when I was watching the director's commentary, Nimoy says that this scene was supposed to end in a fight. That with that Starfleet officer and stuff like that, there was supposed to be a bar fight in this scene.
See, well, that would have been better.
It probably would have been better. But Nimoy says that I tried to shoot it. We shot it a number of different ways, and it just didn't work. I couldn't get it to work, and so it was dropped.
Well, it's possible that it didn't work in that setting because it doesn't look like a bar fight is likely in that place, in my opinion. Right. So you've got lounge music playing, you've got Starfleet security hanging out. Who goes to a black market deal where Starfleet security might be hanging out? And this guy was like, he wasn't even like that undercover. He was just like, hey, your voices are carrying.
I know. He was just having a drink over there.
Yeah. And he's hanging out. And then when he busts Bones, he's just like, hey, man, you probably don't want to talk about this. So he's not arresting him or anything like that. He's just saying, it's a bad idea to almost like, it's so lame. It's the lamest level of authority. Like, it's a bad idea to talk about illegal things since you're in Starfleet. It's like, that's it. Like, that's all you're going to do. Like, he's trying to charter a space. And then Bones is up. He's like, would I be trying to charter a space flight? This scene,
I do like that. I do like that line. That can I offer you a ride home? Where's the logic? And I do like that line. Where's the logic in trying to offer me a ride home? If I wanted a ride home, would I be trying to charter a space flight?
I was just going to say the line, and there's two great lines. Like, that was hysterical. And when he looks at how could you be deaf with ears like that?
And that was ad-libbed on set.
Oh, really?
Because of what the alien looked like. Because they didn't have when the alien looks like that with the giant ears, they added that line. They said in the commentary on set that how can you be deaf with ears like that? Because somebody was like, oh my God, what does this alien look like? We have to say something about that. Something about that.
Yeah, that's great because I thought it was hysterical, and Bones is pretty funny when he's all worked up in this scene. So I think Bones kind of saves the scene, the Vulcan mind
and
grip.
the trying to. I thought that was cool as a kid. I remember thinking that was cool as a kid. I was like, oh my God, he thinks he can do the Vulcan neck pinch because Spock's in his brain. I did think that was cool as a kid, which is kind of. I mean, it's funny, but I did remember really appreciating that as a kid.
Well, but he's kind of mixed because he's like, where's the logic? So he's half Spock, half Bones. So Bones is good in this scene, but I think the setting was wrong. I think the tone was wrong, and I think it did not match the gravity of what Bones is. Bones is getting himself in big trouble by having this discussion, or he should be. You've got a guy who could be, if this conversation were recorded and someone, I mean, think about today's political environment. You could take down anyone with knowledge of a back channel discussion like that.
I like this from Piano TM. It says, you want this seedy bar, but everyone is so law-abiding. Even the seedy alien refuses to break the law, even for money. Yes, right. So this is a seedy bar in Star Trek, right?
Yeah.
Because even the alien, we're going to need to get a permit for that.
Yeah, I was just going to say, even the alien's like, I'll do it, but I don't want, but you have to permits many. and then Bones is like, how can you get a permit for a damn illegal thing?
I like that. I mean, I like that line too.
It's great, but there's a mismatch.
There is a mismatch.
There's a mismatch to the tone the scene needed. And what actually, funny enough, now that you and I are talking, it's making me realize that Bones getting hysterical in an effectively funny way makes the scene worth keeping. If that wasn't in there, the scene would be horrible. If Bones wasn't making us laugh like this with good lines, one-liners, then the scene itself would be completely useless.
Well, okay. I had actually asked myself as I was watching this, what is the purpose of this scene? So
get another starship to Genesis.
No. The purpose of the scene is to get McCoy in prison. Because the first thing they have to do is break McCoy out of prison. We're going to get to that scene later. But this sets up, but then when there was supposed to be a bar fight, it makes a lot more sense for McCoy to be basically in jail. Because if he had gotten into a bar fight, that would have given a reason for him to be in prison. It seems to me like when this scene starts, it's an odd start to the scene because it feels like to me that McCoy is operating completely independently of the other people who know what they're doing, Kirk and his crew. And then all of a sudden you cut to McCoy, who's trying to charter this space flight, which is a weird side thing. I needed some kind of bridge to understand why McCoy has this idea, because we haven't seen Kirk tell McCoy what the plan is.
Yeah, that's actually true.
So we needed some reason to understand why McCoy was going into this bar.
Well, but also, again, a problem with the scene is, so he gets arrested, but it's implied he gets arrested because he's on mental illness or mental leave, because Kirk is I heard he's fruity as a nutcake because, he was thinking he's a Vulcan. So it sounds like he's detained for his mental state, not for any illegal activity, Well, if it was going to be detainment for illegal activity, then that guy should have said, "You're under arrest. You're a commissioned officer, and you're trying to charter an illegal flight to a controversial place."
Or you're speaking about classified information or something like that.
Yeah, Mr. McCoy, we're placing you, or Dr. McCoy, you're being placed under arrest by the Starfleet security force, or whatever. That would give it some gravity and show you exactly what. But none of that's really clear to me. So the scene is funny because of McCoy, in my opinion. I did like seeing Tribbles. They added Tribbles in this scene.
We're fine.
But I think from a storytelling standpoint, it was a mixed message. It wasn't the right archetypal setting for the scene that was being portrayed. And I think you're right. They didn't set up Bones's motivation for getting himself into the situation. It wasn't like him and Kirk said, "All right, you try to find a space flight. I'll try to ask the admiral, and we'll see if we need whatever." I mean, something.
We needed the bridge, and then it makes more sense for him to be in prison, which makes me think that they had already shot the prison scene, and then they were going to shoot this scene later, and it was supposed to end with a bar fight and him getting really arrested and drug off by security. But then the bar fight didn't work, and so we just have to believe it.
Yeah, that is possible because it does feel a little bit more like a pickup scene than it does like a something that you might find in an original script. I can't get past
TM does not like the Tribbles. They're established as being dangerous to have, and putting them on Earth would be a definite no-no.
Oh,
okay, all right. I hear you, DM.
Yeah,
I was like, being Tribbles, but you're right. All right, I hear you.
Yeah, Tribbles have become more of like a pet. I think in modern portrayals of them. Bones is schizophrenic. Yeah. So Bones is schizophrenic because he so that's what I'm saying. It's more of a mental issue with Bones that they're detaining him, that he's got, for mental health reasons.
But and you would think, see, that's why it also doesn't work, especially if you're thinking about the Federation. Let's say you have somebody who's looks like schizophrenic, and he is so Sable Phoenix is also I saw the Tribbles and was like, what? Okay, so you're right. You're right. You're right. You guys are right. That considering the world building of the Tribbles are out of place
from the original
series. Right. I concede. But the way the movie is structured now, it seems out of place because with the Federation, you would think, what do you do if you saw somebody who had a mental illness? You wouldn't throw them in, they throw Bones in jail.
Yeah, I agree.
That doesn't make sense, but it would make sense if he had been in a bar fight. And okay.
Yeah, so the scene, I don't think it worked. I think it's saved by Bones's performance and some comedy relief, but I don't think the scene works. I think it should have been geared toward a danger. It should have been clear that Bones is risking something and even getting into this. He should have shown. So how do you do this? If you're a writer, you show Bones nervous about being overheard. What if there's security forces here? You don't know. Starfleet will plant guys. Show some concern that if he's overheard, he could get in big trouble. If you show the apprehension like that, or if you establish the consequences before the scene has a lot greater weight. And if the place looks dangerous, all the better, because now this is a tense thing. Bones shouldn't be here. He shouldn't be talking to this guy.
They should have then sent somebody else with him. He should have been with Sulu or Chekhov or Uhura to have that conversation with, to have conversations about danger with and things like that. That's why it's always good to send characters in pairs, because on screen you can't hear people's thoughts like in a novel. So It's often convenient to have characters in pairs so they can bounce ideas off of each other. So he should have been there. Kirk should have sent him and Sulu, or him and Chekhov, or him and Uhura there.
Right. So the scene as is doesn't really justify him being detained the way he's being detained.
Yeah.
By armed security guards, like in a jail cell. Space psychic vampire. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, Tribbles are dangerous. It's funny because they're thrown in there almost like as a fun afterthought.
Yeah, a callback. Yeah, okay. Yes, everyone's right in the comments. You're right. We should, for world building reasons, we should not have them.
But I will say the one thing that I didn't mind is the idea of that Starfleet agent, where he's like, "Voices, gentlemen, your voices are carrying." That once again, it's a little bit of world building on that one level in that there are other authority figures around these lead characters. I've played role-playing games where characters become super powerful, and it's really hard to rein them in. And I found one of the ways to get around ultra powerful characters in RPGs is having a very functional world. That there are levels of authority. There's a superstructure to the society and to the culture, and you fit into that. Why aren't we getting into fights at bars all the time ourselves? Because you can get arrested. There's levels of cultural authority that we're not prepared to deal with or don't want to deal with. And this gives us a little bit of that. I just think it was mishandled in the mismatching of the scene.
So now we cut to the terrible looking desert that is getting snowed on. So that does not sell us that we are actually on that planet. I don't know how much I thought about that as a kid, but they're not selling it. Leonard Nimoy talked about that. Like we were really concerned about this. Are we selling the cold? We've got this weird stuff that the special effects team has brought in to, blow around. All the fans are blowing to blow this stuff around. And are we selling it? And arguably, or even not so arguably, not.
Well, I mean, and again, I wasn't involved, so obviously the budget constrained them, but they had to spend some money to build those sound. They had to spend some money to build those sound stages. So,
well, I think some of it is also a lot of it's a sound stage. A lot of it, I think, is also a matte painting.
Oh,
like when you're seeing the distance,
But I mean, fly a second unit crew to cut. It doesn't have to be extreme weather either. You don't have to have like blizzard and desert. Like put them in a forest, put them just somewhere, and just give us a real planet. Change the tint on the screen. If I don't know, do something to give it an alien look if you want. But I just thought it looked so fake. Even as a kid, I never bought Genesis as a planet.
So that was actually very brief. So I think we're about to go back to that. But now is where we actually get McCoy out of jail. And here is where I was going to say, where you had started to bring up the uniforms.
Yeah.
And I was going to say, see, James, technically a tundra is.
You're talking about biomes.
Say that's yes, very technical, but true. That when a desert is technically when you have more evaporation than you have precipitation.
Yeah, it has to do with
the largest deserts in the world are actually cold.
Yeah, there's it's I know some of this because I just went over it with my 10-year-old in 5th grade, but he was studying different biomes of the world, and that was part of the discussion.
So now we've got, because I was like, so what was the purpose of the point of that bar scene? Well, we had to get, so the first obstacle that our group has to overcome to steal the Enterprise is we got to break McCoy out of jail.
Right. So they're crossing
they never
the line.
discussed it or whatever, but
yeah, you're right. They don't have any. I always think in stories it's good to have some technical rehearsal. Star Wars was always good at this. You'll maneuver your fighters to this point. Like you always get a tactical overview of what you're about to do. And then the characters have to go do it for real and things, bust up. Here, they just pop in there and they start rescuing him. So there was no sense of a plan. You just kind of are immediate Rase. You're just kind of thrown into this. But they're crossing a pretty big line here. They're assaulting security guards.
You're right. This could have been like a heist movie. This could have been like the heist scene, but it's not. But it should have been. It should have been the heist scene because they should be shocked because there should have been a scene where they're shocked that, oh my God, McCoy's been arrested.
Yeah.
That throws a wrench in our plan. Oh my God, McCoy's been arrested. He got into a bar fight. It's what was supposed to happen. And now he's arrested. Are you ready to go? All right, everybody ready to go? All right, let's go. Where's McCoy? And then like Chekhov comes in. McCoy has been arrested. And I am so offended. Oh my God, we got to solve that problem. That's what probably should have happened.
Yeah.
But then with these guys, and we started to talk about this earlier, but here we are in the scene, and these guys are competing for the worst costuming. I'm not sure if they're worse than the Starfleet security armored guards. But it's close. I mean, I'm not sure which is worse.
Yeah, it's close because these guys look goofy. I don't know. Have you seen Guardians of the Galaxy 3?
I'm not even sure. Probably not.
Okay, so they have They have probably the worst costume. Now, what's funny, in Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3, which is out at the theaters now, it's done intentionally. It's a James Gunn movie, so they intentionally make it ridiculous. But it reminds me of these costumes, which are meant to be taken seriously, unfortunately. They're light blue. You guys
they got weird ribs on them.
Yeah, like an acoustic room, like a sound room or something. And they wear these white
and they're wearing baseball caps.
Yeah.
Like, and weirdly, also the baseball caps, I did notice this time through, have that solar system on it, the Earth solar system.
Oh, okay.
Which is the same patch that we were talking about is on their field jackets. They put it on their baseball hats.
Well, they certainly made these guys unlikable. So you were definitely cheering for Kirk and Sulu when they were beating them up. But again, I feel like the writers missed the gravity of what's happening. They made it almost.
I think you're right too. And the costuming missed the gravity of what's happening because those guys cannot be taken seriously wearing that. So somebody should have looked at that. I just want to emphasize somebody should have looked at that and gone, yeah, no. Just come up with something else.
I mean, you should have had a doctor there with 2 tactical officers on duty, like in the background, to show that there's an administrative level to this room. And then the tactical guys are standing duty and they're not, just behind a desk. That's more like a corporate building. You have a security officer behind a desk, So I think they missed the gravity of it. I think if you wanted to, they made it almost comedic. Like I said, when Sulu flips the guy and goes, "Don't call me tiny," it's funny. I think it's funny. My kids thought it was hysterical. I remember laughing at that all the time as a kid, but it certainly made it more comical to me that, the security guard deserved it. Yeah, totally. He's like, keeping you busy, which is not an offensive
Which is
thing
not
to say.
really a big deal, right? Yeah.
And the guy sizes him up and he's like, don't get smart now, tiny. It was a disproportionate reaction to Sulu's really friendly kind of blue collar, buddy to buddy banter.
Right. Yeah. So this scene is almost more like he's in the town jail.
Yeah, it is.
Because and it makes more sense. What it should be, if he's got a mental illness, it's exactly what you said. He should be in a medical facility,
right,
with guards around him because he's been spouting classified information.
Right.
But that's what makes me think that this must have been shot first. Because if he were in a bar fight, in a Western, where do you end up after a bar fight? You end up
in the town jail.
Right. So that's what this is supposed to be. So he's like in the town jail with these weirdos guarding him, in this situation. But so it looks like they shot this scene expecting that he's here because there was a bar fight, except for the bar fight scene didn't come out well. That we couldn't shoot that. So we ended up shooting something else. So there's this mishmash.
I agree. Again, you have Starfleet officer. Our heroes are, and I wanted to point out something interesting, that this actually follows Heroine's Labyrinth tropes. They're fighting their native culture all of a sudden, and they're rescuing a princess from a guarded tower. So, nice. It's really unusual that this took this turn, but the idea of rescuing someone from a tower, or I guess in this case, a jail cell, is very Heroine's Labyrinth in terms of its archetypal structure. And you have to slay a dragon to get through, But in this case, it's members of the native culture. I just feel like it missed the gravity of the fight against you. I guess in the Heroine's Labyrinth, when you fight the native culture, it's a big deal because you're risking a lot. And that risk was not sold to me here. This looked like Kirk and his buddies having a little bit of fun at the security guard's expense. Starfleet will get over it. Now, stealing the Enterprise gave me everything I wanted in terms of the danger of going against the Starfleet, the native culture, and the gravity of that they're crossing a line. The stealing of the Enterprise, it's about an 8-minute segment in the movie, does get it right.
Yeah.
But the bar scene does not.
And this scene does not.
I
forgot that you had talked about this being fighting the internal culture and as the Heroine's Labyrinth. That makes so much sense. And also, I was just thinking, when you said that rescuing, I was writing today, I guess it was today, but also the last couple of days, I got a damsel, one of the damsels of the Blood Royal, who's captured, and they had to go get her out of that, and she's in a tower.
There you go.
Of course. Where else would she be? I didn't even think about that. But I was like, okay, so at some point, about midway through the film, we got to go rescue her. Where is she? In a ruined tower, and that they're holed up in. That's God.
So it's just interesting that now that Kirk is there are definite hero's journey tropes in this as well, but he is starting to fight his native culture in Star Trek 3. And one of my theories about why the Heroine's Labyrinth is so useful, especially in an era of streaming or long-winded storytelling like comic book runs and stuff, is that the longer a character tends to go, the more they switch from fighting faraway villains to dealing and fighting with their native culture. The Dark Knight even gets into it where they'll turn against you. You're the hero they don't deserve, all these things. So at some point, heroes will start to fight their native culture. And in Star Trek 3, it's hinted at in Star Trek 2. The native culture starts to distrust Starfleet. Scientists have always been pawns of the military. So it's hinted at in Star Trek 2. But in Star Trek 3, Kirk is now fighting his native culture. He is going against Starfleet emphatically. But I, as a viewer, even as a boy, never really sensed that he was doing anything wrong until he steals the Enterprise. The level of craftiness is well thought out. The music gives me cues that they're sneaking on board. One of my favorite scenes, I love it because it's cueing me now as an experienced guy who loves watching Star Trek 3. When the lights come on in the bridge, there's an exterior shot of the hull and the bridge, and you see the lights pop on, and it's like kind of sneaking around type music from James Horner. From that point on, I get a sense that Kirk's crossing a line, but I never got that in the build-up scenes, which I should have because he's already crossed the line.
Yeah,
but you get the brief scene. Yeah, you get the brief scene where Scotty passes that twit captain. He's like, I'm looking forward to beating all of Enterprise's speed records. And he's like, up your shaft.
Yeah. I want to stay just a moment with what is with McCoy and Kirk in there. Because had brought up, this was a while back ago, but I started to bring up here because I think as unseriously as we were talking about this was taken, what probably saves it again, and I don't think this is a critical dialogue scene. I think that the ghost scene and the Sarek scene are, but still probably some of the dialogue saves some of this because I actually think it's a punishment for all of the arguments that he lost. There is some great dialogue there between the two that happens there, and you're like, and you almost miss that if you're not really paying attention. You don't understand the characters. That McCoy says, "Oh my God, punishment for all of those arguments that he lost," and you're like, what arguments that he lost? But that's what the way Bones thinks of. So the dialogue in there. There's an even. I don't know if you say saves the scene, but that was again the dialogue was right there.
Well, he's how many fingers am I holding up? He's like, that's not very damn funny.
I know. Yeah, how many fingers am I holding up?
I love that.
Like, that's not very damn funny, or something like that.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. So I don't think it saved the scene, but it made the moment likable between those two characters.
Yes,
I appreciated the banter between Spock and McCoy there, and even in the elevator, he's like, "You're taking me to the promised land." There's a little bit of lightheartedness still amongst the characters, whereas I think I would have preferred, and maybe I'm wrong, but I would have preferred a more serious tone of characters who know they're about to risk everything. I mean, you're risking everything by assaulting a single security guard, much less stealing the Enterprise. So, like, there should have been a lot of weight to this, and to your point earlier, an opportunity to have some character refuse the call. Somebody. Because a refusal of the call, again, to our earlier discussions from different videos, is a archetypal signal that it's very dangerous to accept this call to adventure. So the refusal of the call is the internal awareness that you shouldn't maybe do this.
The refuse the call should have been embodied by one of them.
One of them.
And he should have been convinced and I'm not sure who that would be, but that should have been convinced because, like, isn't Spock worth it or something like that?
Right. I think you could have even had
conversation needed to happen there.
I think it would have been even good to have a character protest and say, "I'll do this for Spock, but under protest," and then Kirk say, like, "Duly noted." You know, because there's certain banter about that as well, like actual things that you would say in a military order, like noted. Protest. You know, when
or
you do
I'll do it, but I'm not actually going to assault the officer.
Yeah, I mean, you could have some
okay.
degree of moderation to it, or some sense of like, look, aren't we going too far? You know, should have been Sulu. What did he say?
Sable thing. It should have been Sulu. He didn't have much to do with the film otherwise.
Well, yeah.
I mean, it could have been Chekhov too. I mean, he didn't have what.
I think Chekhov or Sulu would have been the best for that exact reason. The idea that they had less to do, because Scotty gets a pretty great role in sabotaging the Excelsior. But
Scotty sabotaged the Excelsior. Yeah.
So I love this sequence. Again, if it's late at night and I'm not ready for bed yet, but I know I should go to bed, I will watch the stealing of the Enterprise. I love it all the way through. I love when it's signaled right away when the lights come on and you see them take over the bridge. There's a lot. Wait, what did he say? We're still talking about the which character should have replaced
it's PNOTM says it's hard to say. Sulu may not have had much to do, but he still was one of Spock's friends. They'd do what he had to do also.
Well, you could just have a character still rise to the occasion, but under protest. Like, I still think we should have commissioned a ship, or I still think we should have tried another way.
Gotten the permit or something.
Yeah, from an illegal permit. Whatever it is, I'll do this, but it is under protest. And then Kirk says, "Your protest is noted." I think, and then he still goes and he mans his post. So Kirk is stealing this Enterprise, and I love the film work in this and the music in this. The soundtrack has the title is called "Stealing the Enterprise," and it's like an 8.5 minute long track, which is an eternity for a soundtrack. It's my favorite one on the whole soundtrack. I can listen to that thing anytime. I have a playlist that's random, and I love when "Stealing the Enterprise" pops up.
All right, I got to make sure I get that and listen to it.
It's great because the music very closely follows the scenes in the movie. So when you listen to the music, you can almost see the entire movie play out in your head. And I love in the end when Kirk finally starts getting away. So they fire up the Enterprise. The lights are on. They're powering it up, and there's a lot that they got right in this sequence of events. So first off, they power it up and they start to, and then Kirk gives them all a chance to back out. And again, to your point, they're all willing heroes. None of them do. Admiral, we're wasting precious time. I
will point out that in that scene, Chekhov looks ridiculous.
Oh, with that pink outfit?
It's the pink outfit combined with the white collar.
Yeah, it's terrible.
See, that also I can deal with it without the white collar, and that actually makes me also wonder if things were shot out of order, because every other time he's wearing the pink thing, but he doesn't have the white collar on. But in that scene, when he's standing there and they're when Kirk is saying, "Are you with me?" or you can get off now or whatever. Chekhov is standing there in the same outfit, but the white collar is on, which makes me think that scene was shot first.
Maybe.
And then somebody was like, "That white collar looks ridiculous."
But so there was a continuity.
I think it's a continuity because he's not wearing that white collar. And then in that scene, he's sitting there wearing that, and it looks horrible. Horrible.
Well, it's almost like if you put one of those old like chef hat, like the Steak and Shake fast food hats on him. I could picture him like scooping ice cream and like serving it in like the 1920s or something in that outfit.
Yeah, it's passable without the white collar, which makes me think they realized and were like, "You've got to get rid of that."
You're probably right. They're probably like, "Get rid of that." I will say I like Kirk's leather jacket with that big curved collar.
I do too.
It's like a 23rd century bomber jacket.
Yes,
but this is great. So there's a few things that I really appreciate about the stealing of the Enterprise. So they all man their posts, and he's like, "Gentlemen, may the wind be at our backs." And they start to move out. One of the things I appreciate is Starfleet responds immediately. So Kirk starts backing out. One of my favorite all-time scenes is they show a waiter who's like looking up and he's kind of standing in surprise, and you can see the entire engine room of the Enterprise backing up. Now, if the next scene, they show the Enterprise from the front backing up inside space dock. It's a great shot. So I asked myself, I never thought about it until watching this for this discussion, where I always assumed that waiter was in a Starfleet space dock restaurant, but there is no restaurant. So he was on the Excelsior, that waiter. He must have been in a restaurant or ceremonial room on the Excelsior looking out and watching the Enterprise glide past it. I freaking love it. I love it because that scene captures scale. Not only the Enterprise as a large ship being stolen, the scale of the theft, it captures a sense of wonder in the waiter observing this. So it captures something exciting for me. Even as a kid, it's like, oh, they're doing it. They're doing it. They're stealing the Enterprise. Like, this is not a small thing. And then immediately, Chekhov turns. Starfleet is on. They order you to surrender this vessel right now. So there's a demand for surrender, like within seconds of them firing up the Enterprise and moving on out. I love that because modern stories just are really flimsy in the response of the world to what appear to be epic events or chase scenes or whatever else. Like there's no police around ever. They're like, Starfleet orders you to surrender this vessel. And then Kirk is very calm. He's like, no reply. No reply, which is a good move. There's also,
I wish I had starred this because this is also when they call on the Excelsior. And I wish I had started this because I think before we even started, people had already pulled out this quote as a great one because when the captain of the Excelsior gets the call and he like flips over and he says, Bridge, this is the captain. How the hell can you have a yellow alert while you're in space dock?
Well, and I love the answer. The guy doesn't even take offense. He's like, sir, someone's stealing the Enterprise. Like
I'll be right there.
They even set it up because the captain's like filing his nails. Like you never see
you
Kirk
hate this captain from the beginning, right?
Yeah,
and he's got a swagger stick.
What is that? Is that what that is?
Yeah, it's a swagger stick. So hang on, let me. I've
always wondered what that thing was.
It's the only Starfleet officer I've ever seen with one. So a swagger stick is a short stick or riding crop.
Okay.
That is usually carried by a uniformed person as a symbol of authority.
That sounds very Teutonic.
So it's very kind of
equestrian.
Well, it comes from the equestrian kind of thing, and it's also it gives kind of a stuck-up kind of appearance, which goes with this captain.
Totally, this guy's a twit.
Yeah. It says a swagger stick is shorter than a staff or cane and is usually made of rattan. Like in the United States. Here is an official portrait of like U.S. generals, and they're carrying a stick, like with their official portrait or something like that. Swagger sticks were once in vogue in the United States Marine Corps, stating as an informal accessory carried by officers in the late 19th century. In the 1950s, it gained official approval as recruiters were encouraged to carry them to improve their public Let me start again.
Improve their public image.
Yes.
Gotcha.
The tradition grew when Marines were deployed to World War I and encountered European officers who carried swagger sticks. So it's a kind of European thing, leading to an entry in the uniform regulations in 1922, authorizing enlisted Marines to carry them as well. But the usage died down in 1930s and 40s. Some General U.S. Patton, so George S. Patton, carried a swagger stick throughout World War II. However, his contained a concealed blade similar to a sword cane.
Really?
So they were in favor for a while, but I was reading someplace about there that eventually they've fallen out of favor with so they were a European kind of thing with officers, and they were in the United States for a little while, but then they kind of fell out of favor. And somebody said, what put the kibosh on them apparently was, I think, some kind of Marine general or something was like, officers are approved to carry a swagger stick should they feel they need one. And then nobody carried one after that. So I think it's interesting that he's carrying one, like the kind of posh, kind of pompous swagger stick.
Well, to me, it strikes me as more like a baton that you would beat somebody with. Like authority, like this, I don't know. I never understood it. That's very interesting. I never knew even the term swagger stick. I'd never heard that before. That's very interesting.
So I think it fits his character because he's so pompous. And
Very
with that
pompous.
phrase, like officers are approved to carry a swagger stick if you feel you need one. Well, this is a guy who feels he needs one.
He's like, that's me.
With his authority. That's me. I will carry a swagger stick as I'm
Well, and it's so funny how he's like, if they think they can escape on warp drive, well, they're really in for a shock. Like, oh, and did you notice that the helmsman is the guy from RoboCop? The actor?
No, but there are. I remembered that there were cameos like that. So he's the RoboCop actor.
Yeah, he's the young yuppie corporate guy who comes up with the RoboCop program. He's the rival to the Ed 209 program, and he's the young up and comer. He's the one who dies. He's like doing coke and stuff with the hookers, and the guy comes in and leaves him with a grenade, and he blows up. Anyway, that guy is now in a Starfleet uniform. And manning the helm, and again, so the Excelsior responds to this, and it's cool because Chekhov updates him. Excelsior powering up with orders to pursue. So there's an immediate sense of like cause and effect, move and consequence with all the action going on in a very short period of time. Starfleet is to be taken seriously here. There's one weird scene that I think there must have been a deleted scene. They show it's a great shot, but it's unexplained. They show like the air traffic control room, and the Enterprise is in the background backing up toward the space doors, but the air traffic control room is empty. Like somebody removed those guys. So I don't know what happened to those guys or if they were on lunch or what, but that room is empty, and they have the announcer, warning, secure space doors. Their doors are closed. There's a lot of, he can't get out yet. Even though he's stolen the Enterprise, the doors are closed. I enjoyed that scene where, Scotty's working on it and Kirk is like, and now Mr. Scott. And he's like, what? And he's like, the doors. And he's like, aye, sir, I'm working on it. And he's trying to hack into the system. And I also like when Bones is like, are you just going to walk through them? And then Kirk gives like zero response. He's like, calm yourself, doctor. He's like blasé about it. But Scotty, at the last second, there's great footage. As they even show the nacelles kind of approaching the door. And at the last second, the doors blink and pop open. And then there's still a little bit of anxiety where they're like, as the Enterprise barely clears the doors as it pulls out. And then the music is awesome here. It goes from kind of like a little bit of suspenseful to like heroic. It's like dun 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 dun, and they show the Enterprise pull out. And then they show it from the outside view where the Enterprise is coming out of the bay doors. And then I love the next scene. They cut to like an over the shoulder, but down by the bridge, down by the engineering room of the Excelsior coming toward the bay doors. And in the background, you can see the Enterprise backing up and turning as it gets ready to pull away. And then it cuts to the Enterprise kind of ducking under the space dock with the moon in the background. And as it's coming
in the background, yep.
Yes. And as it's coming towards you, it shows just for a split second the Excelsior popping out of the bay doors to come circle around. I don't think you could have storyboarded that and filmed that any better. It was for a scene called Stealing the Enterprise. I got everything I wanted out of it. It was just wonderful. The music, everything. And then, of course, the big surprise.
Then the big surprise. Yeah, I remember. Actually, now that we're talking about this, and we were talking about this in the context of a heist movie.
Mm-hmm.
Now I'm thinking that what would have made, even though this scene is fantastic, what would have made it better if there were a planning scene that like this is we're going to have. So there should have been actually what should have been happening is the planning scene. We're going to steal this. You're going to do this. Blah 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 blah. You could have even told it in flashback as a heist kind of thing. They're planning the theft of the Enterprise. That's when Chekhov or Uhura or somebody comes in and says Bones has been thrown in jail, and then that throws a kink in that. But that's where the planning should have been, to let you know. Because even I was wondering, I think I remember as a kid going, "Oh my God, what are they going to do with the doors?" Like, so it's kind of a surprise that Scotty's gonna be able to handle the doors. It's another surprise that he's got the sabotage the Excelsior. Let us know there was some planning. So I think the movie would have been improved if there was some planning in advance. I remember when I was going, "Oh my God, what are they gonna do with the doors?" One of the people watching with me, one of the guys, this is when I was a kid, so one of my uncles, I believe it was, said, "Oh no, they'll open those doors. That Starfleet will open those doors because they're afraid that he will ram them."
Oh,
I went, "Oh, that's it." So at least in somebody's interpretation, it was one of my uncles that was like, in that situation, they would be afraid. They will open the doors because they're afraid that Kirk will ram them. Now, that could have also been something interesting if Kirk is threatening to ram them or something like that.
See that opens up a whole different question. So to your point, it would have benefited from a what's the plan scene, like an Ocean's 11.
Like an Ocean's 11 kind of scene, yeah.
Yeah, they get together, they okay, Scotty, you're going to do this, you're going to do this, because
you're going to automate the Enterprise, blah, blah, blah.
Yes, because there's a lot of tension from the viewer if you know what you're about to do, and then you go from the thrill of the plan, right, to the reality of the plan. And the reality is always more scary because something happens that's going to throw somebody off. Like I said, Star Wars is really good, the good Star Wars, at giving you a tactical overview of what the plan is. And then, even in Empire Strikes Back, Leia is telling all the pilots, what we're going to do as the transports try to escape. You attack the AT-ATs and buy us time. We get an idea of what the goal is here. So we're kind of put in a position to just figure the goal out as we're watching, and and go along with this, I guess, But yeah, I think I think you're right. They really should have had a planning scene so that we get an idea of what they're going to do, what the plan is, and then see how that plan dissolves in real life as reality.
Yeah, they needed some obstacles. They needed to have to improvise. So there need to be something that went wrong that they had to improvise, because that's pretty key, because you don't want everything to go exactly according to plan. One of the wrenches in the plan should have been that McCoy is in prison, is in jail. That's one wrench. But then also with some type of escape, there should have been some type of something that they had to improvise, and then they get away.
Well, I think it would have been easy. You're like, well, if McCoy's in jail, if we break him out of jail, we have to steal the Enterprise tonight.
Accelerate the plan. Yeah, accelerating the plan. That is a great technique too. Like if we break him out of jail, we're going to be on everybody's radar. So that means we got to go tonight.
Yeah. Now the getaway car is the Enterprise. That
would have been good. That would have been good.
Well, like also in the movie Heat, we heard about how they're going to rob the bank. They went over the schematics and all that, but man, none of that. So at least we understood what the idea was. But man, the getaway, the shootout in the streets was some of the best gunfights I've ever seen. I loved Heat. So I think this would have benefited from a plan, big time.
So we head back to the planet with its fake snow. And I believe this is when we actually find Spock.
Yeah, young Spock.
And Leonard Nimoy was talking about again, this is one of those things. Heat. I was about to say something about Heat sound. There was something about Heat sound. This is a diatribe, but it's the sound because they had filmed like real gunshots and stuff like that. And there was something really unique about the sound that they did for that movie that had never been done.
The before. Echoes, like when. Yeah. Well, also it was very tactical. And I appreciate tactical. There was one of my favorite scenes in Heat, just real quick, is Val Kilmer is shooting, and then he hears gunshots behind him, and he shifts up, and he switches, and he reverses range, and he starts shooting the other way. I was like, man, these guys are like behaving very tactically. I appreciate that as a writer when you get a sense that the characters are competent and proficient at what they're doing, and still struggling to get it done. So Heat was awesome. But
I've got a point that's going to come up on that point in this movie later.
Yeah,
I enjoy that too.
Yeah. The Heat is a hard movie to watch from beginning to end. It just is. it's the kind of movie that you skip through to certain scenes, like the scene where De Niro and Pacino meet each other in the diner. I love that scene. Like there's certain scenes in Heat you have to watch. They're so classic. There's a flip side to that coin. but that gun bat. Anyway, my point is though, watching the plan play out is part of the tension and suspense, especially as things start going sideways.
Nimoy was talking about that here we encounter the small Spock. Are we selling this? Because this is also a pretty extreme plot point. I mean, we're talking about the plot of this movie. We're about to see the kid Spock, and we're going to see several different actors, and it's supposed to be him, Spock. Are we selling it? Like, we're already kind of arguably not selling this fake planet. Are we selling this as Spock?
Well, I have a theory that this was the hardest one to swallow. And my reasoning for that is, so they put it into the dialogue and they're like, David believes that this has, that the Genesis effect has in turn, regenerated Captain Spock. What's the next scene?
Well, it's this really the look of the helmsman on board the Grissom. It's like I can't even
she's like
her expression is like, what? Right.
Yeah. So I think her expression is our expression of disbelief in the plot line. So they build it into the action. And then the captain goes, Savick, that's extraordinary.
Right.
So even the actors kind of react the way we are reacting for us. And I think that I'm not saying it saves everything, but I think it helped catch the disbelief and move it along a little bit into the, we're like, what? So even the characters don't believe this. So it helps it kind of just us get past it and move to the next scene, I think, on some level.
Yes. This is a scene, a setting note, but it's something that I have thought about and I have tracked ever since the first movie. Is if you're looking at the bridge, if the bridge of the Enterprise ever since the first movie, and including the bridge of the Grissom and the bridge of the Reliant, and I think it may have been Piano TM or maybe Tomocrat was talking about that. Yes, the bridge was made in pie shapes that could come out and be reassembled in different orders, and they would put all this together. But there's this ring that goes around the top of the bridge, and it was there in one, so because they got to keep these sets up, which is incredible. That there's a ring around the bridge with some odd shapes. That's I don't know what it is, but if you look up around, there's it's probably about this wide or something like this wide. That is a ring around that gives some kind of texture to the ceiling, and it's just all different kinds of shapes.
Interesting.
And it's there on every single bridge because it's the same set. But this ring that goes around, and I always wonder what they are because it just looks like styrofoam shapes that go all the way across. And I was thinking about it, especially since when I went down to Kingsland, Georgia, to see the set that the Star Trek Continues was shot on. They did so much to try to replicate. They were like, "There's this thing in engineering." This was the original series ship. There's this thing in engineering that looks like this. And they were like, what is that thing that's on the wall? And they were like, oh, we found out that was a piece of styrofoam from the computer packaging of the time, or something or some office packaging of the time.
Interesting.
So it was just junk that was laying around, but they put it up on the wall and then painted it, and it just looked like some thing on the wall in engineering or a thing on the side of the end. And in that case, what they did, because they were that was just something that was super common, something that was just laying around, junk that was laying around that they throw out of the office, and that they went in and grabbed and stuck on the wall, and that became part of the Enterprise. But they couldn't find that when they were doing Star Trek Continues. They couldn't find that. Where do you find 1960s typewriter styrofoam packaging?
Right.
So they actually found a guy. They would capture images from the TV show, 3D model that packaging, and then they had somebody CNC replicate that packaging
Wow.
and then send it to them. So they had a replica of the packaging of something and then would glue it up there. So that made me wonder, like, what is this ring? So like, I can't bring it up on screen, but when you're watching, look at all of this. There's the same ring of weird texture around all of the bridges. And I bet it's the same type of thing. I bet it's like some styrofoam stuff. There are like some lights up there too. So there are a few lights that go around.
Well, you know,
And
it's
on
interesting.
all of the bridges. And I bet it's just junk that they were like, we need texture up here.
I went back and looked for in Star Trek 2 when he's in his chambers. You said there's a weird console that with crystals on it from Star Trek 1. I went back and saw that. I saw what you were talking about.
It looks completely out of place. Once you see it, it looks completely out of place.
Now you can't unsee it. Yeah, it's got like these like triangular crystal things. And I was like, oh, yeah, that's totally out of place.
Yeah, like what was that? That was what the Enterprise was going to look like if Star Trek Phase 2 had gone to television. That was the design.
Sable Phoenix, I watched the last episode.
Oh, you watched the last? You went ahead and skipped ahead of the last episode?
I had to because I wanted to see, and I loved it. I saw the Admiral uniform.
It's so good.
I saw them pulling into everything you told me, like it delivered all of it. It was great.
It was fantastic. I really want to interview Vic. I really want to have Vic on Table Talk one time. I would love to be able to talk to Vic. Now, I mean, I met him when I was on set, so I want to talk to him again. I really want to talk more to Vic. Unfortunately, he had to leave early because I want to go down there and shoot something. I really want to go down there and shoot something. I want to go back down there again and talk to him. He left before I had to go to lunch. I really want to talk more to Vic especially because of what he did with that series. Like, I mean, you saw the last episode because, like Sable was saying, it's very much the same feeling and tone of TOS.
Yeah, well, it's got like
the most. That's what makes it the most amazing sci-fi thing that's been done.
Well, but even like the close-ups, the shading and the lighting, I noticed the music. Like you're right. Like there's more than just the uniforms and the sets that he's recreating.
Right.
Tone, camera angles, lighting, like all those little technical things. They put a lot of time and attention into, and honestly, the bothering to make a transition from the original series to Star Trek 1 is who would have thought of that? I love that someone thought to do that.
Other than people who love it.
Yeah, other than people who love it. Exactly.
People who love it. And that's why I say Star Trek Continues is such a fantastic achievement, because it proves what you can do on a relatively even low budget. Now, I mean, that was not inexpensive, but we're talking about relatively low budget. Even though, building that, and Vic paid a lot out of pocket in order to build all of that. I mean, that was his baby. But still, we're not talking about today's movie budget or TV budget or anything like that. We're talking about on a low budget. If you love what you are doing and you have so much respect for the material, that shows what you can do. And I wish that people who had that kind of love and respect for the material had control of the franchises that we all love today, because that proves what can be done. But we dream, Heath. But we dream. We dream. That's why we have to make our own stuff, which is what we are trying to do here.
Yeah, well, it's true.
That's what we have to do. We have to accept more independent people who are making their own stuff, whether that's a fan film of something existing, but also new IP like you're doing, like I'm trying to do.
Yeah,
because
absolutely.
When you people who love stuff, we should be able to make great stuff today.
Well, believe it or not, those were the conditions that George Lucas found himself in. You know, when the establishment can't do the job, it'll take outsiders to come in and do it for them, and then they transform the industry. And the industry needs a transformation right now, big time. But getting back,
I wish we had an alternate. I was talking to Brianna about that today. I bring this up all the time. I wish we had an alternate structure other than Hollywood.
I know. Well, the indie world is out there, but it just doesn't have that funding. Which
it's not, and it's not. We don't have the structure. This is a little bit. We'll talk about this on a separate kind of. I would love to. We should talk about this another time, specifically as a conversation.
I think that'd be great. Even a lot of people think about it. People care about it.
We don't have. I've been trying to get people together and connections, and some of them I've talked to on Table Talk. That's like, for instance, in tabletop games, we have an effective tabletop game independent community.
Okay.
that we have everything, we have developed in a complete structure for those things to exist in and to get done. That doesn't exist with independent film and TV.
No.
And it could, but it doesn't quite. We have not built the same thing. And there may be some very serious fundamental reasons as to why that cannot happen. Paul Shadow talks about that, but
there probably is.
We can still try harder, is what I think.
Yeah, well, it's true. I mean, independent idea. The world is begging for new ideas. I love the idea of more Star Wars and more Star Trek, but it's bad. It's not good, and I'm starting to get tired of it myself. It's like I don't mind new. I would love to see the continuation of my favorite IPs, but there is another part of me that's like, but where's the new stuff? Where's the new stuff?
Where is something new that breaks out?
Yeah, totally. So, but real quick, getting back to Star Trek 3.
Getting back to this, yes.
Yeah, I wanted to say, like, I always, you catch things like Bone saying, money, I got. And you're like, well, they do use money in the 23rd century.
Yeah.
There's a line that the captain says that I was like, oh. He goes, all the same. She's like, we want to beam up with young Spock. And he's like, all the same, Savick. He's like, let's do this by the book. And I was like, oh, are you talking in code? Because when you do it by the book on an open frequency, when you say that on an open frequency, you're signaling that we're now talking.
Well, but he's not in combat. At that moment, he's not in combat.
That's true. That's true. He doesn't know if he's being monitored. But I just thought, I wonder if Savick is like, does he mean by the book?
We're doing this by the book. Yeah. That's true. Because she would know that when somebody else said by the book. Yeah, that is exactly what Savick would think. But they weren't in a combat environment yet. But then the Klingon warbird shows up and they're about to be in combat. But this is a science vessel. And once again, we have very fragile, which is something we always have, very fragile ships in Star Trek. They're able to blow them up very quickly. The Klingons show up and are able to blow them up. I forgive that here because it's a science vessel. I still would have liked to have seen more if that was supposed to hit the, and I know this is an effects budget kind of thing. When the Klingons hit the engines, I wanted them to say, oh my God, and see the damage. And oh my God, we've got a warp core breach. Oh my God, blah, blah, blah. And then just give me a few seconds or something like that of chaos on the ship. And then all of a sudden the warp core breach goes. But I'm sure that's a budgetary thing.
That would have been pretty cool, actually, if they thought they could save it and then it blows up in the middle of them trying to, fix the engine.
And then you have the Klingon the Klingon commander, I wanted prisoners, and the gunner's like lucky shot, and he gets killed.
Right. So they do address that a little bit in the lucky shot comment, which makes me think that they are aware of that they skipped over some scenes if they felt the need to.
It's self-aware. It's self-aware. Right. That was a very quick scene for the destruction of a ship. We shot once. I'm not even sure if you actually saw the it was very quick. You might have seen fire and then the explosion or something like that. It was
no, I think they just showed the ship get hit and blow up.
Yeah.
They show a react as the Klingon warbird decloaks. Grissom goes, oh my God. Yeah. Which is a good reaction, but I think that's the end. He goes, fire, and he shoots and the thing blows up, and that's the end of it. So Grissom's gone. I love when Krug shoots him. He calls him an animal. It's like they all seem animalistic in some sense, but this guy, he's the real animal. But yeah, so that strands David, Savick, and Spock on the planet. And around this time is when Genesis goes from just being extreme weather changes to a planet that's destabilizing. Earthquakes are starting to shudder, and I think Savick around this point pins David down and is like, I think we need to talk. This planet isn't everything you hoped it would be. Something's wrong. And David comes clean and he's like, I use proto matter, and I kind of don't like Savick's dig here. She's like, so like your father, you changed the rules. She's very judgy on this. I don't mind her second comment where she's like, how many people have paid the price? This idea that like, look, you made that choice, but look what some pretty heavy consequences here. I don't like the dig on calling him out like he's like his dad, and they're both like cheaters. I thought that was a little underhanded for Savick, or a little
Underhanded
below
or
her.
on the nose,
What's that?
and possibly on the nose.
Well, I just think that like she's making a dig, and I think the more important part of her commentary is the second part, which is, look how many people have paid the price for you, cutting a corner. I think that is the issue. I don't think she needed to tie that into Kirk, because Kirk, we established in the Kobayashi Maru, in the last movie, that this is also what makes him pretty awesome. There's a flip side to the coin, but the one side is that it makes him very heroic and resourceful, and he's a guy that doesn't lose. And so anyway, I didn't really like her dig there, but I did like her follow-up comment on how bad of a decision that was. And it does paint David in a different light. It paints the Genesis torpedo in a different light. And now the Genesis planet, which was a symbol of hope, I would say, at the end of Star Trek II. Now this is kind of recontextualized as well. This was a failed experiment. This was not, the Genesis project we thought it was going to be.
We head to the death of the worm, which we've already talked about.
Nothing happened here.
Nothing. Where I do like that line. I mean, there's a lot of good lines, which is what is at least carrying a lot of this. That nothing happening here. And then so that's when the Enterprise it shows up.
So, well, I want to mention one scene that drives me nuts.
Okay.
Even when I'm like, I'm going to watch Star Trek 3, this one stupid scene, like a splinter in my head. I'm like, I got to see that stupid scene. There's a scene where there's like an earthquake and this tree pops up. And in the background, you could clearly see some Klingon in the background, like as the tree is falling over. And he's pretty close to the tree. Clearly, it was a scene that was meant for another part of the movie, but it's here where there's no Klingons. And I don't know why. It's such a small thing in this movie, but it really bothered me.
Oh, I'm going to have to look for that.
Oh,
so it's an out-of-place scene.
Yeah, there's a scene where there's like a shuddering of the world. The tree pops up, and in the background, you could see a Klingon standing there with his back to the camera. It's like he's like right there in the scene. And I'm like, dude, obviously that he shouldn't be there.
Oh my God. I'm gonna have to look for that.
Yeah. I don't know why that bothers me so much.
Well, once I see it, I'm sure it's going to bother me too.
Oh, I hope I didn't ruin
it. We do have, let's see, when do we get to, okay. So the Enterprise is still is coming in.
Well, I wanted to talk briefly about the ethics of Ponfar.
Oh, okay. Well, I know. I was wondering, when exactly do we see Ponfar? That must be soon.
I have in my notes chronologically. It comes up right now.
Okay. Actually, I may have just I was going by there was a tree that popped up. Like, what's going on? So that must have been where it was. Yeah, so now we're going to see Spock and Ponfar. All right. So Ponfar.
So Spock is a teenager. And Ponfar, the burning of his Vulcan blood every 7 years, and Savick is like, I got this.
I probably need another beer for Ponfar.
Yeah. So yeah, she takes one for the team, so to say, I guess. And well, let's see. What does Sable Phoenix
says? I dislike. Oh, let me bring this up. There we go. Okay. I dislike the recontextualizing of the Genesis experiment as a failure too, even though I don't think the Genesis really fits the tone of Star Trek. And thank you very much for the $10 super chat, by the way. If you're going to have it as a symbol of hope over, it's probably going to continue. So I dislike the discontextualizing of the Genesis experiment as a failure. Well, in a sense, it's the removal of the Genesis from the plot, from the universe. Okay. Why can't you actually do this? Why don't we see this going forward? It's because it actually didn't work. I'm going to grab a beer. I'm not going anywhere. I'm just
right. Well, Sable Phoenix has been pretty consistent. I think he made some comments in the last discussion as well that he didn't feel that the Genesis torpedo really fit with Star Trek. Now, I disagree on that point, but it's interesting though that even though you may not like the Genesis torpedo in general, that it sounds like you at least liked the symbolism of it as a symbol of hope, and and here in Star Trek 3 they took that away too.
They take that away. Okay,
yeah.
so if you have it as a symbol of hope over Spock's death, then don't pull a gotcha and change it into something that's ultimately a net negative.
Yeah, I'm a little bit more forgiving too on at least the level that Heath said, as a plot device, since the Genesis device would have such wide ranging implications to the entire universe. This gives us a reason to exit stage left with Genesis. But it is a little disheartening that the optimism that the Genesis torpedo was meant to give us essentially just fizzles out and becomes just another failed experiment. Yeah, a net negative. It is, because that plays out pretty strong in Star Trek 3, that Genesis becomes more and more of a burden to the characters as the planet starts to disintegrate. And, almost kills some of the characters who are left behind on it,
Okay, so the ethics of Ponfar.
Yeah. The Ponfar, yeah, so it's pretty sexualized. Now they
Well, not as much as it could be.
no, I was gonna say they kind of cleverly, I think, came up with this like 2-finger move that they were doing on like the backs of it was kind of an interesting way to get around some of that, and I thought it was rather effective. But I think that scene would be not included if it were filmed today, on ethical grounds. It looks like an adult female taking advantage of a minor. What happens on Genesis stays on Genesis, apparently.
Oh, so you're talking about that? Well, he's only 14 years old, and the implication is that she sexes him up.
Yeah, I think it's implied for sure.
Yeah. Well, and it's implied, and then also that's in Star Trek 4. That's why Saavik is supposed to stay on Vulcan, is because she's pregnant.
Is that right?
Yeah. I mean, it's not brought up, but Saavik doesn't go with them in Star Trek 4. She stays on Vulcan. And why is it?
Oh, yeah. Okay. You're right.
She's not with the crew when they go back in time and are doing all of that. So the implication was supposed to be she stayed on Vulcan because she was pregnant with Spock's child, because of what went on here on the Genesis. What went on?
I mean, crap. He's actually only like 14 days old.
Yeah, right. Yeah. So
the Genesis wave.
Okay. All right. So, well, I was going to say, like, okay, so he's going through Ponfar.
So what is the law? What does Starfleet regulations have about 14 days old if a Genesis wave is in effect? They don't have a clause for Genesis.
Okay. All right. Well, I hadn't thought about this from this perspective, but I suppose, they don't ever actually say that she's pregnant. But they also don't show anything here. I think that it is implied that she sexes him up.
Implied.
But, do you have to sex someone up when they're going through Ponfar? Like,
well, I think Ponfar is like, she's like the burning of the Vulcan blood. I think she's like Vulcan males endure it every 7 years. As I understood it, it's basically like going into heat, for a guy. And I think there's other references, like Vulcans become aggressive and strong, like
in other like lore, right?
Yeah. So I think her being like, I don't know, going over there and being physical with him. It's physical contact. It's rather either you could say it's affectionate, but clearly sensual. And he calms down when she does all this. So, I think it is implied that there's some sort of satiation of this burning of the Vulcan blood, so to say.
See, Sable Phoenix says, this doesn't bother me. Aliens are aliens. If the rapidly growing Spock is going to die, is that necessarily what's going to happen? I don't know. If he doesn't have sex and there happens to be a Vulcan female who's willing, well, we humans don't have a say in that. I mean, I'm with you. I'm with you there as far as the in-universe stuff like that. But I hadn't thought about that from the perspective of would someone film that today? if it was explicitly said, because I'm with you on the alien thing, I'm completely with you. But now I'm just thinking it from a different perspective. That if it were filmed today and you would explicitly establish this person was 14 years old, would they film? I can see it be two ways. I can either say we're not going to film that, or hey, wait a minute, you just did the 2-finger thing. We're going all in. I mean, I can see it being two ways. I can see it being like, no way you're putting that in. Or I can see it being like, this movie just got rated R fast. Like, I can see like which way you go with that.
Well, I think from like being a guy, it doesn't like, you know, like if I'm an alien and like, and there's a Willie, like, yeah, let's bring it on. You know what? This is great. But I think from a modern standpoint, I would say it would be an ethical question on, is this what we want to spend our time discussing in the film?
Right. You're right.
I think,
because it would be a discussion. Right. Yeah. What do we do?
Yeah. And also, I don't think you could get around it if Vulcan, like you said, aliens are like, if every 7 years this species, Vulcans, endures this, then, and he's going through rapid aging, then he's going through Pon farr. You know, it's on
quickly.
Yeah.
And probably more intense. Oh, well, I hadn't thought about that in that level of detail.
Yeah. So yeah, anyway, when I was watching, I was like, would this have made it today? You know? Or think about it if it was reversed, if it was a female rapid aging and a older male. I mean, it'd get really weird real quick, you know.
I mean, that's a legitimate thing to ask. If you reversed it, would anybody shoot that? Is modern ethics really though, or is it just an opportunity for outrage? I mean, that's a good question too.
Well, I think
you would, but if you were shooting it, if you're the studio, you're like, do we do this? Like, what is this in the script? Because
modern, I wouldn't say modern ethics are too much. I think modern outrage over anything that could be considered unethical and people's overreaction to those outrages. I'm saying it's enough now in today's world where that would have to be seriously considered before, because obviously this was 1984. No one worried about it. They kept it in there. It didn't seem weird or anything. But today I feel like someone would take that opportunity for outrage and make a big stink about it. So, but now as far as in the film, we're getting to the point where the Enterprise arrives.
The Klingon's cloak, Enterprise arrives.
Right. Now, I had a problem with this scene that I never thought about before. So there's a transmission being sent down. Well, hold on. Do they capture them first? Yeah, they capture the Klingons capture Saavik, David, and Spock around here, right? The next morning? The morning after?
The morning after.
Saavik's got a little bit of afterglow. But I think that morning is when the Klingons come into the campsite area and they capture them.
Yeah, I'm watching as we go here. I don't think they have actually been captured yet, because Pon farr occurs when they're not captured.
Right.
Then all of a sudden we go to cloak and the Enterprise shows up, so they cloak.
Well, but I think the Enterprise shows up after they're captured, because there's a scene where Saavik and David are sitting on the ground and he's like, Grissom, this is Enterprise calling, please come in. And the Klingons you can hear it from the Klingons walkie-talkie. And David gives this look over to Saavik like, Dad's coming. You know, Dad's on his way. He'll help us. So they're captured when Kirk shows up right around this time.
Right around this time.
Right. So
because the Enterprise is trying to figure out why the Grissom isn't responding.
Yes. So what's interesting, and here's the problem that I have with this scene. So I think about this again. I think I've mentioned it's very important to have some tactical sense to everything that you're doing. And the Klingons, he goes, all right, go into cloaking device. So the whoever's left behind, I forgot which Klingon it is, might be Torg, or
Morg or Gorg or
Maltz. Must be Maltz. So he cloaks the ship, and the bird of prey is cloaked. And the Enterprise comes in, and the Enterprise is trying to hail the USS Grissom. And what's interesting is, and then Krug beams up, and he's there to try to help coordinate this issue to fight the Enterprise. And then he says, if I'm, and the Enterprise is starting to see the energy distortions, and they're trying to, they're about to figure out what's about to happen. My problem is, if you have a cloaking device, wouldn't you attack from behind the same way they attacked the Grissom? I don't understand if you have a cloaking device and you can't fire until cloaked, why you would attack from the front. It doesn't make any sense. And it seems like it wouldn't take much to just pull around behind the Enterprise and open fire. You wouldn't, they spot the energy distortion because it's in front of them. You could get around some of that. You could be like, put on aft viewer.
Yeah, right. You should be able to look at any point on the ship.
Right. So you can get around some of that. But I think tactically speaking, the advantage that a cloaking device gives you almost dictates that you should attack either from the side or from behind. I don't think it makes much sense to attack from the front. It just seems like, or let me say this, that would be the weakest point of attack if you have a cloaking device.
Yes, but my counter to that would be that I think that this ship that the ship being the USS Enterprise, the Constitution class ships are unrealistically underarmed to be heavy cruisers. That you should be able to shoot behind you.
Well, you should,
but what I'm prepared for a ship to be behind you. Right.
Well, I agree, but I think that and we know they have starboard phasers and port side phasers.
They do have port and starboard phasers,
but it seems like the greatest chance of success at catching your enemy by surprise would be an attack from behind or from the side. It just seems like there's a slightly higher degree because they're not scanning, and technically, it's not like they said, we're detecting an energy surge in front of us, and they're like, oh, there it is.
You would have to look 360 degrees.
Right.
Right. You're like, well, okay, if we actually have to look for this, if this is an old school cloaking device where you might actually see some type of distortion, you would at least have to look 360 degrees from your ship.
Yeah, you'd have to scan for it, and then you'd have to make sure that you'd have weapons lined up to open fire immediately, which I guess is possible, but I don't know. If I'm the commander of that ship, I would swing around behind and hit them from behind. I would decloak on the off chance that they didn't see me, that they didn't spot the energy surge, and that when I decloak, I have a couple extra seconds before I'm spotted. I can open fire and guarantee that first shot. Because what happens? He decloaks,
and there's a couple of seconds while you're decloaking that somebody can see you. Then you can't shoot, so you're vulnerable for like 2 seconds.
Right. And during that moment, the Enterprise shoots and they nail it. So they had this perfect stealth mode. And when the moment comes to open fire, it's not enough because the Enterprise is like, gotcha. We drew first. So I don't know. When I think about that, I'm like, they should have been able to hit the Enterprise before the Enterprise hits them. Why did he attack from the front? So it's not unsolvable, but to me, tactically, it would make the least sense to attack the Enterprise because it is considered a Federation heavy cruiser. Right. I think it even says so on the Klingon bridge, heavy cruiser. So
this is a heavy cruiser. I think it even says that in my plans I have over there.
Yeah. So I'm just saying, like, if I were to reshoot this scene, I wouldn't have had it right in front. But then again, that would change the whole scene because you would go immediately to the Enterprise being knocked out and having to talk to crew. You probably even save time in the film if you have Kirk taken out right away. But I guess they wanted them to get the jump on the Klingons. They shoot first, knock the Klingons out. And then, of course, the Enterprise overloads, the automation system overloads. And I think, Scotty's got that cool line. I didn't expect to take us into combat,
right?
Which makes us understand why the automation failed.
Which is even surprising that his automation was for weapon systems anyway.
Yeah.
That's kind of surprising anyway.
Yeah. So
go ahead.
So anyway, there's an exchange of fire, and then there's a pretty cool shot of them kind of facing each other. And I kind of like Krug from here on out. He's like, why haven't they finished us? And he's like, they outnumber us 10-1. And it shows, so he's got a very instinctive commander's. He's a military man, and he really sells me on it through these next scenes.
He does. Okay, let's talk about that in just a moment. Like Sable Faint says, the Starfleet version of heavy cruiser is way different from a Navy, though. You look at the Galaxy class as an exploration cruiser, and it's primarily a giant hotel. And apparently they even toned that down. Like some early versions of the Enterprise bridge, the Enterprise D bridge, like it looks like that's why there's like carpet everywhere. Yeah. Carpet everywhere on the Enterprise D. And like the conference room was supposed to be on the bridge, and there's supposed to be like plants and stuff like that. It was supposed to live like this Galaxy class starship is this giant hotel, right? That is flying around, this luxury hotel.
They care more about the comfort. Yeah. It's better if it's utilitarian, and like, even if you look at Marine barracks today, they're very sparse. Like it is not for comfort,
But not by the time you get to Galaxy class. We're going exploring, and we are going Galaxy class. I mean,
Sulu, in Star Trek 6, Sulu is like drinking tea, and
right. Yes, that's the precursor. You were talking about this. I didn't pick up on the, oh my God, they're in front of them, but yeah, that doesn't make sense. But what I did think of was, and I was like, I don't know, this is an important world building aspect, because he says, bring me up, because we know that you cannot beam through shields. That's an important part of Star Trek lore, that if your shields are up, you can't beam through them.
Yeah, they have to lower the shields.
You have to lower the shields in order to beam aboard. So the Klingon vessel must not have shields up, but apparently you can use your transporters when cloaked.
Apparently so.
And I wonder about that, because that could have been a thing where you're like, if you're generating this amount of like energy and electromagnetic energy or whatever it is to cloak this ship, can your transporters get through that? Because somebody might have said that, no, they can't. Like, oh my God, if you're trying to generate this amount of like energy field around the ship to cloak it, you can't beam out of it either. But apparently this establishes that you can, because he beams aboard and he says status, and the first officer says, we're cloaked. We've already seen them cloak anyway before. So obviously you can cloak and then beam from the cloaked ship.
See, from a Klingon perspective, I think you should prioritize being able to fire while cloaked rather than beaming while cloaked.
Beam aboard. Yeah, you can't. It's awfully convenient. You can't fire when cloaked.
Yeah, well, they changed, obviously, Star Trek 6, which it'll be fun to talk about that one. But
I know. We're going to have a really awesome time with Star Trek 6.
But yeah, they finally... they solve it by I noticed Sable Phoenix quoting it already. I would think that it is unusual that they could beam aboard while cloaked. I mean, that's not a deal killer for me.
You're spending a lot of energy to cloak.
Yeah, exactly. To me, it seems like a gratuitous amount of energy being just like flooding an area in order to hide you. So it would make more sense to me that you couldn't beam aboard while cloaked. Did it stop my in like following of the movie? Not really, but when I think about it, it probably shouldn't be that way.
Thinking about this in terms of Romulans, somebody will know in the chat, and this may not be the case, but did Klingons cloak in the original series? Romulans cloaked. Man,
I don't know.
Now I'm wondering, is this the first time you see a Klingon cloak?
They certainly weren't cloaked when they were attacking V'ger.
They weren't cloaked when they were attacking V'ger, because the Romulans cloak. Now I'm thinking, so if this was originally written to be Romulan, the Romulans are sneaking around with a cloaking device. Piano TM says, no, only Romulans cloaked in the original series. So this is the first instance of a Klingon cloaking? And Sable Phoenix says Klingons did not. So that's really interesting. The retcon Star Trek 3 by saying, right. Because the lore is that in a brief alliance between Klingons and Romulans, they exchanged the cloaking technology, and that's why sometimes you see the same ships that are being flown by Klingons and Romulans, that some kind of exchange because of an alliance between the two. Right. So this was supposed to be the Romulans. So this would make more sense. It was sneaking around with the Romulans. Man, I wish. I like the Christopher Lloyd Klingon here, but now, as much as I love Romulans and as much as I feel like they were done badly in the Next Generation movies, man, if they had done this movie with really good Romulans, oh my God, this could have become my favorite. If we made those changes, if they made that change, this could have become my favorite movie as a kid. From the kid perspective,
you know what?
Just because I love Romulans so much. If this were Romulans, it might have become my favorite movie.
I think it should have been Romulans. A, it would have made more sense, and B, Klingons end up getting overused in the movies, in my opinion. they came back to him in Star Trek, and they were terrible in Star Trek 5. Almost cut out throwaway villains and Commander Claw or whatever. And yeah, totally. I think
so now I'm thinking about that. Now it's exactly what I'm thinking about. I'm like, oh my God, if he had been a Romulan commander, this should have been Romulans.
Yeah, it should have been right, especially now that you're talking about the cloaking device. I never really thought about that before until this discussion. So if that's the case and only Romulans could cloak, that means that they made the decision to just keep the cloaking device and with the Klingons. Probably because it was so essential to the plot.
Yeah.
They couldn't change it at that point.
God.
Yeah, they're all
Oh man, how missed. Man, this should have been Romulans. This would have been awesome if it had been Romulans.
Yeah, that's a great point.
What was the decision to make it Klingons? Just something that people, because you didn't see Klingons in Star Trek 2. You just saw Klingons in Star Trek 1.
I guess they must have just thought Klingons were a better rival or villain character than Romulans. But see, I think the cloaking device is a little bit more in line with Romulans anyway. Their style, they're more stealthy and cunning. So it would have made sense. I always kind of like the Romulan ship too. Even in the original series, they had the bird-like.
That's right, because it's a bird. Because in the original series, right, it's got even the bird painted under it.
Yeah, it's like the
and
feathers.
This is the bird of prey.
Yeah,
God, this should have been Romulans. Oh God,
yeah.
this is painful now.
It is
painful now.
The more you think about it, the more it's harder to accept the Klingons as the final decision of the filmmakers.
Oh, God.
Yeah, that's pretty wild. Oh, I will, Heath. I will point out in this, and you'll appreciate this. After Krug shoots back and disables the Enterprise, Kirk once again says, "Emergency lights."
Emergency lights. We got emergency lights in here. The emergency lights.
They still never programmed that.
You still got to call it. Scotty didn't automate that. He didn't automate the emergency lights.
Give the word, Admiral.
Emergency lights. All right, press that button.
Mr. Scott, the word is given. Emergency lights.
It is an awesome design, but this ship should have been Romulan.
So, did you know that Leonard Nimoy gave it the bird-like look? That was his idea.
Oh no,
he wanted it to look like a bird of prey and have the wings expand like when they're coming down to snatch up a rodent or something. So, I saw this interview a while ago with Leonard Nimoy totally changing. They were going to use the original Klingon battle cruiser, and he had the idea of calling it or designing the ship to look like a bird of prey. So it was Nimoy's design that they went with. And it is an awesome design. I love those wings, how they could come up and down. And
as I was just going by, I was just watching it, and you see underneath it, and it has the orange wings painted underneath it, which is what the original series Romulans had.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Klingon ships were used for the Romulans because the original Romulan ships were damaged from water. Interesting.
Oh, right here. Tom
Yeah,
the original Enterprise incident. Klingon ships were used for the Romulans because the original So you don't really need wings in space, though. We're not worried about that. Now, I agree. Stable Phoenix is about to say the Next Generation Warbird is my favorite design. I completely agree with that. The Romulan Warbird in the Next Generation is one of my favorite ships.
Oh, okay. Let me look that up. Romulan, I probably have seen it.
Next Generation Romulan Warbird. Yeah, look that up. It's like a shell and an under.
Oh
shell.
Yeah. That's I totally know that ship. That thing's awesome.
Yeah, that's why I always loved watching the Next Generation of the Romulans in it.
Yeah, man, you get the ship right, you get it all right. I do see now that there's a little clash in the design and feel and the tactical operation of this vessel.
You're talking about being a military man. They outgun us. So I wish that we had actually, it's implied here, but here's something else that I would have made more explicit. Because the Klingon commander should be a Romulan commander. It does not understand that he's not facing a fully manned and capable Federation heavy cruiser.
Correct.
I would have had somebody say that. He does say at one point he's got us outgunned 10-1. But even when they're about to beam on board later, which I have some
They are
comments
numerous.
on.
Yeah.
I would have made that more explicit. That they think so during all of this, just so they all know, because we're looking at this and going, oh my God, the Enterprise is not only damaged, but it's understaffed. And maybe there aren't even, I would have even said something about, we barely have weapons, sir, for Scotty to say, because I wasn't going to send us into combat. I mean, the fact that we were able to shoot at all is a miracle, because we don't have any crew here. But that Klingon warbird is expecting there to be hundreds of people on board that starship.
100%.
To be a major thing. And I would have hammered that idea a bit more home.
Well, it would have been easy. You have Krug. What's the complement of a heavy cruiser? And then them say, 1,100 or 700 staff with so many armed officers, this many torpedoes, phaser power for, I mean, it'd be like, this should be quite a prize, if captured. But, he says, like you said, they're about to beam on. He's like, they are numerous, my lord. He's like, we are Klingons.
We are Klingons. Right.
That's the time to deliver that line. We're going to attack
the time, right? To know that, so that we know that they think they are going on board.
Yeah, like, we're going to attack this heavy cruiser. We're Klingons. We don't care the size of them. We're going to attack them.
Yeah, Constitution. It's not thousands. This is around like 240 plus.
Yeah, so I thought for some reason number 700 stuck in my head, but you guys would know better than me. I forgot where I even saw it, but anyway, I like Krug where he's like, I trust he's hiding something, I trust my instincts. And he gives a pretty harsh ultimatum to Kirk, and he also lets him know he has prisoners on the planet. And Kirk does not do a good job bluffing, by the way. All the screens are static behind him. And he's like, you'll give in to my demands or we'll destroy you. Like, it's not good threatening point at all. So of course, Krug calls his bluff, and Kirk is pretty much defeated at that point.
When you were talking about making somebody look capable, and you appreciate it when people look capable.
Yes.
I was thinking about this as I was watching this the last time, that they're about to beam on board. We'll go to the destruct sequence, but when they're a beam on board, I wanted the Klingons to look more capable.
Yeah, like tactical guys. I wanted close quarter.
Exactly. I wanted a much more. I mean, it's fine. I never really thought about that. Prior to now, but as I was watching it now, I was going, because he says, heavily armed. Bring those guys on heavily armed. This is your opportunity. Of course, I know there's a budget thing, but still, this is just like Klingon armor and the weapons that they've got. I would have wanted this to look like SEAL Team 6 came on board the Enterprise. Klingon SEAL Team 6 should come on board the Enterprise.
Well, I know they didn't have the budget, but I would have liked to have seen some sort of robot with them, and one Klingon holding two of those dogs. Tracker dog, if they're trying to hide somewhere, you have two guys.
That could have been cool. Been cool.
Or release some sort of device in the air, some swarm scatter. Like, there's other things they could have done, but they did look rather clumsy, just kind of looking down hallways.
They were trying.
Yeah.
But it wasn't enough. They were trying, but it wasn't enough.
Yeah, I think the idea of genuine tactical reality crept into movies in the late 80s and beyond, because even George Lucas got real serious about it with the clone troopers. He wanted them to really look like convincing military force, in their posture and stances and things. But these guys, I think in 1984 we were just sold on them as Klingons, and we're just like, okay, they're tough, and that was all we needed. And then of course,
that should have been the scene where I really wanted that, when that especially hit me hard as I was watching it this time, is when they come on board the Enterprise. When they come on board the bridge. When they come on board the bridge, I'm like, what would it look like if a SWAT team, like a SEAL team or something like that, like said, look, listen, because what do they think they're about to go on to? They think they're about to go on to a manned command center of this. They've got possibly facing resistance. What would that be like? that would have been the time to show some Klingon or Romulan. Klingon SWAT team tactical, boom! Like they might even like blow open that door or something like
boom,
that.
blow the
And
door
then
open.
The Klingons, moving phaser rifles, whatever, like in a real, but they don't do it. So, oh well.
You could have even had like riot shields and like some sort of Klingon
The
scimitar.
Batla, yeah. No, they might not have developed it enough to have like Klingon Batlas. Although we didn't talk about in the interim here, David died.
Very critical scene.
So we don't have so we need to talk about that. So the death of David. So during that negotiation, I'm gonna kill one of the prisoners. So they do have the Klingon knife that comes out.
Really cheesy. It looks plastic. It looks like
But
plastic.
that's become very iconic. The spring out, that's become a very iconic kind of thing.
Yeah. So, well, and from what I read, they were going to kill Savick, and they changed it to David for the emotional impact. Now, I will say, David tries to fight him off, and you just get a sense watching it every time. David just doesn't stand a chance against a Klingon warrior, and the battle isn't long. The Klingon flips him, pins him, and gets him. Like it's over.
It would have been more dramatic today.
Yeah, well, I would, but I liked how quick it was in this one. They should. He's a scientist. Kirk beat him up in Star Trek too. He punches. So
true.
David. David's he's not a warrior, and he goes down quickly. And Kirk's reaction, I thought, which is like, Captain. David is dead. She's rather dispassionate. Kirk collapses. He misses his chair. He just. It's not a good look for him. He kind of. It's very. I thought it very convincing. I always thought that scene was pretty tough on him. It was good. He backs up and he falls off his captain's chair onto the ground, and he's sobbing in a way. He's like, "You Klingon bastard! You killed my son."
This wouldn't work if it were Savick. It has to be David.
Absolutely,
it has to be David. Now with this fall, Leonard Nimoy on the director's commentary was saying that was something that Shatner did in rehearsal.
I read that too.
And he was not sure whether or not he intentionally fell down or if he actually just missed the chair. But both of them agreed that has to be the way that it is.
Yeah, I thought it was good. Him missing the captains. We never saw him like that. Like, that's what I'm saying. Kirk isn't a kind of character that is a Mary Sue. He gets beat a lot. Now he always responds, which is good, but when I was a kid, I thought this was a pretty serious thing. They didn't show him getting stabbed, but they show his head kind of pop up, and all the impact is there. Like your mind perceives the entire act, and it just killed him. He got stabbed to death. The scientist that we kind of liked, and I had the weirdest thought. I just read one of my notes from watching Star Trek 3 that I wrote that David looks like Charlie Buck, like a grown version of Charlie Buckets from Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory. That he looks like a grown-up version of him, like the face. But I'm so upset I even said that because this is actually a pretty serious scene. But yeah, David's death, I mean, not only does it establish a pretty strong motive for Kirk here, this comes up again in Star Trek 6, the death of David.
The death of David. And I brought this up, what Piano TM just wrote, because I completely agree with this, because we talked about this with the death of Spock, that it's not just the character's death. What we want to see and what is impactful is the other characters. Did I just say impactful? I hate that word. What makes such an impact on us is the way other characters respond. And so Piano TM picked up on that here. David's death is so traumatizing to the audience, not because he dies. We don't really know him very well. It's what we see happens. It's the other character's response, particularly, yes. I mean, especially right here, Kirk's. What makes this important is Kirk's response. It's other characters' responses to death that we respond to. I think that's so important, and they got that right here.
It was devastating to Kirk, and he's sobbing in essence. He's struggling when he's calling you Klingon bastard, and the Klingon. I have 2 more prisoners. You want them killed too? And Kirk surrenders. What also I appreciate in this, not only am I sold that Kirk is devastated, emotionally devastated from this, I also appreciate that when they follow up on him, they show up, he actually has his back turned and Bones leaning over, talking to him, and Kirk grabs him by the arm and pushes him back, and then Kirk turns around. We have a job to do.
We were back.
And he reasserts himself as the captain because he's got to save the rest of his crew. He's got to save the 2 prisoners on the planet. He's got to save the rest of the crew. We're not out of this yet. I think he says something to that effect. We're not out of this yet. We've got a job to do. And his plan, of course, is to lure a boarding party and take them all out by blowing up the Enterprise. And that's high stakes. And what's interesting is I read somewhere that they changed the title from Star Trek 3 Return to Genesis to Star Trek 3 The Search for Spock, because Leonard Nimoy said, well, we already know they're going to get Spock back. That's out there. That the world kind of knows. So we'll just call it especially if you first start to see the movie, like, we're going to get Spock back. So he thought to change the title to The Search for Spock, because that was going to be obvious or self-evident in the movie as you watch it. Mm-hmm. What he said was, but we can have some surprises, like David's death and the blowing up of the Enterprise. And apparently the marketing department did not get the word. So they put the blowing up of the Enterprise in the trailer. And it's funny, this morning I watched the trailer just to see, and it's very prominent in the trailer. And the way the trailer is, they show the Klingons guy say fire, and they show the Klingon, the bird of prey open fire. But then they cut with clever editing, and they show the whole of the Enterprise get,
Oh, I didn't watch the trailer. I should have.
Watch the trailer, and then they show the whole bottom half of the Enterprise falling to the surface of Genesis. I was like, whoo, they showed the whole thing. So the whole surprise that Leonard Nimoy was proud of, that even though they knew they were going to find Spock, they wouldn't know that the Enterprise is going to blow up. And they're like, here's the trailer. And the Enterprise blows up. So
he said something to that effect in the director's commentary, and he said they fought that with this because they was a surprise to them, because they here's the studio approved trailer. So it would have been that. I wish I had watched it now. And then he was like, "What are you doing?" And they fought to get that removed, but that lost.
Yeah, well, it's in there, and it's in there like It's not like a quick snippet. They're like, wait, was the Enterprise damaged? It was like, oh, the Enterprise is. That's blown. That's it. The Enterprise is destroyed. So you would know by watching the trailer in 1984 that this is Star Trek with some consequences in it.
But okay, the destruction of the Enterprise. Then, I think this is done very well.
Me too.
This is done again. This is another major compliment to this movie. That just as we talked about with Star Trek II, that the death of Spock was masterfully done, the destruction of the Enterprise here is also masterfully done.
Agreed.
Because it is treated as a character death. It's another major sacrifice to get Spock back. We talked about David and the son, yes. But then here, a major thing, the Enterprise. And again, I remember my mother talking about this, like just how devastating it was to see the Enterprise lost, right? That the Enterprise is going to be lost here. It's treated as a character. It's not a throwaway super combat kind of thing. It's a sneaky thing. It's what has to be done. It's a sacrifice to let other people live. And what we were just talking about, that when you see the death of a character, it's not so much about the death of the character as it's about other people's response to the death of that character, or other characters and their response. And that's exactly what we have here and what is done so well. We do have some special effects here about the actual destruction of the Enterprise. You see, the bridge blow up and then outside and then part of the hull. And you do have that. It's not overdone, particularly because of the budget and also the time. But then you have all of that. But then what is the major impact moment? It's when you cut back to all of the crew who you know and love looking up at the destruction of the Enterprise. They are watching what happened, and you are seeing their response. So here again, we're seeing the death of a character done right. So I'm giving props to this movie again for this, because a lot of people don't understand now that we have this famous ship or whatever that's part of a franchise and we're going to blow it up. How does it need to go away? People are going to love it because there's going to be a big fight and they just want to see a big fight. And that's not true. Once again, you have to treat that ship like a character. And that was done right in this film.
Yeah.
Got the loss and you see the effect of the loss on the other characters.
Totally. They're all, and I actually thought that the visual effects were really good. Watching the Enterprise kind of fizzle and blow up, and then the lower half kind of come right at the camera. And to your point, they're all staring up, and you see this big orange blaze as the remaining bulk of the Enterprise enters the atmosphere to be burned up. And Kirk does have remorse here. He's like, "My God, Bones, what have I done?
What have I done?" Yes,
and it's a great moment because it shows like at least some genuine self-doubt, which you hope Kirk would have, even though he's decisive. You know, was this necessary? A moment of remorse. And then Bones' response completely answers that question and moralizes what Kirk did and allows us to get past that, the gravity of the moment. And he's like, you know, you did what you always do, Jim. You turned death into a fighting chance to live.
And that line is so important. I think well written.
Yes.
A fighting chance to live, because they're not out of the clear. I mean, they're not in the clear.
They're stranded on this planet.
They're stranded on this planet that's about to blow up. So they got to that point, but they are by no means safe.
They're no means. David's still dead. Their ship is gone. There's no rescue on the way. Grissom is gone. There's still Klingons on the planet, and there's still a Klingon commander with a fully
the planet
armed
is blowing
ship.
up.
Yeah, but the other Klingon is still in orbit. He is capable. He can actually, you know, he still has a fully functioning ship. So a fighting chance to live, you're right, is very well worded because it establishes that, like, we're still here. We still have some cards to play. You know,
right. We still have some cards to play, but we're not out. Because one way to have done this movie or something like that would be to say we're going to sacrifice the Enterprise, and as the result of that sacrifice, we resolve the conflict of the movie. We are done. We have completed the movie arc. That would be like the final scene. And because we did that, we completed. But that's not the way that's done here. You have just got another fighting chance.
Right.
To keep going. You don't have a guarantee because of that. You have a fighting chance to continue, but no guarantee.
And I saw a couple comments in the chat that struck me as well. I remember when I first saw this, I was blown away by it. I was like, oh my God, the Enterprise, it's such a huge moment. And then I think in one of the Next Generation movies, they blow up the Enterprise. And I've seen it several times. And now I'm just like, oh, they're doing a self-destruct again. So even I am like, quit ruining such a drastic measure because it was so impactful. Oh, I almost said your word, impactful. It was so moving when it happened that first time. I feel like every time they reuse it, it cheapens it just a little bit.
It absolutely does. It absolutely does. And I was trying to decide how much I wanted to talk about the destruction of the Enterprise D, because we said we were going to do this series through Star Trek 6, but we could do it through Star Trek 7. Which would
be First Contact
because I really want to compare and contrast the destruction of the Enterprise here in Star Trek 3 and how emotional it is and how well it's done with how terribly it was done in Star Trek 7.
Yeah.
Because that's an example of how not to do it.
Well, they make the ship seem disposable. Like when Kirk did it, you got a sense like, only under this extreme circumstance on a ship that's about to be decommissioned would this even be considered. And now it's like, well, why don't we just abandon ship and blow it up? Like it's like an easy call now. I don't know. It seems like instead of a last resort, which is how it felt with Kirk, it feels like a go-to.
It's a go-to, or like let's see. Now I noticed that we've got some people who are having to drop out because. But okay, so this is what I want to talk about, and especially if we do 7, then we can talk about this more. The Enterprise D was destroyed in battle, but that's not as cool. That's not as cool. Yes, it was. It actually got defeated for a stupid reason. And I don't think now is the time to go into that. If we do Star Trek 7, then's the time to hammer that, because I think it was absolutely stupid. Like the tactical situation where that ship was destroyed was absolutely stupid. But okay, it was a big fight. Okay, it was a big fight. and you lost that ship. And I remember, because I remember going to the movie theater to see Star Trek 7. I didn't see I didn't see Star Trek 3 in theaters, but I saw Star Trek 7 in theaters. And I remember going to Star Trek 7 knowing they were going to blow up the Enterprise. Now, I guess seeing the trailer, you would know they were going to blow up the Enterprise in 3. But I remember it was like, oh, don't you want to go see the movie where they're going to blow up the Enterprise? There was nothing, there was no emotion in Star Trek 7. And I love the D. I mean, I'm a big fan of the D because I watched a lot of the Next Generation.
Next Gen.
So I watched a lot of that. I am definitely a big fan of the D. That's my second most favorite ship that I have an emotional attachment to. Yet this in Star Trek 3 was done right. This is the example of how to do it right. And even as much emotional attachment as I have to the D, you didn't have emotional response in 7.
Well, someone had a great comment just to show how cheap it was. We can always add another letter to the Enterprise. Like,
did they say that? I don't remember that. So they said
I
that.
remember something like that. I remember that line rings familiar to me. I don't know if it was in that movie or if it was in a subsequent TV series, but I do remember a line like that where like we can add another letter to it. And you're right. It makes it sound like, or there's like 26 letters to the alphabet or something like that. And
yeah.
I
mean, I haven't had a reason to go back and watch that movie. You know, I haven't been back. I mean, I know the first 6, the original series crew movies, because I watched them so many times, but I might have only watched that movie once or maybe twice.
You know about Generations?
Generations, right? Yeah.
Me too. And Kirk's death was terrible in it. Like
Kirk's death is terrible. It's
yeah. I'm not a fan of that movie. I've never ever rebought it in like 30 years. Like I buy movies like I'm a movie crazy guy. I've never bought Generation. I bought Star Trek 5, The Final Frontier. I mean, that's watchable for me, but I've never had, and that's not a good movie. I've never bought Generations. I do like First Contact. That's actually, I have a very sweet spot for Star Trek First Contact.
Really?
I do. I like it. There's certain parts of it that I really like. The cheapness of it drives me absolutely bonkers. It looks like it was made on a CW budget, but there's some things in First Contact that I really do appreciate.
The my problem. Somebody actually asked me if we were going to do Generations or no, the First Contact on the Discord server, and my problem with that movie is the plot should never have happened because it's dealing with Picard's response to having been assimilated. And we dealt with that. I said, I don't like it when you reset a character. I think that's bad writing. You should not do that. And we dealt with Picard's response to being assimilated in the episode I, Borg.
The series, right.
In the series, right. There was a fantastic episode, I, Borg, where Picard really confronted what it had meant to be assimilated and what he was willing to do. And it resolved that plot line with him. It was an excellent episode. And so to reset him for that movie, and there might have been something else you can do with the Borg. I'm not saying that. But they reset the character of Picard in that movie to not having fully grappled with what it had meant to be assimilated, when actually we did deal with that in the series. And to me, that was an extremely weak part of that, because I was like, no, we've already dealt with this.
I really want to hear your thoughts on Picard season 3. It's 10 episodes.
Well, maybe I should just watch it and then we just have a table talk on it.
We can, because
so great. I need to watch it.
It is excellent. It's excellent, and it deals with all the best stuff you can imagine. Anyway,
okay. I need to watch it. I'm so happy that you, who like Star Trek, and someone who knows Star Trek and enjoys this, is telling me that's so great, because I want good Star Trek to watch. So okay, then can I just watch Star Trek? It's Picard's 3 and just not worry about 2. Just watch 3.
I didn't watch. Like, I watched one episode of 1 and season 1, and I hated it. And then I started watching YouTube videos about the seasons, and everything that I heard about it just confirmed what garbage it is. And then I got wind from Robert Myers Burnett that Picard season 3 was good, and I just didn't believe him. And then I started hearing it from unlikely sources that it was good. People that are real critical of Star Trek said it was good. So I watched it, and I have rewatched episodes, and that's something I almost never do anymore. You know, if I could binge through it, I'm good usually. I rewatched episodes because it was so fun and so like engaging. Like I was so engaged with it, and I like how they handled the characters, and it made me re-interested in the Next Generation again. In a way that like it seemed to be like back there in time, and now it's like this new look, but the characters are all preserved, and I was like, wow, this is some of my favorite next gen Star Trek Next Generation stuff was in Picard season 3 because it was handled so well. So,
and I gotta watch it. Then I had another friend who told me season 3 was great, so I gotta watch
oh
it.
Man, I would love to talk with you about Picard, and I'll rewatch it again. I don't care.
All right. Well, then, all right, we'll do it. We will do it then. All right. Well, I guess we're gonna have to do it. We got some conflict on what the best starship design is. Sable Phoenix says the Galaxy class is the single best starship design in all of Star Trek. I still like Phoenix class. I still like Miranda class.
Miranda, I like.
Yeah, Miranda is so good. Piano TM says, I have mixed feelings about the D. I grew up with the original series, and then when I saw the D, I thought it was ugly, but then it grew on me. I came to like it. Then it was destroyed. See, I have no attachment whatsoever to the E. Like, if you ask me what emotional attachment I have to different Star Trek ships, I have no emotional attachment to the E.
I have memories when Star Trek The Next Generation came out and they unveiled the new ship. It got a lot of criticism. A lot of people didn't like the new design of it. I remember they were making fun of it, like on like late night TV. I can't remember what they compared it to, but it was like a waffle and something. Anyway, like they were making fun of it. And but to someone else's point, it really grew on me too. In fact, I remember building a model Enterprise D. So like I did model building when I was a kid. So
I built a model Enterprise D. I had an Enterprise D. I built.
Yes.
I had it hanging up with fishing wire in my room. Yeah.
So yes, it ended up being something that I really did kind of attach to. I like the look of it when I see it, and I don't want to say anything else, but when I see it, I love it. It's like instant pleasure when I see it on screen now. My favorite ship though is this 1701A Kirk ship. Maybe it's all that ship porn from Star Trek 1 and 2, but I love that ship. Like it looks beautiful in space. I love the stark, shiny, lit up white hull. The nacelles are perfect on it. The big blue engine room. I love it. That's my favorite one. But my second favorite would definitely be the D.
The D is the second favorite. Yeah, I would say that. And at some point, actually, we're going to talk about actual bridge designs. I have thoughts on bridge designs, but we haven't come to that part yet. So Piano TM says 1701A. Yes.
Yes.
Constitution refit. I agree. I love that too. I'm completely with you. I had a Constitution refit Enterprise. I didn't build that one. An uncle of mine built that. So I had a Constitution refit, and then he gave it to me, but I built an Enterprise D. I remember my stepfather was, because I hung them all with fishing wire. I mean, such a classic boy thing. If I had kids, and if I had sons or daughters, but especially if I had sons, but if I had daughters that are into it, then that would totally be cool. We would build models, and they would get to hang them, like hang starships from their ceiling. I thought that was so cool. But I remember it was so, I remember my stepfather, hating trying to hang the Enterprise D. I remember we were trying to hang the Enterprise D because we were trying to get fishing wire. We had hooks up in the ceiling, and because just the saucer, it was the saucer section.
It was actually top heavy.
It was top heavy. And then also there was nothing to because it was the saucer section, we were looping fishing wire and it would slide and fall off. There was nothing to grab, because you could loop around the nacelles, the warp nacelles. But then trying to get it was this ship is a big circle. You can't hang. Eventually we figured it out, and it was hanging up there.
Yeah. I remember having problems with that too. I remember you couldn't even set it down because it would always fall forward. It was so front loaded. It was really hard to get that thing to sit right. But I did have a D, and I did have an Enterprise D model, and I did like the design. It totally grew on me to the point now where, especially now when you see old footage of the episodes of the Next Generation, now that look, like defines that era of Star
That
Trek.
era, yes. And as Sable Phoenix was saying, the gigantic luxury hotel has now arrived in space. It is now here.
Yeah, they did move less. They moved away from utilitarian and more toward the comfort.
Toward the
more
comfort,
comfortable.
yes. And that was a deliberate design choice on there about what this was going to be about. This was not going to be military. This was more about the negotiation, the stuff like that. So that's why, yes, we're on board this luxury liner. But I mean, I loved it. I mean, I watched a lot of Next Generation.
I wish I could tell you something, but I can't. Sorry, I was right about to tell you a line. Anyway, I'll skip.
Okay. So where we were in the movie, I believe, okay, the planet is now blowing up. And
yes.
the Klingons David is dead. The Klingons are down on this planet. Spock is aging into his adult self.
Well, and this is really where we get there is a poignant moment, and I'm glad the movie took the moment. I really appreciate it. And this goes into something you were saying too. It's the reaction of people that can sometimes have the impact. Kirk sees the body of his son, David, laying on the ground.
Yes.
He takes off his bomber jacket and he lays it over him to give him dignity. That's why and the camera, and this is where, to your point, it has the biggest impact. It just shows Scotty and everyone just kind of observing Kirk dealing with the death of his son. They're just watching him do it. And it always made me feel like you're watching something that you shouldn't be watching, but you don't want to look away either. You want to give the moment its own dignity.
I completely agree, because this Kirk's moment with his son here, when he's exactly doing what you're describing, is something that would have been very easy to omit
or forget.
In action.
Totally.
Like we're in the middle of action. We got all this. We could have omitted that, but we didn't. And it is very important. That's another thing that it gets right.
It gets it right, and they don't spend an exorbitant, he doesn't give a eulogy. He's not like, I'll avenge you. Like they don't.
It's a very quiet moment. I'm going to grab something over here, but keep going.
Well, no, it's a quiet moment. It's dignified, and the reaction of the crew observing him do it and giving it the levity it needs. That was all we needed, and we addressed it. And it also then lets us move to really the finale part where Krug re-engages. He beams down. So Kirk tries to taunt him. He tries to,
he tries the taunting. Yep.
He tries that, and Krug's a little too smart for him. He's got warrior instincts. And there's a great line. I love this line. Krug beams down.
He tries to taunt him in a very similar way that he taunts Khan.
Yes.
That
Totally.
you're going to have to come down here if you want to take it, whatever. It's a similar try, but it doesn't work on this guy.
Well, what's interesting, it does, because he does come down there.
But he excuse me. Kirk wanted Krieg, or the Klingon commander, to bring them up.
Right. Oh, yeah.
He wanted him to bring them up. If you want us to bring us up, and I will give you what you want. And he doesn't do that. All of a sudden, he comes down. Right. I was just going to show, I think we should look at this on the morning grind one day. Because do you know this? I'm going to solo myself so I can show it. Let's see. Am I solo layout? Yes, I have the Enterprise technical manual too. But do you know this?
I don't have that. No.
I'm looking for a date on this, but this is some original. I mean, this is old. I mean, you can tell by the packaging and the look that this is 60s.
That is awesome.
I mean, this is the original Enterprise plans here.
It almost looks like a trapper keeper.
It kind of does. It kind of does. I wish that my mother had this. I bought this because I said my mother was a big Star Trek fan, and she had this. And I remember looking at the plans of the Enterprise in the living room. And she and I would look at it and we would talk about, because I see people talking about the technical manual and the plans of the ship. I remember looking at this with my mother, and I don't know where her copy is. I have no idea, but I had to buy this off of eBay. I know this isn't her copy because her copy didn't have the button no longer worked. It had fallen off. So I bought this on eBay. And if I ever knew her copy, I would know that's her copy because the button had fallen off. but I bought this in memory of my mother because she
Oh,
and I
wow.
would sit there and look at this in the living. So one day on the morning grind, I've got this in the stack of physical things to look at. We're going to look
Wow.
at the Constitution class Enterprise plans. So
Man, those I don't own that, but it is fun going through it because there's all these details to the ships that never make the movies, and
like a
you
bowling alley and a swimming pool.
That's what I'm saying. Like it's cool to see the rest of the ship, almost like a tour that you never would have gotten to see before, and it also kind of brings the reality of the ship that somebody thought all this out. You know,
So one morning on the morning grind, we're going to be pulling out that.
that'll be awesome.
So Kirk wants them to bring him aboard. He does not get that taunt to work because the Klingon comes down. It's like, oh, the Klingon came down here.
Yeah.
Right.
Now what?
Now what do we do? Right.
Well, but he says malts choi chew, which is important, obviously. And
right. Kirk
up.
hears who is up there, right? Because Kirk must know
Malt.
some Klingon.
Right, yeah, it's beautiful. They beam him up, and I love Kirk is like, what about the Vulcan? He goes, no. And he's like, why not? He's like, because you wish it. I love
Great
that
line.
It is. It's a great line. And then Kirk tries again. He's like, he tries it like the cool way. Beam the Vulcan up, and we'll talk. You know, Krug again rebuffs the idea, and I love the audacity and bluntness of the dialogue. Genesis. Give it to me. Like, he's like, I want it. They're not, there's no diplomacy to this. It's almost like Krug's like, wait, there's nothing else to talk about. You either give it to me, give me Klingon, or what do we do? And then Kirk's like, if we don't help each other, we'll die here. And then Krug is like, fine with me, perfect. So at that point, Kirk realizes his only chance is through combat. And of course, the planet Genesis gives him the assist. Or who goes up? I can't remember. I think it's Kirk, right? Doesn't the boulder push Kirk up and he leaps on the
I think so. Yeah. I think it's Kirk that goes up. Yeah.
So yeah, they get into a fight, and there's a there's a scene where Krug falls over onto lower ground, and then Kirk, what a wild scene where his legs are higher than his shoulders, leaping onto Krug. There's a kind of a funny story in our house because this came out in '84, so I must have been 8 or 9 years old, and we went on a vacation in 1985, and Star Trek was a big thing in our family. And I remember my dad was swimming in a pool we were on vacation. He was at a pool in a hotel, and I got to this higher ground, and I did that to him. I jumped out. I was like, ah! I jumped out, and I remember my dad, and we'd fight, we'd always be wrestling. And I remember he couldn't even wrestle because he was laughing so hard. And this has stuck around as like just part of family lore, that primal attack. So my dad will bring it up every now and then. He's like, do you remember that time at the KOA or whatever it was? So yeah, I tried the Kirk attack, and it works. It works.
I just saw that scene go by. Well, you're right. I hadn't thought about it. Kirk's legs are high. Like, he dives. He dives.
I mean, it's like he skydives onto Krug, man.
I was going. I have this in my
Yes.
notes since I was going to bring this up. You were talking about the negotiation here, and this is actually a point that was a bit earlier when David was talking to him, but it goes as well here because David had said, because we know that there was proto matter involved, and so it's that's why it's degrading.
Right.
But so David had said Genesis doesn't work. I can't believe they would kill. I believe the Klingons would kill it. But this is a misunderstanding. I don't believe the Klingons. I believe they would kill us for it. That's what it is.
Right.
But this is a misunderstanding of Klingons because it may not be sufficiently stable. But that doesn't mean to survive and continue as a planet. But that doesn't mean that it's not going to kill everything on a planet that you deliver it to.
Right. It still works as a weapon.
It still works as an ultimate weapon that could kill everything on a planet. It's going to rejuvenate it, but hey, it'll fall apart, next week or whatever it is.
This weird planet will form, but just give it a week or two.
Right. Give it a week. But it will still kill everything. So we've still created. We were talking about the Genesis torpedo as part of the lore. So even though you can't create a planet with it, it still works as an ultimate planet-killing weapon. It's almost like the Death Star laser, okay, that you hit this thing with this Genesis torpedo. So it still has a lot of value
Totally.
as an ultimate weapon, and the Klingons would want that. I mean,
Absolutely.
or whoever is like, you think we're going to let you have? I mean, this is still, as Sable Phoenix is talking about, as far as the lore and stuff like this. That part probably still goes under recognized because it's kind of going, oh, this doesn't work. You use proto matter, but nonetheless, the residual effect that, oh, you can use proto matter, it won't survive. Who cares? But this torpedo can kill everything on a planet, goes underutilized. So that part is dropped.
I think that's actually a great point. I don't even know if I ever really thought about it like that, but you're right. To a Klingon, they don't care if a world is formed. In fact, that's good for Krug because in the beginning of the movie, he's like, "Oh yes, charming. Your wife your wife and your children at your feet, and high above the flag of the Federation." So he thinks because that's kind of like a colonial mentality to Krug, and he gets mad at the other Klingon for being like, can make planets, and he's like, "You get back to your station." So Krug doesn't care about he looks. So if the fact that it doesn't make planets to him, that's a positive because now you're not going to get a sort of incidental colonialism in the expansion of the Federation. And to your point, we can still fire it on Earth, and it'll knock that. That it's going to in favor of its new matrix. So
it's gone.
So yeah, its value as a weapon is the one thing the Genesis torpedo still has. And you're right, David completely miscalculates that. And David couldn't lie about that because it created whatever was here before. It's now the Genesis planet. So, and Krug saw the video. So David has nothing to bluff with.
So that's a part that from the world building and stuff like that was never followed up on and should have been. Yes, I've seen this quote as well. It came earlier.
One of the best lines. It's unforgettable.
It is. And other thing, when I think about that line and as he's delivering it, I think about what the tread on Captain Kirk's boot looks like. Because you see like the tread on the boot. It's boom, boom. And I just wonder if that tread was deliberately saying, because I'm like, okay, if the director and like, we're going to be seeing the bottom of this boot. What does a Starfleet boot look, the bottom of a Starfleet boot? Because you don't often get to see that.
Get production on this. We need production to work on this.
Yeah, we need production on this. I don't think it actually stamps it on his head.
Well, and what's crazy is the Klingon forehead, you wouldn't even notice the tread line if it was in there.
Whack.
And what's funny is I love the way Piano TM even wrote it because you hear the line the way it's written like that. I have had enough of you. And he kicks them. And what's wonderful too is Krug. And by the way, and this follows one of the worst practical effects in the whole movie. That piece falls. That piece of the cliff kind of falls like it's on a track or something. Anyway, Krug goes over the edge, and Kirk, in good guy hero fashion, offers to help him. And
he does offer to help. Yes, he does offer to help.
He offers to pull him up, and Krug grabs his goes for the kill instead, and then of course gets himself in a position that is untenable. And Kirk to that line, he's like, "Well, I'm going to play my last card." Boom! You're out of here.
It's not as underwhelming as the fight with the Gorn.
No, there's some combat here. There's some fun stuff. Like I said, the primal scream from a skydive jump, that's pretty big stuff for Kirk, even for Shatner. But that I have had enough of you. It's so funny that they went with that take because you almost want a more either just beat him and throw him over the edge or a more dramatic line. This is almost kind of like a throwaway line you would say to your little brother if you're like wrestling with him. It's almost like playful in a weird sense, and yet it works and everybody remembers it.
Or, it could have been, like, oh, right. Then so Sable thinks, but it's the ultimate good guy kind of thing. So, I mean, that's true. I understand what you're saying here, Sable. I understand. Well, but he could have said like, I have had enough of you. Whack, whack, whack. But it's the I. Whack, have had. Whack.
That's what I'm saying. It's not an instinctive way to send off the arch rival of the movie. it has a certain like a brother who's had enough of his younger brother. You know what I'm saying? It's like irritation.
The Gorn. We said the Gorn, or I did.
Yeah.
That Gorn battle. As much as you watch that and you're like, oh my, like on YouTube, it's making fun of the most dramatic battle in sci-fi when Kirk is fighting that Gorn. I remember watching that as a kid. I remember.
You gotta get this book. It's called Star Trek Villains. It's relatively new, and it has all the people that Kirk has fought. Well, and it's got Voyager in here, the Borg Queen, a lot of Next Generation. It's great. Like this is a fun book, and I love that Khan and the Gorn are leading the way on this.
I remember watching that fight as a kid and just loving it. It's so funny that it's made fun of so much now. I mean, I understand why, but I remember watching that and going, "Oh my God, this is awesome!" And he's building the cannon, and I remember like getting pillows together and like a tube, and I was like building that on the couch as I was watching. Like, "Oh my God, a cannon! We're building a cannon!" Man, I was totally into it. Yes, and has the formula for gunpowder. I was totally into it. I was building that with pillows and a cardboard tube on the couch as I was watching. But I was into that.
But that's why I think it works. It's because you can simulate it. It's almost like you using pillows was the 1960 version of a production team creating boulders. It's not that different. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, I could do that. I could do the same thing with this thing and, hurl the rock at him. It is. There's a play to it that I think is recognizable. And I think it helps make it memorable. And Kirk fighting this Klingon is memorable. And I saw some people quoting that I have had enough of you when we first signed on. People were quoting that. So when they think of Star Trek 3, this line pops up in their head.
Well, now we are finally coming toward the end.
Yeah.
But there's still a lot to say about. I feel like we're having people go to sleep on it. I know. But there's still a lot to say. So actually, somebody said, a Piano TM said that he didn't think that Kirk knew Klingon. He's just repeating what Krug said.
Agreed.
So okay, so you think that he was just this was. It depends on whether or not it's more deliberate or whether it's more chance. I suppose if he's just repeating what was said, then it's more chance.
Yeah, I assume that he memorized what Krug said and saw that was what he said that beamed people up. So he just rolled the dice and tried to Maltz, Choi, Chew. And then luckily it was the right command and got up there. But I think the movie sufficiently prefaces it. I think, if that's the command and then they beam him up, it's reasonable even for me to think that maybe that's the ticket out of here. That's how you
maybe so. I think I had thought that Kirk had picked up on the fact that the guy up there was named Maltz, which is because he calls Maltz. Do this, and so I thought that it was a bit more deliberate, but then there you go. Because Sable Phoenix asks, "How the hell do you guys get 4 hours out of the search for Spock? You guys,
I don't know.
Nerds."
I got to be honest. I thought this was going to be like a 2-hour.
I know. I did too.
Yeah, I thought this was going to go quick because Wrath of Khan went so long. But
I did too. I was not expecting this. I do love. He pulls. I love the line. I loved as a kid when he comes up and says, help us or die. I don't deserve to live. Kirk says, okay, fine, I'll kill you later.
Yeah, that's great.
That line. I love that line. I loved that as a kid.
It's almost like this. It's dismissive the way Indiana Jones was in Raiders of the Lost Ark, where the guy's like doing the big sword and he's just like, it just bypasses the threat. Fine, I'll kill you later. Get back.
Fine, I'll kill you later. Like that's.
So, but this obviously once they commandeer the Klingon bird of prey, they use and it's funny. This is all set up now for Star Trek 4, but they have the Klingon bird of prey, and they commandeer it and they go to Vulcan for the Vulcan ritual on Mount Seleia. So,
which is,
well, there is a touching scene with Bones and Spock on the way to Vulcan.
Yeah, right. And then wait, you said you would kill me. I lied.
I lied.
Because what do you expect? Are you expecting Kirk to like murder him Like, would Kirk murder him? Okay, he doesn't do that. He doesn't murder the guy.
Well, Klingon culture would imagine you kill your prisoners, and Federation culture, there's regulations. So
Yeah, something's got to say go below you. I lied. Okay, so I like that. Okay, I guess I'm actually gonna need another beer, but oh no, this is okay. Yes, before we get to Vulcan, you're talking about this scene with Kirk and with Spock and McCoy.
yeah, there's a little bit of an atonement between the two.
Yes, this is good. This is good.
It is, because he basically says, I think he even says, I never thought I'd hear myself say this, but it seems I've missed you. So he, I feel like we've all felt that Bones and Spock make a good team for argument. Like they're like every time they argue, it's kind of classic Star Trek. So in a sense that there is that sense of you need both sides of that coin. And here Bones is kind of acknowledging that, and he's more of the gruff. Bones is not a the type that seems prone to this sort of sincere talk to Spock, but he does it here in Star Trek 3, and it does feel rewarding to listen to him say it.
I agree. I agree that is a good scene, even though the Spock is comatose. But that's often scenes like that are important. The person may not be hearing you.
Right, you're getting something off your chest.
It's something off your chest. Yeah.
Right.
So then you arrive. Then we arrive on Vulcan. That's when everybody arrives on Vulcan.
Right. We get to Vulcan, and they get to Mount Seleia, and there's some odd comedy here in some funny spots, but they also bring the actress back. Who played in the original series. I forget the actress's name. It's like 3 words.
I was just looking that up.
It's like Dane. Anyway, they bring her back from the original series to play Talai. And what's interesting is I never knew her name was Talai. And there's a line where Sarek says, "Forgive me, Talai," and he's calling her by name. And I'm like, why would he lie to her? I thought he said, "Forgive me to lie," like forgive me for lying, because he's like, I want Faltor. Forgot the name of it, but he's asking for this mythical, mythical, ritual to bring Spock back, and she goes, "What you ask is not logical. It's never been asked for." And then he goes, "Forgive me to lie," and it's just unfortunate. It's unfortunate because the way you write it, it sounds like he says, "Forgive me to lie." And for 20 years, I thought he said, "Forgive me to lie." And I was like, and it bothered me because I was like, Sarek doesn't seem like the kind of guy that would be like, "I want this thing. Never mind. I lied about it. Like, forgive me to lie." So that one goofy line just threw me off for 20 years. And then I was watching a subtitle one day and I was like, wait, forgive me to lie. Is her name to lie? And it was like this major revelation that that he wasn't, that Sarek never lied. He was just saying, "Forgive me to lie." My logic is kind of out the window where my son is concerned.
So I wanted to bring that up because I thought this was just incredible. So the actress there specifically is Judith Anderson.
Okay. Yep.
Judith Anderson is her name. The reason that you think that it might be 3 is because it's Dame Judith Anderson.
That's what I was thinking.
Right. Because she is she was knighted. So instead of Sir Judith Anderson, she is Dame because a knight uses a female knight uses Dame, or has the option of using Dame. So she was knighted Most Excellent Order of the British Empire. So she is Dame Judith Anderson. And she was born. Do you know when she was born?
I think I looked at it, was like 1897 or something,
yes,
right?
I know. She was born in 1897.
Unbelievable.
It's unbelievable.
That's
so
like
here
Victorian England.
I know. I'm looking at this and I'm going, oh my God. Of course, you said this was 1984 that this was out. This was 1984. But still, I don't know, that we have somebody who was born in the 19th century. So this is 1897 here in this role. 1897.
And she's not just like in the scene. She has like loud booming voice.
She is commanding the scene.
Yes, she is the one who is in charge of this finale. she's tough on. So we talked about how Sarek played the parental card and kind of outmanned Kirk in that scene effectively, with good effect. And now we have Sarek, who's almost childlike in her presence.
Mm-hmm.
When she's like, Sarek, what do you want? And she's got all these, so she chews up the scene, and really sells me on her as a wise Vulcan matriarch. I thought she was excellent.
She is excellent. So I think this whole sequence we're about to go through is weak on the whole.
There's a lot of weak. Yeah.
I think it's very weak. But again, we're anchoring this basically on 3 scenes: the ghost scene, the Sarek scene with Kirk, and then we're going to anchor it here again. I mean, we've had a bunch of action in between, as we've discussed in detail, apparently. But here again, this is culminating the weird plot line, which I think is done weak overall. But she's the one who's going to carry it. Once again, we have the actress that's going to carry it.
I think she carries it, and I think Sarek carries it a little bit.
He does again. Yes, I mean, he's here.
I think
yes.
He comes across as a man of, like, he comes across as serious to me, and he also seems to come across as a little vulnerable here, in that he's asking for something that's very difficult. There is also some good dialogue here where she, and it's kind of funny with Bones. I choose the danger, which is kind of a funny line.
And that was because that was her line. The Dame Judith Anderson.
Yeah.
Because she says something like it's fraught with danger or something. And then McCoy says, I choose the danger. But the line in the script is it's fraught with risk. And McCoy says, I choose the risk. And Dame Judith Anderson called up the writers and the producers, the directors, whatever it was, and said, don't you think danger would be better in like a British voice or something like that? So the fact that word is danger, because it's so great from her. And then like, I choose the danger, right? Yeah. That's such a great line, but that using the word danger right there was from her.
Well, that's great, because that actually creates a little, what's the word I'm looking for? Understandable comedy. When he goes, I choose the danger. And then he's like, hell of a time to ask.
I know. And then Kirk likes a hell of a time to ask. What a great line.
But it's not a slapstick joke. It's just kind of him. What's funny is that line would not work as well if it was, I choose the risk, because that seems a little bit more measured. I choose the risk.
I'll take the risk. Or I'll take the risk. Or
yeah,
whatever.
I accept it, right? Versus I choose the danger seems like an awkward wording for him. And that's part of what makes this funny and also relatable to me, that he's just like, whatever you just said, I'll choose the bad part of it.
When we're landing on Vulcan, we are seeing the only on location shot of the entire film, because this was shot entirely on a soundstage. But there was, and I forget what they said, but the staircase that's going up to where they're about to perform this ritual is a staircase at some college.
Oh,
I forget what it is. So the
steps of Mount Salea are on a college campus.
Or on a college campus. So the only on-location shot they did for this entire film was that, and they were saying they had to because everything else around it is a matte painting and is put in over it. But the steps and everything that's going on is some actual staircase at a college campus. So the only on-location shot that they did was going out to this college campus to see the steps.
Wow.
And Nimoy in the director's commentary was talking about feeling the lack of budget here. And I agree. Like I said, I feel like this is a rather weak way to go. And I appreciate the movie more when I hear that certain things like that, this whole sequence we're about to go through is weak overall.
It is.
And then you hear like the director recognizing it, because it also humanizes. It's like, God, totally. I was dealing with this budget situation. I was dealing with this. We were trying to deal with this. And this is what we came up with.
Right.
So I understand it better, and I appreciate it more here, because he was saying, I wanted 10 times the number of people. I wanted, and I'm like, when I'm seeing this, when I was hearing Nimoy describe it, I'm going, what he wanted. I was like, oh yeah, that's what it should be. That first of all, Spock is a hero of the entire planet. he's dead, and now there's a chance that he lives again. Like everyone on the planet is coming out for the return of Spock. So yeah, there aren't that many people like standing
it seems
around.
like a handful of cultists.
right. Instead of like a celebration of the entire hero of the character, so Nimoy recognized that. So when you hear that, recognize that, yeah, I wanted to do more. I just didn't have the budget. This was supposed to be a return of Spock. It was supposed to be so much more. We didn't have the budget. So this is what we ended up with.
I liked the ritual idea of it. Those Vulcan chicks in like the white gowns were amazing, beautiful women.
Yeah, they are beautiful women. And he even says, and I'm looking for it as I'm kind of watching the movie through right here, when he said he tried to make the Vulcans as magical and as mystic as possible, because he said that when the women take Spock, they're not holding him. The women were gorgeous. They're actually holding their hands over him as if they're levitating him.
Sable, it makes you normal. You're completely normal.
Yeah. Okay. So that's not just me. Okay. So what was the thing about this scene? The young Vulcan priestesses in their white robes, yes, and were, and the straight cut and their hips, Shirley wigs were gorgeous. Yes.
Yeah.
They do. They have their hand on top of him, so they're levitating Spock. They're not holding him. They're levitating him. Man,
I've never caught that. I think I'm just distracted by those Vulcan women because they're distracting, like when they're in the scene.
But this whole scene should have been more.
Well, what was interesting too is Sarek is wearing what looks like to be an ancient Jewish priest,
right?
Uniform, because it has this. Remember Belloc in Raiders of the Lost Ark? That's an ancient Jewish priest outfit with the stones inlaid in the chest plate. Sarek is dressed like that, so there is I think that triggers a little from a cultural archetype, some sense of this is an ancient practice, an ancient ritual. Sable's still on the hot Vulcan chicks.
Their haircuts and cut all the way down to their hips. Yes. Right. It fits. Yes, because it's not. It's based on.
Yes.
This is the Jewish. This is the symbol, but then the Vulcan symbol is this.
Right, but you can see where it came.
Fingers am I holding up? That's not very damn funny.
Well, and it's upside down.
Oh, is the Jewish one supposed to be this?
Sometimes it's upside down. Yes.
Really? Oh.
Yep. I'm Jewish actually. So.
Oh, really? Oh, so it's supposed to be this.
Yeah, I'm trying to get it on camera. So sometimes you get it upside down. There's a pretty well known. It's kind of rounded, the upside down hand, but there are symbols I've seen or etchings with this as well.
No, okay. So I got two questions to ask. But can you do this? No. You have to start like this, and now actually do it. Okay, because some people, you can. So some people can't. Huh. Some people can't. And actually, in Star Trek 1,
so a lot of people have to start like that and move out.
Well, or maybe in Star Trek 1, when Spock is on that planet, doing the ritual, right?
Yeah.
Instead of holding her with the woman, with the priestess who's there, instead of holding her hand up and then giving the Vulcan hand signal, she lifts her hand and it's already in the symbol.
Oh.
And that's because she couldn't just make her hand do that. And so she actually had to use her other hand to make it do that off camera and then just lift the hand up into that.
That's cheating.
Yeah, so that, again, because there's so much of Leonard Nimoy, and they talked about this in Vulcan, because he developed the hand salute. All right, let's give that. And he developed the neck pinch.
And I think even the live long and prosper phrase, didn't that come from Nimoy?
It might have.
I want to say that it did. I thought I read that somewhere. But yeah, he had a lot to say. But they've always presented Vulcans as kind of ancient mystics who are also very logical. And I thought that in some ways, I felt that this ritual met my expectations on some level of a Vulcan ritual. How the parts that I liked, besides the beautiful Vulcan women in the gowns, like obviously that's great. Talai was awesome. I like the outfits,
Yeah.
and I really like that gong.
The gong is great. Yes, I agree.
That always gave the scene gravity every time that guy struck that gong. I like that.
They're doing a lot with very little.
They're doing well said. They're doing a lot with very little. The part that I thought was possibly the worst was when after she does this, you're like, oh shit, here it comes. And all they do is like this.
All they do is that. That's is very underwhelming. It's very underwhelming.
Yeah, like I'm ready for the big moment, and everyone just concentrates and looks around. And I was like, is that it? Like they concentrate. Okay. I was like, okay. So to me, that was where the budget constraint hurt the most for me. Like I could deal with stripped down sets. I could deal with it. I may not like it, but I could deal with it. But that seemed very underwhelming and very anticlimactic, and almost like what if me and my kids, or if when I was 10 playing with my friends and we had to make up a scene, I'd be like, all right, let's, like that's what you come up with as a kid. Like it's so low level creative in terms of what to do next. But I guess they hope the gravity of the scene coupled with fade out blends, fade out
blends and the gong. And I didn't know when I was watching the director's commentary, like I didn't even realize that one thing that apparently they were supposed to do, or they were supposed to be using to carry the scene, was a passage of time. But I didn't get the passage of time.
No, not at all.
Okay, so that's something that I missed too, that they were like, this went on all night, because apparently the ritual starts in the evening, and then she touches them to do something like this, and then whatever happens, but then you fade out, and then it's the morning.
Okay.
So the implication was supposed to be that they were there all night. But
okay,
I didn't realize that. I never realized that.
Now that you say it, I see it. I remember it's very morning-like.
After they say it, you see it. But I never would. I did not realize that was what was going on. Oh, Brett says thumbs up live stream. Yeah, if you're still here with us, you owe us a thumbs up. Please give us a thumbs up on the stream if you haven't already. If you're still here with us, you owe us a thumbs up.
You are Star Trek storytelling warriors at this point.
Now, Piano TM. Now, this is something that I want to talk about later in greater detail, because I talk about this too. Piano TM says it's realistic because real life religious rituals are like that. Particularly in witchcraft, you're attending this great mystery and you get to the ritual and that's it. Point taken.
Actually, that's a good point.
To you, because this is something that I have spoken about in other videos, and we'll probably talk about it more. Because like when I'm writing Theophany, which is about the fall of Lucifer, when you go to have you ever seen Doug, the YouTube channel Esoterica? I was going to ask you this off screen, but this is a perfect opportunity.
I think I have, actually.
Okay, man, I've only just started watching his videos, but it's really good. But the problem is, if you're like, man, I'm about to go read a magical grimoire from the time of Solomon or something like that. Oh, wow, this is going to be great. What's it like? It's pretty lame. It's often pretty lame, because what do we expect? So it's very different. So when you are creating a world, like a fantasy world, and you're going to have rituals and stuff like that, you say, I'm going to base this on a real world magical ritual from even 800 years ago.
Oh, and when you actually do the research, it turns out that there's not the dramatic.
It's kind of lame, right? It's not, because we have like the Dungeons and Dragons, perspective on it. So you have to give somebody a perspective of what would an ancient ritual be like to a modern day person, because we have all those expectations built in because of like Dungeons and Dragons and movies and stuff like that. But if you actually go back to an ancient ritual, or maybe I've never been to actually a modern day witch ceremony or something like that. But if you go back and you're actually, because I did that when I was doing Journey to the Tree of Sorrows and the Cthulhu mythos, like, okay, so what is an actual ancient spell book, what do they say? Oftentimes it's not nearly as cool as you want it to be, but it's also because you don't understand their mindset.
Right. So there's very specific things that sometimes these rituals are trying to achieve. I know even in Judaism, you start, it's almost like exercising. You do warm-ups and you build up to this higher level as you go through services on Saturday, which is Shabbat. And then you have like other things like in Temple of Doom, like Molaram, they're doing this whole thing and they got the stones and they got the lava. There are things you can do to make, or even Conan. That one's very stripped down. You have all the virgins and they're just kind of singing, and then the girl, and then he claps and the girl jumps into the pit with the snake. You could do things to make it feel more ritualistic. This felt, first off, I want to say Piano TM is totally right. 100%. But I still felt that this was a little like, well, why don't we just concentrate our way to the end?
So Sable Phoenix says, I kind of like this understated for that very reason.
Wow.
So,
okay.
yeah, she said, excuse me, Sable Phoenix. He says that's obviously spent numerous hours doing that ritual. It wasn't obvious to me, but okay, so maybe it was obvious to other people. But Sable Phoenix also
obvious,
says,
but I guess it's implied.
Maybe it's implied. In retrospect, once you're told that, I see that. Sable Phoenix also says, I actually like this kind of understated for that reason. I mean, I can get down with that. Okay, because they talked about, okay, this is already a far out plot, as we've talked about multiple times, that and what's going to happen here and how we're bringing Spot back. This is already a far out plot. So, like, if we had her touch, and all of a sudden, like, lightning leaps, and
I don't want that. What I'm saying is, like, what if you place stones over the eyes and then you move stones over the eye? Like, you could still make it very simplistic.
That's a great point. You could have done stuff like that and seen people moving stuff and things like that. And that could have also implied a passage of time even greater.
Yeah. Something to where you're getting a sense like there's a level of the transfer. I don't need it to be big and grandiose. Like I said, I like rituals. It's fun actually watching rituals in movies, because it always feels. Rituals. What's that?
I love rituals.
Yeah, well, there's something intriguing about it. I think people are naturally intrigued by it. That's why you have films like Eyes Wide Shut, Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom. All those movies with some sort of a ritual kind of built in somewhere. It's always interesting to watch that ritual. And to me, this was a ritual that just wasn't that interesting to watch. That's all. That's all I'm saying. It didn't need to be grand, but I would have liked to have seen some sort of physical movement of something, candles being lit, something thrown into a well. I don't know.
I mean, it is a film, so it's a visual medium. I mean,
it is. It's a visual medium. And I just thought there could have been steps, like even in Passover. Like you dip the parsley in salt water, which, like you do, there's steps you take, even if they're really simple, it's not grandiose. And you do that, or even in communion, in Christian communion, the wafer, you dip it in the wine and you eat like you can do something and just tell us that it signifies something. Like, to me, as a writer, what do Vulcans do to signify the rebirth of a life? Like, we close our eyes and concentrate. It's like, that's it. Yeah. That's all you thought of for the last 20 million years.
You really the parsley. I love that. Like that's something that was dirt cheap.
Yeah,
parsley cheap. So yes, there could have been something more here if someone. We're not going to do lightning coming down. Okay, you're right. Well, we could have done, because we got no budget for that.
Right,
but we could have had some budget for some parsley and some holy water and some put some. Now I'm thinking about that. I can come up with that. Come up with some kind of ritual that is still understated
and symbolic.
It's but it's symbolic in something like that. Yes,
right. Because that's what rituals are for. It's symbolizing something that you aspire or attain to be, or mean to show gratitude for. That's what it's all about. And there was like you could have used physical symbols. There could have been stones with carvings on it. Like, I don't know. To me, it was I think they could have done a lot with a little, in addition to what they did with the set. I think
they could have done a bit more. They could have done more. They could.
The set they did a lot with a little, and then the ritual itself, the final ritual itself seemed like, let's just wrap it up. Let's just close our eyes.
Yeah. No, it seems underwhelming. I've always thought that it was underwhelming. Sable Phoenix says, I haven't done pagan or Wiccan rituals, but I've done medicine journeys a la psilocybin and ayahuasca, etc. They're intense. We'll have to talk about that. We need to talk later, Sable Phoenix in general. I've never done anything like that.
That sounds pretty cool.
Have you ever done anything like that?
Nope, not like that.
I've been trying to decide if that's something I should do or not. I don't know. Open question with me.
However,
we'll have to talk about that, Sable Phoenix.
I find rituals fascinating, and the reason why I think rituals are archetypal. They're subconscious. They're very powerful. It's a form of like participatory storytelling. Usually, there's a beginning, middle, and end. Like, to me, rituals are pack a punch. So I think here's an opportunity. We're on Vulcan. We're transferring the soul of one person into the body of that person. Like, I don't know. Give me a ritual that I can believe Vulcans crafted and evolved over thousands of years. Ultimate logic and ultimate wisdom. Like, I don't know. It just seemed like yoga. Like, we'll hold this yoga pose all night and we'll be fine.
I wanted to bring this up too. Piano TM does, and then there's the dialogue. They've never done it before. See, here was something that I wish had been seeded earlier, because she brings up only here at the very end, this is only something that's been done in ages past. I think I would have brought that up earlier, even with Sarek or something like that, because Sarek is very sure.
I would not have brought that up. I would have treated it more like a semi-common ritual. Because Sarek, here's why. When Sarek confronts Kirk in the beginning, it's a foregone conclusion to Sarek that Spock would have done this. So he's like, obviously, Spock, he asked you, he trusted you. He goes, it is customary when the body is at the end that the Vulcan, that Vulcans pass this on. I'm kind of mixing up the dialogue, but he goes, it's normal, was his point. This is a natural thing Vulcans do. So and that was a good scene. So if so, then this should be a normal ritual that Vulcans do to fulfill the beginning of the Katra, the living spirit. To me, this should not have been a mythical or ancient ritual. This should have been something that is semi-common for Vulcans who know the body is at an end. So I don't know. It seemed like that line, that's the line for me that threw it off. I feel like the line should have been ritualistic. The formal request for the ritual to begin, a cadence where the person giving to lie responds in kind. It felt to me like it should have been patterned and well practiced and well rehearsed, where everyone knows their lines and what we're doing here. And you can even in the chants or the call and response part of a ritual, you can tell a lot about what we're asking. We request, we request the return of the Katra. The Katra, is something it will take. The Katra is done only from the changing of the suns or something, to let us know it's going to be all night. Like, you could do a lot.
No, I would be going with this place. Yeah, Sable thinks, the implication being that Vulcans pass their spirit on to another Vulcan to be taken to the mountain on Vulcan itself and released into whatever lies beyond. So that's the normal ritual. But what was natural was passing on the Katra. The body goes with it. The resurrection. This is what's weird. This is what is in legend. Resurrection was not part of the equation until they had Spock alive in front of them. How often do you have the person and their Katra is in that body, and the body itself is alive over there? They typically don't have a body waiting when they get back. It's like alive and walking around. So that's what's so weird here.
Okay, but here as a writer,
and it's cross species. We have the Windows Mac problem too.
I'll do the best I can, Sarek, but no promises. This discussion is actually excellent because it shows what we're dealing with here. If we're gonna treat the Katra the ritual seriously, then all these last second, I know it's late, but these late comments coming in are some of the best ones, because what it's saying is, and this is what I'm trying to say, in the ritual, this should have been handled. This could have all been handled through dialogue. Sarek, you know that we could pass on the Katra. However, what you're asking, you have brought me Spock's body. Are you asking for a resurrection? And if he's like, yes, that is a forbidden request. You can have, or this is a request that can only be done under certain circumstances. Are you prepared to give up something, Sarek? You should give a gift, and maybe he has to give something in return. All of this would have made the ritual understandable, 2, meaningful, 3, symbolic, and 4, address all of these issues, which I think are very interesting and relevant. And in the end, if they did all of this, this ritual would probably have been archetypal and memorable. I would have loved to have seen a vision quest, very typical, you drinking something to put you into an altered state. All of these things could have been done in order to facilitate this request, which is bizarre. It's a bizarre request. But here's the chance, in my opinion, to resolve a bizarre plot line in a way that even humans find familiar. An ancient mythological ritual where weird things happen, right? Like here, this is where weird stuff happens in rituals. So do it. Let's do this.
Piano TM says, that Sarek had to sacrifice something. We have had a lot of sacrifice in this movie already, but
not Sarek.
That's still also a really good idea because it hasn't been specifically sacrificed for the ceremony. We've sacrificed David, we've sacrificed the Enterprise, but that also would have been cool if Sarek actually had to sacrifice something.
Well, think about it. Ultimately, this is Sarek's request. This is not Kirk.
Kirk. You're right. It's not Kirk's request. It's Kirk brought it, but it's Sarek's request. Yes.
It was Kirk's mission. It was Sarek's request. So for me, ritualistically, Sarek should have given something up, even if it's something symbolic, even if it means something like Sarek presents the shell of, make up a word or a necklace or,
Well, it should have been part of him, like his logic or something like that.
So how would you symbolize that?
Well, I don't know. We'd have to come up with that, but
you know what I would do?
Yeah. What?
No. Okay. This is off the cuff. Sarek. Remember Star Trek 1 where he's going to get that weird red necklace, the Kolinar?
What if Sarek was wearing that?
Yeah, and have him take off the Kolinar necklace and present that to, because he even says, this is beyond logic. He goes, where my logic is concerned.
He takes that off.
So there you go.
That's like a material component to the spell to do that.
And Sarek's giving up the Kolinar for Spock.
That would have been cool. And
also, it's what they're doing is not logical. She even says, what you ask is not logical. And he says, forgive me. My logic is like out where my son is concerned. So here, that would have been perfectly symbolic.
The Kolinar, yes. He should have been wearing the Kolinar necklace. And he should have sacrificed that as a spell component to bring back Spock. Oh my God.
I like that.
That would have been fantastic.
Yeah. Okay. Awesome. So that's what I'm saying. As a ritual,
we've made this movie so much better. We turned this movie from an average or good movie. It could have been an excellent movie if they just listened to us. Hollywood needs to hire us.
Well, I guess what I'm saying is this is an ultimately archetypal event, and it's the place where something like bizarre plot lines can be resolved in a way that humans still honor and respect and understand. We understand rituals. We understand the weird and mysticism of it. This was, in my opinion, an opportunity to work all that in and show us how the Vulcans resolve all of these bizarre plot lines. We solved Star Trek 3 tonight.
we solved it. We completely did. We solved Star Trek 3, and Piano TM. It makes complete sense.
Yeah. I think he's done. I think so. Piano is right. this is an emotional request. This is not a logical request. And 2, he says it's not logical. And because the plot lines are so weird, they're not logical plot lines. These are not like easy to follow plot lines. So surrendering the color, that would have worked. That would have worked. I would have been really happy with that.
That would have been awesome. That requires the forethought of, well, no, because we haven't seen him yet. No, that would have been fine, because you could have thought about it just for this movie and have him even the very beginning be wearing that. He wouldn't have had to have had it on later.
And how much would it have cost budget wise?
That's cheap. That's cheap.
Nothing. It would have cost nothing. And you don't need the closed eyes I guess my biggest issue is that closing your eyes and concentrating. That bugged me so much. It seemed like because most rituals are call and response. It's participatory. Meditation is like that.
Oh yeah. Call and response. We should have had that. Oh yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like meditation is where you close your eyes and don't say anything. Most rituals are participatory. You're saying something, you're doing something. So to me, closing the eyes and concentrating seemed like they weren't really, it seemed like they skipped the ritual right when they were setting it all up. Like they set it up and then skipped it. Anyway, I probably talked about that to death, but.
So after Sarek comes and talks to Kirk, then that's what cost your ship, your son. And he says it in that order: ship and then son.
Yep.
And okay, Spock is up and walking around, but then again, he was up and walking around before. But then, is he okay?
Yeah, it was like mysterious.
Really, yeah, which I think that works. That because I liked in the director's commentary that like the high priestess there isn't exactly, she walks off, but she's not exactly the kind of person you just walk up to like the surgeon after a surgery and is like, so is it okay? Are they okay? Like you don't really just go up and talk to her, right? So there's some mystery there. Started streaming 5 hours ago. I know this is a record here. It's not my record stream.
Wow.
I think I know what is my record stream. I think my record stream. Oh, I'd have to look it up. It may have been like 8 hours or something like that.
I got to say, I really appreciate everyone who stuck around for this. Because,
I know, I do too.
No, well, I mean that.
I do too. I do too. The people who are still watching, because I know we've had people drop off. And also, Doug, I appreciate you because I have no one else to have these conversations with. I have no one else. I love having these conversations.
That's what I'm getting at is it's fun to talk about this because this isn't something you bring up at a bar, like.
Right. Hey, do you want to talk about Star Trek 3 for the next 5 hours?
Totally.
So the answer is probably no.
So you, Heath, and all of you in the chat, like we did it. We got to talk about this weird little thing that we like. We like Star Trek 3, or at least we like it enough to stick around. The movie's 2 hours, but this stream is 5. So
it's 5, right? How is it? Well, I think it could be because
no.
It could be because we like the Wrath of Khan. I mean, we like this one too. Obviously, we're talking about, but I mean, you talk more about the things that need help. That's the human nature. Like, okay, no, wait a minute. Do we like Wrath of Khan? Yes, we did. So there isn't so much to say. There was only 4 hours worth of stuff to say because we liked it. We didn't like this one as much as Wrath of Khan. So there's more to say about it.
Yeah. In fact, Wrath of Khan was so well written that we spent a little bit of time admiring it.
Yes.
And then moved on to the next thing. And this one, we're like, well, I don't know about this. And we did kind of get stuck on some things that were tougher to roll with.
We've got to clip this. Like I said, I'm going to work on that. Like I said, to work on clipping this and put this on a separate channel because yes, I know there are a few people who are going to watch 5 hours, but if we clip this on the right subjects, there are people who will watch.
But seriously, I do appreciate everyone who stuck around because obviously we're all kindred spirits here in terms of the movies we love. I think all of us imagine talking about them like this, like exhaustingly going from beginning to the finish line like this. And these conversations don't take place anywhere else. So
no, they don't. They don't. Yeah, they don't. So so at the very end here, okay, Spock turns around to speak to Kirk. And so then we get the reconciliation there. That he at least that's giving us something that it worked.
And the dialogue is good. And it's, I think, the 5th example where we rehash the actual scene and dialogue at the end of Star Trek 2. It happens like 5 times in this movie. from the security quarter recordings, from the mind meld to the opening scene. And here again, he's like, ship out of danger.
Out of
like
danger.
they're rehashing it again. And I thought it was rather well. And somehow it never gets old in this movie. None of those scenes ever bothered me as being excessively repeated.
No, I don't think excessively repeated. No, I don't think excessively repeated. No.
It should, because they do it like 4 or 5 times, but it doesn't.
But it doesn't.
Each time they do it, it worked for the scene that it was repeated in. And here we realize, I think, something that's going to be very important in Star Trek 4, that Spock's back, but he's not all the way back.
He's not all the way back. Right.
Right. He's still struggling to remember things, and it's very evident. And I thought the writing was very well, very good. They went back and forth, and the payoff. Jim, your name is Jim.
Jim.
And that's a big thing because it's an informal title for 2 Starfleet officers to call each other by name. And the military high command, you call him admiral or captain, and he is science officer. So Kirk and Spock had such a history that Jim became semi-appropriate, at least between the 2 men, to be able to be called by your first name. So for that to be Spock's kind of triggering memory back to Spock, I thought was a great line. Jim, and he's still unsure. He's just kind of, it's hazy. He's like, your name is Jim. And Kirk is so happy. He's like, yes, yes, my name is Jim. Like that. That's good writing. I liked it.
And you're also talking about doing a lot with a little. Or I don't know exactly if this is a lot, but it's that when you've got Kirk and Spock sitting there, that backdrop behind them, what you're seeing in the background behind them is just a painted canvas.
Yeah, it's nothing.
It's nothing. And so and this is another point where Nimoy was very afraid of this, and he was like, it's out of focus, because he was like, all we can afford is this painted canvas that's supposed to be the sunrise. Make it out of focus.
Good. Perfect.
But it works because this is another one of those character moments. So I guess this is another kind of anchoring character moment, that here we have Spock back. Maybe it's then ghost scene, Sarek and Kirk. Then we get to the commanding presence of the High Priestess and the relationship with Sarek. And then, okay, at the very end, we have another 2-person scene. I mean, the other crew members can come up, but we're just doing it against a canvas backdrop. We should be able to do that kind of stuff with a lot more, for a lot more, and people should accept that, because that's all this is. This is 2 people in costumes in front of canvas giving you this scene.
Now that you say it, it makes me think of like theater, where it's a dark stage with just 2 characters and 2 spotlights on them, and it's all about the dialogue and the acting, because that's all that's important in this scene. And it's also important because it really resolves the adventure we just went on. The search for Spock, we got him back. All these weird plot lines had that, we're out there, but we got him back. We did the ritual. Here's Spock. And I think it is important. Yeah. If he was like, hey buddy, I'm back. Like the contract,
did it
I
work?
got it. I'm back.
It wouldn't work. It wouldn't work.
It wouldn't work. So this was the awkward first steps, kind of Spock's return. And I thought it was rewarding. I felt rewarded at the end of Star Trek 3. I like that we got Spock back, and I really love, and the adventure continues.
And the adventure continues, right? Yeah, everybody comes up to Spock.
Yeah, but it's an unusual thing for Star Trek to put in the end of their movie. And the adventure continues.
It's hope. It's hope. It's the end. It's all right. We're going to keep going.
So they destroyed the Genesis hope, but they gave us hope and rebirth.
Yes, even though, like I said, all the sacrifice, their careers, their all of this, the adventure continues. Well, then where does it go?
That's true. That's actually a good point. With all that they risked, and Star Trek 4 does a good job of reminding us. There's a lot of, you have to pay the piper for all of this. At the end of Star Trek 3, they kind of leave that out. And like in the adventure, there's more adventures to come. You know that Spock's back. There's more adventures. It is an optimistic ending, despite the consequences that they'll have to face in the next film.
Oh, so Piano TM says, and the adventure continues is, I'll call back to the motion picture. The human adventure is only the beginning. Human adventure is only beginning.
Do they put that piano? Do they put that in font at the end of Star Trek: The Motion Picture?
Hold on, I'm going to look that up. The human adventure.
No, that sounds familiar. Do they put that in font the same way they did and the adventure continues? Oh, they do.
Yes.
So then I have to amend my comment. That's not on Star Trek like if they did it twice in the first 3 films. It's almost like they were doing a callback to that then.
I'm gonna have to look that back up.
Okay, well that's interesting.
Huh.
So that's a callback to Star Trek 1 by adding that hopeful comment. That's pretty cool. I like that.
I would say as a concluding comment, and I would say this again this is my same concluding comment that would probably be for 4, even 5 and 6. That we are seeing, and which is why I appreciate this series of movies so much, even though if we say that some of them are of uneven quality as they go across.
Mm-hmm.
That especially when I hear the directors talk about it and other people talk about it in their commentary, like Leonard Nimoy directed this. You are watching people who cared very much about Star Trek.
Absolutely.
And they created this for the flaws that it has, whether those are because of writing or whether they are because of budgetary issues later on or some kind of studio imposition later or something like that. You are watching something that was created by a group of people who clearly thought it was theirs and who really cared a lot about it.
Stewardship. Good stewardship.
Stewardship. Yes, that is a great stewardship of this. It's clearly their thing. They want it to be good, even when it doesn't come out as good as we want it to be. You hear the people who love Star Trek and who are part of this, or even people who came on who said, I wasn't a fan from the beginning, but then I came on and I wanted to understand it. I watched all of, like Meyer saying that I watched all of the episodes in order to figure out what it was before I directed Star Trek 2. Nimoy's involved here. The cast wants it to be good. They understand their characters. Good stewardship of this franchise who want it to be good. And that's what people are trying. That's what I get from every single one of these movies as I listen. It's not, hey, we just got this, and I want to do something new with it, and I want to defy expectations and do something that the people who are doing this do really care. And this is such an important part of what I think makes these movies so great.
100%. In fact, the thinking today seems to be, I want to do something that's anti-Star Trek because that's what Star Trek didn't have before.
It didn't have before.
And it's like, no, what you're really doing is doing anti-Star Trek, which means you're getting away from Star Trek. And you can actually, a good writer can always come up with something fresh and still stay on brand. You can add something new to the characters. You can add something new to the lore. You could do all these things that you could subvert expectations and still be true to the brand.
It's very easy for a writer to do something new and not care. Like, I mean, that's easy. That's the very easy thing. Like, this is just throw out the old. I'm just doing something new here, something you haven't seen. That is super easy. It's difficult to integrate that into something people really care about and care about yourself.
Well, it's like, let's do Spock totally emotional for the whole movie.
Right,
because
you've never seen that before.
Spock. Yeah, it's not Spock then. Then you're doing, I don't know what you're doing. So whatever it is, modern storytelling has gotten away from it. But here's an example with Star Trek 3, The Search for Spock, where an imperfect story still landed, in my opinion, and did enough to, and let's not underestimate the value of restoring Spock to the franchise.
Sure. I like Spock, so he's back now. That's great.
So Spock's back for Star Trek 4, which was some people say it's their favorite.
Yeah.
Star Trek 5 we could skip. Star Trek 6, he was integral. He was pivotal.
I love that movie, and I love Spock in it.
Right. And Spock has even gone on. Think about this. J.J. Abrams' reboot had Spock come back in. Spock has shown up in some of the original series. So whatever you want to say about Star Trek 3, the fact that they spent a film to bring him back as imperfectly as they did may have given new life to the entire franchise on some level, simply by having that character back in the mix. So I don't think we can underestimate that.
Yeah, I agree with that. I wish that we didn't have to have people saying we've got to defy expectations. We've got to make something new. There's this, I get with modern storytelling, like when somebody comes up with a franchise that, oh, look, this is mine now.
It's not.
I get to do like this is this is mine now. I get to do what I want with it. Oh, I get Star Trek now, or I get Star Wars now, or I get whatever the big franchise now. Oh, look, I'm the one who gets to play with this. So I'm going to take it in this direction. But it's not just yours. It's everyone's. And so I appreciate, like I said, even when we get to Star Trek 5, when we talk about Star Trek 5, because I've been through the director's commentary and stuff like that. So even when you have a miss, I even appreciate Star Trek 5 more. Not that it's a great movie, but I appreciate it more hearing them say the struggles they had with it, that we were trying to do X and Y, and we wanted it to be this, but then all of a sudden this came back and it was terrible and we couldn't use it. And the budgetary, we got cut for this. So, but I love hearing people say that we really wanted it to be great. We were trying to, and that just sometimes because of the reality of the world, it's like, okay, that one didn't come out so good.
Budget,
but
bad
if you
writing.
know that the people behind it are actually trying and actually care,
I think Star Trek
changed my
5
perspective.
I think Star Trek 5 misses some of what Star Trek 3 has, which is the scenes that were bad didn't get saved by the acting or didn't get saved by the dialogue. It was like you had this kind of wonky scene, and then the dialogue was wonky, the acting was okay, and so like that just too much of that. And then you get the low budget issues. I will say I rewatched Star Trek 5 last year, and
we'll have to rewatch it in another couple of weeks.
Well, I found myself actually enjoying the film more than I thought I would. I'm not going to say it's a good movie. Like I say that Star Trek 3 is good. I say Star Trek 5 is below average, but I thought it was terrible before. So even that movie, I was like, well, we're still getting Kirk. We're still getting Spock. Like the characters are all still there. They're, I got a little bit more of these favorite characters of mine that I just dismissed this movie. So going back to it, I was like, oh, wow, they're here for me in Star Trek 5. So it's still a part of the lore. But I guess what I was trying to say is Star Trek the 3, The Search for Spock, refused this franchise by bringing Spock back, by going on another adventure, by putting Kirk at odds with the native culture, and then setting up what would be the next 3 movies, 2 of which were wildly popular. So Star Trek 3 is the bridge to all of that.
Yes, it is.
Yes, actually, piano, that's the line I think about the most when I think about Star Trek 5. I need my pain. My dad and I have talked about this extensively, that is a very big line in that movie, and it actually has a lot of weight to it. Even though the movie itself wobbles and kind of falls, that discussion where Kirk, in fact, that discussion with Kirk where he says, I need my pain, and also the scene with Bones having to confront the death of his father, and Spock being born and being rejected by his father. Those are some big moments for Star Trek, and it happens in Star Trek 5 of all places. And we can get to this. We'll get to this eventually.
We will get into that.
But Star Trek 5 isn't wholly disposable.
Well, I've got lots to say about that too. And man, we're gonna have lots to say on Star Trek 6.
So yeah, Star Trek 6 is my second favorite.
I mean, I'm gonna have lots to say on Star Trek 4 too, because like I said, as a kid, I loved that one too. I watched that one quite a bit.
Yeah, that one's easily so likable.
It's so likable. Yes.
I was gonna recommend as well. We should talk sometime about the idea of stewardship of franchises.
We should talk about that with Cameron.
Oh my God, Cameron had so much.
I said we need to talk with Cameron. That is what is story. also stewardship of franchises. Those are two great topics. For
God, he would
talking
have
with
such
Cameron.
great takes on that too. So, I mean, I think that'd be a great discussion.
that down.
And I will say, I think a lot of people care about that one way or the other. I do feel a lot of people sense that there's something wrong with the modern era that we've never really seen before. We've seen bad storytelling before, but we've never seen intentionally terrible storytelling that is antithetical to the brand.
Sometimes, yeah, right. I think there is an intentional element to it. You're talking about intentionally terrible, that I'm about to do something intentionally that you don't like. And I feel that. I feel that, and I hate that.
And I would Sable Phoenix. I would love to be on the same stream with Cameron. I look up to Cameron. He's a smart guy.
I do too.
Yeah. So and he would be great because I mean he is like hands-on in the industry experience. So possibly an epic conversation just waiting for us there, especially with the writer's strike and all that's going on out there.
Okay, he said he would come back, but I spoke to him, and but I canceled my meeting with him this month because I was just not ready to meet.
Yeah,
with
you
him
had mentioned that
because I had to cancel it. But he said he would come back, and he might do like a monthly meeting with or monthly live stream with us. But the last time I said, "Do you want to come on?" that was right when the writer's strike was starting. He was like, "I don't know what's going on in my life right now. Please get back to me." And then
he seems pretty preoccupied lately.
Yeah, so I'll reach back out to him. I think what is story is an important one. And then because Brianna and I talked about that, and then also stewardship of franchises. I'll reach out to him and I'll ask him about that. That would be great. Maybe we can all be on.
Yeah, I have some strong feelings about it and a lot of thought. Like it's not something I think about in passing. I think about it deeply. I have a feeling that a lot of people either A, think about it deeply, or B, sense it and would love to hear the discussion where it's put into words for them, because it's happened to me when I watch YouTube. Sometimes I love that when I get to hear someone put it into words for me. And this issue is a big one for me. I really am angry at the direction creativity has taken, especially when it comes to franchises and the audacity people have in writing terrible antithetical versions of established IPs.
It's a strange thing too, which would make this a good conversation, because it's a strange thing because the most direct and straightforward answer, or the most direct and straightforward answer is the most correct. Like the most correct answer is also the most straightforward. That like, who owns Star Wars? Star Wars is something you can own, for instance, in the sake of Star Wars or Star Trek or whatever. Who owns it? Disney. Okay, then they can do whatever they want. That's the most straightforward answer that you can give. And yet there is this other element that when something transcends that into culture, and that's nebulous too, because like whether you have the original owner alive, what are they saying? Do they still have control over it? What are responsibilities when it transcends? Yes, I know it's ownership and it's IP and somebody owns it, but it's also a part of culture. What are your responsibilities? That would be a fantastic conversation.
I'm telling you,
things like that to talk about.
And one of the things that I think one of the questions we should tackle and spend time on it: to what degree is this intentional, and to what degree is this incompetence? Because there's a case to be made that a lot of it's intentional. I almost can't imagine. I think incompetent. There's plenty of incompetence too, but the intentional part, I think, is a good question to ask.
I think it's a good question to ask too, because I can see some of that in it too. Yeah, I mean, there's incompetence, and this is don't attribute to malice what you can attribute to incompetence. I think there is incompetence, but then also some of it you come to and like, okay, this is malice.
And that's what I guess my point is. It's like, or the reason why I'm saying that we should ask that question directly and go ahead and chew on it, because I'm inclined to think things are incompetent, but for the first time in my life, for the last several years, I'm like, I think it's intent. This seems like malice. This just does not seem like a competence issue in full. I feel like this is on purpose. So, but man, what a great discussion that would be. That
would be fantastic. Okay, I'll reach out to Cameron and see if, because Cameron, people who are here, Cameron read your Heroine's Labyrinth book. So I mean, Cameron was the one who said this is amazing.
Yeah, Cameron has given me a big wind in my sail to run with this. So And I've had like you, I've had discussions with him one-on-one on Zoom calls and everything. So, and people love Cameron. So having him on a stream is always just awesome.
That would be amazing. Maybe we can, because originally Table Talk was one-on-one, but if we got like sometimes we have 3 people. If we get Pram, we got 4. Whatever. Table Talk is just for discussion. So let me ask you then, as the final thing here for next week, Brianna can be on next week. So
I was going to throw this out.
Okay.
We did Star Trek 1, 2, and 3.
Yeah.
What do you think about a break?
Okay.
And doing something else in between that, and then you and I can go back to it and do 4, 5, and 6.
That's what I was going to say. Brianna's not a Star Trek person, so she asked this afternoon that would next week be a good time for the Dark Knight.
Yes, I'm in.
So let's do the Dark Knight next week with Brianna.
Okay,
and then she won't be available the week after that. So we'll do Star Trek 4 the week after that.
Okay, that sounds good.
All right, everybody. So that's what we got. You asked for the Dark Knight, and you asked for the Dark Knight, right? Yes, you asked for it. We only have a few people watching right now, but the audience asked for the Dark Knight, so that's why that was on the list.
That's a good one too, man.
So I have a lot to say about the Dark Knight.
Yeah,
maybe I could bring. I want to talk more with Lou. Lou has thoughts on the Dark Knight too. He's launching a Kickstarter at the end of the month, and there's a lot that we want to talk because we want to talk to him about Moana and his theory of story. So I want to bring him on, but then he also has theories of the Dark Knight, man. So I'll at least I might ask him. So okay, so next week, Tuesday, 7:00 p.m. Central, Dark Knight.
Sounds awesome. And if there was an award we could give to the chat, the survivors,
we'd give
Survivor Series. You guys are awesome, man.
You guys are amazing. All right. Well, I suppose we should wrap it up. Go see Doug's book. Please go see the Fly Away Bird. Check out the Kickstarter for Goodnight Sword. But man, we gotta get out of here because I got to be up 9:30 a.m. Only a few hours. 9:30 a.m. Morning grind. I will see you there, everybody. Later.
Good night, guys.
Good night.